Chapter 1. The year 2216 of the Wuxian calendar. Wuyu, the highest place in the land of Tianwu. Black winds roared wildly as the sky was torn open by enormous rifts. The scene was ferocious and terrifying. Vast black void cracks spread like an indefatigable wild beast, devouring everything they could swallow. This place was one of the 7 forbidden areas of the Tianwu continent, located within the Death Valley of the Wu region. In the Valley of Death, the dreadful void storm raged all year round, never ceasing. For tens of thousands of years, it had devoured the lives of countless experts. Like a merciless meat grinder, it strangled every life that dared enter. Almost no one came here. Even the most confident experts would not set foot in this place. The boundless void storm was more than enough to tear a 9 Heavens Emperor-level powerhouse into pieces. Why? Shangguan Shi'er, Feng Xiaoyu, why did you betray me? Qin Chen, covered in blood, stood at the edge of the cliff before the Death Valley. He stared furiously at the man and woman in front of him. His eyes were filled with endless resentment and rage, his heart feeling as if it were being carved by knives. Qin Chen. A living legend of the Tianwu continent, the 9th grade alchemy master, 8th rank bloodline master, and 8th rank martial emperor. An orphan since childhood, Qin Chen had been born with broken meridians, unable to cultivate. Yet he was destined to shatter those shackles. Beginning as a bloodline master, he defied the heavens and rewrote his fate. With what others called waste blood, he climbed step by step to the summit, walking a path never before seen in history and becoming the first of his kind. At the age of 26, Qin Chen went alone to Tianjin Mountain. After 49 days and nights, traversing the 9,981 9-step Grand Formation, he became the only formation master in thousands of years to pass through Tianjin Mountain alive. At 28, he broke through to become a 9th grade Imperial Alchemy Master and was appointed Honorary Elder of the Alchemist Hall of the Mainland. At 30, he shook the entire mainland with his achievements as an 8th rank Bloodline Master and was ranked among the top 10 Bloodline Masters of the Blood Tower. He became the supreme legend of the continent. He had a woman by his side, Shangguan Shi'er, hailed as one of the greatest beauties of the mainland. Over the past 10 years, Qin Chen had risked life and death to raise Shangguan Shi'er's cultivation by leaps and bounds, helping her become a 9 Heavens martial emperor and creating a celebrated legend across the mainland. He also had a sworn brother named Feng Xiaoyu. For 10 years, Qin Chen had devoted all his strength to helping Feng Xiaoyu establish the mighty Shenyuan Empire. Yet after helping his beloved woman and trusted brother stand at the peak of the continent, they betrayed him, together. That day, while Qin Chen slept, Shangguan Shi'er suddenly stabbed him with an imperial weapon personally refined by him. At the same time, Feng Xiaoyu, who had long been lying in wait, stormed into the palace and launched a brutal attack. Caught completely off guard, Qin Chen was gravely injured. He fought his way out of the palace and fled for 3 days and 3 nights. In the end, he was chased to Death Canyon. At that moment, Qin Chen was utterly exhausted. His meridians were shattered, his life hanging by a thread. He no longer had the strength to fight. What he could not understand was why the 2 people he trusted most would join hands to betray him. Why? Shangguan Shi'er, beautiful as a fairy from a painting, smiled coldly and nestled into Feng Xiaoyu's arms. Feng Xiaoyu's large hand slid possessively to her waist. Qin Chen's eyes widened in disbelief. His mind shook violently as he spat out a mouthful of blood and hissed, "You too, you actually." Shangguan Shi'er sneered, looking down at Qin Chen with mocking pity. "Before I ever met you, I was already in love with Xiaoyu. The only reason I stayed with you was to use you. Do you really think I ever liked you?" "Ha ha ha, wrong." Her eyes were filled with disgust. "Every time I was with you, I felt sick. If not for the benefits you brought to me and Xiaoyu, I wouldn't even bother looking at you. For the past 10 years, your every move has been within our plans. You obsessed yourself with cultivation and alchemy, constantly shutting yourself away, giving me plenty of opportunities to be with Xiaoyu. We agreed long ago, once we reached the 9 Heavens Emperor realm, you would die. And finally, with your help, I became a 9 Heavens Emperor, and Xiaoyu founded the Shenyuan Empire. At last, we can be together openly and honestly. That is the reason. Shangguan Shir burst into laughter, wanton, arrogant, resentful, and utterly indifferent. The gentle, virtuous woman Qin Chen once knew was nowhere to be found. Qin Chen's face turned ashen. For 10 years, this woman had approached him with such careful calculation. He mocked himself for his blind devotion, for pouring out his sincerity without ever sensing the truth. Only now did he realize that a decade of shared tea and affection had been nothing but a cruel lie. His heart felt as though it had been pierced by 10,000 arrows, followed by boundless hatred. That familiar face now looked utterly alien. Even her beauty had become unbearably ugly. "Good brother," Feng Xiaoyu said, the corners of his mouth curling into a sinister smile. "Now you understand. For this day, I endured for 10 years. I didn't even hesitate to hand my woman over to you. Every time I watched you two together, I swore that once the time was right, I would kill you and strip you of everything, your wealth, your status, your woman, all would be mine. Fortunately, it's finally over." Feng Xiaoyu's eyes brimmed with naked killing intent as he stared greedily at the storage bracelet on Qin Chen's wrist. With a smug grin, he said, "Don't worry. After you die, I'll take everything you own, especially the treasures you obtained from the Forbidden Lands. And your woman as well." Feng Xiaoyu let out a lewd smile, his slender hand directly squeezing Shangguan Shir's voluptuous buttocks. The shameless pair giggled together right in front of Qin Chen. Qin Chen's eyes turned icy as a sorrowful smile spread across his face. The two people he regarded as family had deceived him from beginning to end, devouring everything he had while he was in seclusion, yet he never noticed. So this was how it ended. Qin Chen laughed. He laughed at the despicable man and woman. He laughed at himself, for being a stupid idiot. As he laughed, 2 streaks of blood-tinged tears slid down from the corners of his eyes. He slowly straightened his body, hatred blazing in his gaze as he glared at the two before him. No sorrow was greater than this. He hated that if given another chance, he would slaughter them both. But there was no chance. Qin Chen glanced at the raging void rift behind him. Before the eyes of that shameless man and woman, he leapt backward and was swallowed by the endless void. Before his death, Qin Chen's eyes were cold, his lips curled in a sneer. "You want my things? Try again in the next life." The wind howled. The void shattered. On the cliff, only the shocked roars of Feng Xiaoyu and Shangguan Shir echoed for a long time. Tianwu Land, State of Qi, Dingwu Palace. Shangguan Shir. Feng Xiaoyu. "I hate you bastards." A young man suddenly jolted awake on a gilded bed, sitting upright in fury. His eyes shone like cold stars, bursting with unforgettable hatred as cold sweat soaked his body. Clenching his fists tightly, his nails dug deep into his palms, yet he felt no pain. After a long while, he regained his senses and stared blankly at the antique bed and carved eaves above him. What was going on? Wasn't he dead? A searing pain suddenly exploded in Qin Chen's mind, forcing a roar from his throat. Along with the pain came a flood of unfamiliar memories. I was reborn. Qin Chen's eyes snapped open as understanding dawned. Even as a former supreme powerhouse, he found it difficult to believe. According to these memories, it was now the year 2516 of the Wushan calendar. 300 years had passed since his death. 3 centuries had brought earth-shattering changes. Under Feng Xiaoyu's rule, the Shenyuan Empire had grown into the #1 imperial dynasty of the mainland. Shangguan Shir had established the Misty Palace and became known as Empress Lingbo, revered by hundreds of millions. Relying on the divine pills Qin Chen had left behind, the two had risen to supreme heights. When they stamped their feet, the entire continent trembled. As for Qin Chen, he had been reborn in a remote corner of the mainland. Since the heavens let me live again, Shangguan Shir, Feng Xiaoyu, just wait, Qin Chen said coldly. I, Qin Chen, have returned. Your nightmare begins now. One day, I will personally step into the martial domain and reclaim everything. Qin Chen clenched his fist and swore to the heavens within the plain yet dignified room. A terrifying killing intent surged, forming an invisible whirlwind that lingered in the room for a long time. Chener. The door suddenly opened as a beautiful woman in a simple robe, her hair pinned up, rushed inside anxiously. Seeing Qin Chen awake, joy instantly filled her worried eyes. "Thank goodness, Chener, you're finally awake." Mother was terrified. Tears clung to her long eyelashes as she hugged Qin Chen tightly, crying with relief. Wrapped in her warm embrace, the hatred in Qin Chen's heart softened, replaced by an unfamiliar warmth. This woman was Qin Yueqi, the daughter of the king of Qi and Qin Chen's mother. The original owner of this body was also named Qin Chen. While fighting someone at Tianqing Academy in the capital, he had fallen from the battle platform, smashed his head, and fallen into a coma for 3 days and nights. During that time, his body had been taken over by the soul of Qin Chen from 300 years ago. "Chener, you were unconscious for 3 days and nights. You scared your mother half to death. From now on, you're not allowed to be so reckless. Do you hear me? If something happens to you, how could your mother live on alone?" She gently stroked Qin Chen's thin cheek, her eyes filled with deep concern. Looking at her, Qin Chen felt a powerful stir in his soul. In his previous life, Qin Chen had been an orphan. He never imagined that the heavens would give him another life, and a mother. From the original memories of this body, Qin Yueqi had treated her son with meticulous care, their bond warm and harmonious. After rebirth, Qin Chen's soul had fused completely with that of the original body, inheriting all of its emotions. Seeing the woman before him, crying and worried, Qin Chen felt a surge of emotion and blurted out, "Mother, your child will never act recklessly again. I won't make you worry anymore." As the words left his mouth, it felt as though a heavy stone had been lifted from his heart. His soul relaxed, and the final trace of lingering restraint completely vanished. Qin Chen understood that the original consciousness had fully dissipated. From this moment on, only one Qin Chen remained. "I've corrected all grammar, sentence structure, tense, punctuation, and wording issues while preserving the original storyline, tone, and all harsh or inappropriate language exactly as intended. Nothing was softened or censored." The fully revised Chapter 1 is now available in the canvas on the side. Chapter 2. "That's good." The beautiful woman looked at Qin Chen tenderly, as if her entire world contained only her son. "Chener, tell your mother, how did you duel with Wei Zhen of Duke Wei Qiho's family? Did someone deliberately frame you?" Qin Yueqi frowned as she looked at Qin Chen, worry written all over her face. "No. It was my own decision. I challenged him myself." Qin Chen lowered his head. But his eyes were icy cold. In truth, Wei Zhen had insulted him as a wild animal and cursed his mother as a cheap woman in the academy. Enraged, Qin Chen had stepped onto the platform to fight him. Now that he thought about it, it was clearly a trap. Because the moment Wei Zhen stepped onto the stage, he had already been poisoned. If he told his mother the truth, with her temperament, she would definitely storm into the Wei Qiho household and fight them to the death. But his mother's current situation was already extremely difficult. When Qin Yueqi was young, she was known as the #1 beauty of the state of Qi. Countless princes and nobles in the capital had admired her. Matchmakers bearing lavish gifts had worn down the threshold of her door. Even the current sage emperor had once heard of her beauty and intended to take her as an imperial concubine. Yet at that time, Qin Yueqi suddenly ran away from home, wandered the world, and vanished from public sight. 3 years later, she returned to the Qin family carrying a newborn child, Qin Chen. This matter shook the entire capital. Throughout the Tianwu continent, such behavior was considered a grave taboo, a severe violation of female virtue. In some remote and barbaric regions, a woman would even be drowned in a pig cage for such disgrace. Back then, the Qin family was so furious that they nearly killed Qin Yueqi. It was Qin Badian, the king of Dingwu and Qin Chen's grandfather, who took them in under the name of blood relations. Even so, the entire Dingwu palace looked at Qin Yueqi and Qin Chen with cold and contemptuous eyes, believing Qin Yueqi to be a stain upon the Qin family's honor. As a result, Qin Yueqi's life within the Qin family had always been miserable. Otherwise, Qin Chen would not have lain unconscious for 3 days and nights without a single physician coming to examine him. "Chinner, even though you didn't awaken your bloodline this time, it doesn't matter. If you get another chance in the future, don't fight impulsively with others. Even if you never become strong, that's fine. Your mother will always protect you." Qin Yueqi looked at the pale Qin Chen on the bed and sighed softly, her nose turning sour once again. With Chinner's stubborn personality, if this knot could not be resolved, accidents might happen sooner or later. No bloodline awakening. As his soul fused with the memories of this body, Qin Chen immediately understood the situation. The original owner of this body had possessed decent martial talent and was admitted into Tianqing Academy, the #1 academy of the state of Qi, with excellent results. However, during several bloodline awakening ceremonies held by the academy, he had failed every time. A few days ago, another awakening ceremony was held, and Qin Chen still did not awaken his bloodline. On the Tianwu continent, bloodlines were revered. Without awakening a bloodline, one could never become a true powerhouse. The original Qin Chen was deeply shaken by this news. He had wanted to grow stronger to change the miserable situation of himself and his mother within the palace, yet fate played such a cruel joke on him. Under repeated blows, he became depressed and muddle-headed, sinking into despair day after day. Thus, Qin Yueqi believed that Qin Chen's duel with Wei Zhen stemmed from his failure to awaken his bloodline and his unstable emotions. "Mother, you can rest assured. This kind of setback won't knock your son down." Feeling Qin Yueqi's concern, Qin Chen's eyes softened as he smiled. He was not comforting her. To him, a former 8th-rank bloodline master, failing to awaken a bloodline was nothing at all. Qin Chen's bright smile warmed Qin Yueqi's heart. She nodded and said broadly, "Then mother is at ease." Just as Qin Yueqi was about to say more. Bang! Bang! A loud knock sounded at the door, so forceful it was practically being kicked open. Qin Yueqi hurried to open it. A maid wearing a silver ratskin cloak stepped inside. "Miss, why did it take you so long to open the door?" the maid said impatiently. Though she addressed her as "Miss," there was not the slightest hint of respect in her expression. "Rouge, Chinner just woke up and his body is still weak. Please lower your voice and don't disturb him," Qin Yueqi said. Hearing this, Rouge glanced at Qin Chen on the bed in surprise, a mocking smile curling at the corner of her mouth. "So young Master Chen has woken up. Congratulations." Though she spoke words of congratulations, her face was expressionless, her eyes cold, as if Qin Chen owed her money. This maid, Rouge, served Qin Chen's great-aunt, Madame Zhao. The Qin family was a clan of loyal martyrs. For generations, their ancestors had been great generals who fought for the state of Qi and achieved illustrious merit. By the time of Qin Chen's grandfather, Qin Batian, the family's prestige had reached its peak. He was granted the title of King Dingwu by the King of Qi and established the Dingwu Palace. Qin Yuanhong, Qin Baishan's son and Qin Chen's uncle, inherited the family glory and was later granted the title of Anping Marquis, taking charge of the Dingwu Palace. Thus, Qin Chen's great-aunt became the official mistress of the Dingwu Palace. However, Madame Zhao had always harbored extreme disgust toward Qin Chen and Qin Yueqi, believing they had tarnished the palace's reputation. She constantly tried every means to drive them out. "What are you doing here?" Qin Chen asked coldly, staring at Rouge. "Young Master Chen, don't flatter yourself. I'm not here for you," Rouge replied. She was startled by Qin Chen's tone. The former Qin Chen wouldn't have dared speak to her like this. How had he suddenly grown so bold after barely surviving? "Miss, my lady guessed you'd be here with young Master Chen, and she was right. You haven't forgotten the agreement with my lady, have you?" Qin Yueqi's body trembled. A trace of humiliation flashed through her eyes, her face turning pale. She looked at Qin Chen, tucked the silk quilt around him, stood up, and said softly, "Chinner, your mother needs to step out for a while. You rest well." She then turned and walked toward the door. Qin Chen noticed the slight tremor in Qin Yueqi's body. His heart tightened. He frowned and said, "Mother, where are you going?" "I'll go with you." Qin Yueqi paused, turned back, gently touched Qin Chen's face, and smiled. "Silly child, your mother lives in the palace. If I don't go out, I'll be bullied even more. You just woke up, rest well and don't catch a chill. I'll be back soon." Qin Chen frowned deeply. "No, mother. Tell me, what did you agree to with Madame Zhao?" Qin Yueqi hesitated, unsure how to answer. At the side, Rouge said impatiently, a half-dead person asking so many questions. "Fine, I'll tell you. Your mother promised my lady to meet Lord Qi today. Lord Qi has already arrived in the main hall and is waiting for her." "What? Zhao Qirue?" Qin Chen's face instantly darkened. Everyone in the state of Qi knew that Zhao Qirue was the most disgusting and shameless noble alive, a lust-crazed bastard who spent all year in brothels and pleasure houses. His residence was filled with wives, concubines, singers, and dancers. Obscene day and night, he was nicknamed the Romantic Lord. Zhao Qirue had long coveted Qin Yueqi's beauty. She had rejected him many times. Yet now, Zhao Feng had forced her mother to meet that filthy old dog. Qin Chen glared fiercely at Rouge, killing intent flashing in his eyes. "You cheap bitch, get the hell out of here." "What did you say?" Rouge was furious and pointed at Qin Chen, but his icy gaze frightened her into silence. She turned angrily to Qin Yueqi instead. "Miss, is this how you raise your son? And you already agreed about Lord Qi back then. Do you plan to go back on your word?" "My mother agreed?" Qin Chen stared at Qin Yueqi in disbelief. How was that possible? From his memories, his mother despised Zhao Qirue and feared his pursuit. Why would she agree to see him? He desperately wanted to hear her deny it, but Qin Yueqi merely trembled, unable to speak for a long time. "Chener, you just woke up. Rest first, don't strain your body. I'll just see him briefly." "Nothing will happen," Qin Yueqi finally said with difficulty. Qin Chen's heart clenched. "Mother, why? You know what kind of person Zhao Qirue is. Going to see him is like throwing yourself into a tiger's mouth." "Why?" Rouge sneered. "You still have the nerve to ask why? You fought privately, fell unconscious, and nearly died. It was your good mother who knelt all night outside my lady's door, begging for a recovery pill. Madame Zhao mercifully agreed. And you still dare ask why? If I were you, I'd kill myself out of shame." "Shut up." Qin Yueqi suddenly turned and shouted angrily, "Madame Zhao promised me she would never mention this. How dare you spout nonsense?" Qin Chen's chest ached as he finally understood everything. To save him, his mother had knelt for an entire night. All for a recovery pill. A mere second-grade pill worth only a few thousand silver coins. Yet for that pill, his mother had cast aside her dignity. Qin Chen's heart trembled violently, tears welling in his eyes. He rose from the bed and grabbed Qin Yueqi's arm, gritting his teeth. "Mother, we're not going anywhere. No one will make you see him. From today onward, I will never let you suffer again, and I will never let you meet Zhao Qirue, that filthy old bastard." Qin Yueqi's body shook. Tears shimmered in her beautiful eyes as she looked at Qin Chen. Qin Chen then turned his cold gaze toward Rouge, his eyes sharp as blades. "And you, get the fuck out. Now." Chapter 3. "Son of a bitch, how dare you yell at me?" Rouge's face instantly flushed with rage. A faint red crept up her cheeks as her entire body trembled uncontrollably. In her fury, she even blurted out the words, "little bastard." Within the Qin family's palace, many maids and servants secretly referred to Qin Chen as a little bastard when gossiping in private. However, when facing him directly, no one ever dared to say it out loud. After all, Qin Yueqi was the daughter of King Dingguo and the eldest lady of the Qin family. But in her rage, Rouge no longer cared about anything. She pointed at Qin Chen and sneered mockingly, her face full of sarcasm. Calling you young Master Chen, do you really think you're some noble young master? Bah! Qin Yueqi's face turned deathly pale, then iron blue with fury. She stared at Rouge angrily and said, Rouge, what did you just call Chener? Remember your status, you're nothing but a servant girl. Oh? Miss, you're lecturing me now. Rouge looked at Qin Yueqi coldly and sneered without the slightest fear. Miss, don't be so eager to jump out. Madam already expected that you'd go back on your word and protect him. Come, guards. Take the eldest lady to the living room. Don't keep Madam and our honored guest waiting. Bang! The moment Rouge finished speaking, the door was kicked open. 2 Qin family guards strode in and quickly approached Qin Yueqi. Miss, please come with us. The 2 guards raised their heads and looked at Qin Yueqi coldly. A trace of undisguised greed flashed through their eyes as they reached out, intending to grab her. Qin Yueqi was a natural beauty. Although she had lived a hard life in recent years, her unique charm had only grown more refined and pure. In the Qin family, whenever the eldest lady was mentioned, which man wasn't secretly drooling? In a situation like this, taking a little advantage, who would notice? I'd like to see who dares touch my mother. Qin Chen swiftly grabbed a sword from the wall. Clang! The blade slid free of its sheath. He stepped forward and stood in front of Qin Yueqi. The sword tilted slightly, and 2 icy rays burst from his eyes, falling upon the 2 guards like razor-sharp blades. An inexplicable aura erupted from Qin Chen. The 2 guards felt their scalps go numb, as if they were being stared at by the god of death himself. A chill surged straight from their tailbones to the tops of their heads. Goosebumps erupted all over their bodies, their breathing grew difficult, and their hands froze in midair. What the hell was going on? The 2 guards exchanged shocked glances. Qin Chen's appearance hadn't changed at all, yet an instinctive fear gripped them. It felt as though if they disobeyed him, they would be haunted by nightmares forever. They couldn't help but look toward Rouge. You 2 pieces of trash! Rouge snapped furiously. You're scared by one Qin Chen? Don't forget who's in charge of this household. If you don't take the eldest lady to the living room, can you bear the consequences? Rouge was seething. How could these idiots be frightened by Qin Chen, a worthless little bastard? The 2 guards felt humiliated. Being scared by Qin Chen, if word got out, how could they continue staying in the Qin family? Although Qin Chen was nominally a young master, his status was worse than that of an ordinary steward. He had always been timid, someone who wouldn't even dare kill a chicken. With that thought, one guard let out a cold snort, stepped forward, and said harshly, Young Master Chen, please know your place. We are acting under Madame Zhao's orders to escort the eldest lady to the living room. If young Master Chen insists on obstructing us, don't blame us for being impolite. Unexpectedly, Qin Chen didn't move at all. His sword remained firmly planted before him. His gaze was icy as he said slowly, If you don't want to die, try touching my mother. His voice sounded as though it had crawled out from the depths of the 9 hells, causing the 2 guards' legs to go weak once again, their movements freezing mid-step. Qin Chen then turned his gaze toward Rouge and said viciously, And you, nothing but a dog bullying the weak, arrogant and tyrannical. You dare act so wildly in front of my mother? Believe it or not, I'll exile you 3,000 li, turn you into an official prostitute, and make sure you never rise again for the rest of your life. Rouge's expression instantly stiffened. If things truly escalated, Madame Zhao might remain unscathed, but servants and guards like them would absolutely meet miserable ends. Oh? Who exactly is exiling whom? A sharp, cutting voice suddenly rang out, followed by a series of approaching footsteps. A group of servants dressed in official robes entered first, lining up neatly on both sides. After them came a middle-aged woman in palace attire, her bearing noble and refined. She wore a cloud-patterned robe threaded with gold, her hair adorned with red agate, coral, and jade hairpins. 4 or 5 gemstone rings decorated her long, slender fingers, gleaming with gold and silver. Beside her stood a middle-aged man with a lecherous face and bloated figure, though his clothes were extravagantly luxurious. The moment he entered, his narrow eyes locked onto Qin Yueqi, spinning greedily as saliva nearly gathered at the corners of his mouth. "Madam." Upon seeing them, Rouge's previous arrogance vanished instantly. Her face turned pale as she bowed deeply, fear flickering in her eyes. This was the Qin family's matriarch, Zhao Feng, and beside her stood Zhao Qirui, the infamous, lustful prince of Qi. Madame Zhao glanced at Rouge coldly and snorted. "You can't even handle such a trivial matter properly. Is this how I taught you?" Rouge hurriedly knelt to the ground, her face as white as paper. "This servant is incompetent. Please punish me, madam. Get out of my sight. You're an embarrassment." "Yes, madam." Rouge quickly retreated to the side, her body trembling. She shot Qin Chen a venomous look and sneered inwardly. "Humph, you little beast. Now that madam is here, let's see how arrogant you can still be." Madame Zhao turned her gaze to Qin Chen, who was still gripping the long sword, and said coldly, "I truly didn't expect that after lying unconscious for several days, my so-called nephew would grow this bold. Not only daring to threaten lives, but even talking about exiling my people 3,000 li to become official prostitutes. Ha ha ha, what ambition. Anyone who didn't know better would think you were the legitimate eldest son of the Qin family." Chapter 4. Qin Yueqi's face changed, and she said hurriedly, "Madame Zhao, Qin'er is still young." He was just impulsive for a moment and spoke without thinking. "Please don't take it to heart." Mrs. Zhao said coldly, "Young? If I remember correctly, Qin Chen is nearly 16 this year. I also heard that he still failed to awaken his blood at the awakening ceremony of Tianqing College not long ago. As a son of the Qin family, he does not know how to study diligently and bring honor to the Qin family. Instead, he fought with others in the college, damaging the reputation of the Dingwu Palace. Tell me, what crime is abusing others and violating Qin family rules?" Qin Yueqi's face instantly turned pale. "What crime should it be, you ask?" Qin Chen raised his head and looked at Zhao Feng coldly. Facing Mrs. Zhao, who wielded great power in the Qin family, he showed no fear and said icily, "As the matriarch of the Qin family, you connive with servants and allow them to humiliate clan disciples. Is this what you call the Qin family's rules?" Mrs. Zhao did not expect Qin Chen to dare talk back. She was furious. But before she could speak, Qin Chen continued roaring angrily, "As a woman of the Qin family, you openly associate with Zhao Qirui, a man infamous and obscene throughout Wangdu. Is this what you call a woman's virtue?" Zhao Qirui, who had been enjoying the show, was suddenly struck dumb. His face flushed red as his eyes darkened. "This little beast, how dare he scold me," Zhao Qirui cursed inwardly. Mrs. Zhao pointed at Qin Chen. Her hairpin trembled with rage as she shouted, "Zhao Qirui is my royal brother." Mrs. Zhao's ancestors had ties to the royal family, and she herself had once been granted royal status. Calling Zhao Qirui her royal brother was not without basis. Even worse, Qin Chen sneered. "As brother and sister, you meet in private. As a noble lady personally conferred by the imperial court, you should be a model of virtue for women across the land. If this spreads, how will the Qin family ever stand firm in the state of Qi?" Qin Chen shouted again and again, cold light bursting from his eyes. You little beast. You're talking nonsense. Seize him for me." Mrs. Zhao finally snapped and roared at the two guards. She was trembling with rage. If Qin Chen's words spread, she, the matriarch of the Qin family, would have no face left to remain in Wangdu. At her command, the two guards immediately charged at Qin Chen, one from the left and one from the right, closing in on him. Qin Yueqi cried out and desperately moved to block them, shouting angrily, "Whoever dares touch my Qin'er." One guard's eyes turned cold as he said flatly, "Miss, forgive us." As his words fell, he pushed Qin Yueqi away. However, before his hand could touch Qin Yueqi's shoulder, a sharp cold light flashed. Everyone's vision blurred for an instant as the temperature in the room seemed to plummet. Then came the sound of flesh tearing and the stench of blood. The guard let out a shrill scream as half his arm was severed by Qin Chen's sword. Fresh blood sprayed across the floor. Reeling in agony, the guard staggered backward. But Qin Chen's sword was like a meteor chasing the moon, there was no escape. He could only watch in horror as the blood-stained blade pierced straight through his heart. Qin Chen drew the sword and withdrew it in one smooth motion. Poof! A column of hot blood erupted from the guard's chest, spraying nearly 2 meters high. The guard tried desperately to cover the wound, but the blood poured out like a fountain. Fear filled his eyes as his body went limp and collapsed to the ground. I said it clearly, anyone who dares touch my mother will die. Qin Chen spoke each word distinctly. Sword in hand, he stood like a god of death. He did not even glance at the fallen guard. His voice was cold, like a devil crawling out of the 9 hells. Blood dripped slowly from the sword's tip. The room was deathly silent, broken only by the sound of blood striking the ground. Mrs. Zhao and the others stood frozen, like ducks with their necks seized. The servants watching from outside were terrified. Rouge's face turned deathly pale as her body trembled. This little beast, he actually dares to kill people, she screamed inwardly. As for the remaining guard, cold sweat poured down his forehead. His body stiffened, and he did not dare move. He remembered clearly. Although young Master Qin was only 15 and had entered the academy less than a year ago, the Tianwu continent had strict martial ranks. There were 9 major martial realms: Human Realm, Earth Realm, Heaven Realm, and beyond. Each realm was divided into early, middle, and late stages. One level was like an insurmountable heaven. Before reaching the human realm, there was the pulse condensation stage, opening the internal meridians. Only after opening more than 7 meridians could one condense true qi and officially enter the human realm. That was why the human realm was considered the threshold of a true warrior. These guards were merely at the mid to late stages of the human realm. And yet, one of them had just been killed by Qin Chen's sword. After a moment of stunned silence, Mrs. Zhao was the first to recover. Her face flushed crimson, eyes blazing with savage fury. She never imagined that Qin Chen, who had always been timid and submissive, would dare commit murder in public. Not only her, even Qin Yueqi was utterly shocked, her heart sinking instantly. Qin Chen, you're insane. You dare kill someone in public. Guards, take him down and punish him according to the family rules. Make an example of him. Mrs. Zhao's shrill voice boomed like thunder. Yes. The remaining guard snapped back to his senses. Clang. He drew the sword from his waist, his eyes fixed on Qin Chen like a wolf's as he lunged forward. With a sudden stomp and a fierce shout, his body shot out like a cheetah. The blade in his hand turned into a streak of cold light, slashing toward Qin Chen's arm. This strike was one of the Qin family's famous techniques, the flying dragon saber art, specifically the move known as venomous dragon spits its message. On the Tianwu continent, martial techniques were ranked from high to low, heaven, earth, mysterious, and yellow. Each rank was divided into upper, middle, and lower grades, 4 ranks and 12 grades in total. Although the flying dragon saber art was only a yellow rank technique, it was a high-grade yellow art. Venomous dragon spits its message was the most sinister move of all, like a poisonous dragon exhaling lethal mist, vicious and cruel. The guard had already made up his mind to cripple Qin Chen's arm, to vent the hatred for his dead brother. After all, the order came from Mrs. Zhao. As long as he didn't kill Qin Chen, the punishment would be, at worst, tolerable. Chapter 5. Everyone present, except Qin Yueqi, had their eyes flickering when they saw the blade. This strike was fast, ruthless, and powerful. It was clearly a real killing technique, carrying a chilling aura that made one's scalp tingle. Even Mrs. Zhao frowned slightly. In her heart, she felt the guard had been too merciful. He should not have aimed only for Qin Chen's arm, he should have gone straight for his head. In everyone's mind, the scene that followed should have been Qin Chen drenched in blood, screaming in agony and begging for mercy. But... ding! 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 The expected scene did not appear. The sword in Qin Chen's hand suddenly burst out with 3 flashes of cold light, followed by the sharp sound of metal colliding. Before the guard could even understand what had happened, his vision blurred. His palm went numb, and the saber in his hand trembled violently, almost flying out of his grip. Startled, he hurriedly circulated his true chi and barely managed to hold on to the weapon. Just as he was about to counterattack, a cold longsword was already pressed against his throat. The icy touch felt like the sight of death. His entire body shuddered, his scalp went numb, and his mind went blank. He stood frozen in place, unable to move. In an instant, everyone around stared in disbelief, hardly able to trust their own eyes. If the first guard had died because of carelessness, then this guard had gone all out just now, yet the result was even more shocking. He could not understand it at all. How could Qin Chen, who was only at the early human stage, block the poisonous dragon spits its message from someone at the late human stage, and even completely suppress him? This little beast actually, Mrs. Zhao's eyes turned icy. Even she was shocked, though she still forced herself to speak coldly. Qin Chen, you've got some nerve. Put your sword down. At this moment, she was still putting on the airs of the Qin family's matriarch. Put it down? Qin Chen sneered. A sharp, chilling light flashed through his eyes. The sword in his hand suddenly pressed forward, then slashed. Young Master Chen, don't. The guard's heart turned ice cold as he hurriedly begged for mercy. But it was already too late. Puff! A scorching jet of blood sprayed out like a fountain from his neck, splattering across the floor. The body collapsed heavily to the ground. You wanted to kill me, Qin Chen said calmly, a faint smile on his lips, and you expect me to spare him? That smile made everyone present feel as though a devil was standing before them. For a moment, the entire Qin residence fell into dead silence. And you, Qin Chen turned his head and stared at Zhao Qirui, his eyes narrowing slightly. His voice was ice cold. If you dare harbor thoughts about my mother again, I will kill you. Zhao Qirui's face instantly twisted in rage. But before he could explode, a bone-chilling cold crept up from the soles of his feet. His face turned deathly pale, and he found himself unable to utter a single word. Qin Chen then looked toward Mrs. Zhao and said coldly, Madame Zhao, is this what you call a negotiation? Mrs. Zhao hurriedly said, Lord Qi, there must be some misunderstanding here. Please allow me to explain. Then she turned back to Qin Chen, trembling with fury. Her hairpin shook violently as she pointed at him and screamed, Good. Very good. You little beast, you even dare to threaten Lord Qi. Her eyes were vicious, like a venomous snake. She slowly turned her head toward the back of the room. The servants who had gathered outside to watch the excitement immediately shrank their necks and quietly retreated. Finally, Mrs. Zhao's gaze landed on an old man who had been standing silently behind her the entire time. Qin Yong, she said viciously, what are you standing there for? Take this little beast down for me. Yes, madam. The old man named Qin Yong stepped forward. He wore a dark blue robe, his hands tucked into his wide sleeves. His eyes were cold and lifeless, carrying an oppressive chill. From beginning to end, he had watched everything without the slightest change in expression. As soon as he stepped out, all eyes in the room fell on him. Even Qin Chen's pupils contracted. At that moment, Qin Chen felt an extremely dangerous aura. A prefecture-level expert, Qin Chen's heart sank, and an unprecedented sharpness flashed through his eyes. Young Master Chen, you've gone too far, Qin Yong said indifferently. This old servant does not wish to act against you. Please put down your weapon and obey Madam's orders. Qin Chen's expression remained unchanged. He sneered coldly. If you want to arrest me, that depends on whether you have the ability. It was only a prefecture-level expert. If forced into a life-and-death fight, it wasn't as if he had no chance. Qin Yong frowned slightly. In that case, this old servant will have to offend you. As his voice fell, Qin Yong suddenly moved. His body shot forward like an eagle, and a terrifying gust of wind swept through the entire room. His hands turned into claws as he lunged straight for Qin Chen. This strike was several times stronger than those of the two guards earlier. The crushing pressure made Qin Chen's breathing difficult, and his bones creaked under the force. Qin Yong, if you dare touch Chener, try it. Qin Yueqi, who had been anxiously watching her son, suddenly rushed forward and tried to block him. Qin Chen's figure flashed. With his sword, he stopped Qin Yueqi behind him. His eyes were icy. The moment Qin Yong's claw descended, he was prepared to erupt with everything he had. Though a prefecture-level expert was strong, Qin Chen was confident that he could kill the opponent in a single exchange once he struck. Qin Yong's claw was only a few feet away. At that instant, a thunderous shout suddenly echoed from outside the room. Everyone's eardrums buzzed. Everyone, stop at once. A middle-aged man strode in with tiger-like steps. He wore a long robe, purple cloud boots, and a three-clawed python belt around his waist. His presence alone made the room feel heavier. Qin Yong's claw stopped abruptly in midair, less than a foot above Qin Chen's head. He immediately retreated and bowed deeply. Marquis. Everyone in the room straightened and bowed respectfully. The newcomer was Qin Chen's uncle, Qin Yuanhong, the Anping Marquis. Mrs. Zhao hurried to Qin Yuanhong's side, her face filled with indignation as she cried, "My lord, you arrived just in time. This little beast has gone completely mad today. He killed 2 guards in public and even dared to threaten Lord Qi. If we don't enforce the family law now, someone will truly become lawless." "That's enough," Qin Yuanhong said coldly, his expression dark. "Do you think things aren't already bad enough?" "What?" Mrs. Zhao froze, her eyes widening. "My lord, it's not that I'm making trouble, it's this little beast." "Shut up!" Qin Yuanhong roared angrily. "Little beast? Is that how you speak as the matriarch of the Qin family? He is your nephew. If he's a little beast, then what does that make the rest of our Qin family?" Mrs. Zhao's face flushed red. Her body trembled with rage, and she wanted to argue back, but when she saw Qin Yuanhong's gloomy expression, she forcibly swallowed her words. The surrounding servants, seeing the Marquis furious, all dropped to their knees, faces pale, not daring to make a sound. Chapter 6. Then Qin Yuanhong walked over to Zhao Qirue, whose expression was extremely ugly. He cupped his hands and said, "Lord Qi, I have failed to strictly discipline the Qin family and have made you a laughingstock." Zhao Qirue raised his brows and said coldly, "Lord Qin, just now your Qin family disciple openly threatened my life. I would like to see how you plan to handle this matter." Qin Yuanhong nodded and replied, "Naturally, Qin will give Lord Qi an explanation. However, Lord Qi, you came to my residence today to visit my sister-in-law. If this matter were to spread, it might not sound very pleasant. If Lord Qi still has important affairs to attend to, Qin will not detain you." He was clearly asking him to leave. Zhao Qirue's expression changed instantly. His already pale face turned even whiter. After taking several deep breaths, he forcefully suppressed his anger. He flicked his sleeve and said coldly, "Lord Qin truly has great authority. I will remember today's matter." With a cold snort, he turned around and left the Qin residence with an ugly expression. Qin Yuanhong swept his gaze over everyone present and said coldly, "And you all, do you have nothing better to do? Are you waiting to be punished?" In an instant, everyone was terrified. They hurriedly stood up and fled from the courtyard. Even Madame Zhao, her face livid with rage, left unwillingly. Before leaving, she shot a vicious glance at Qin Chen and Qin Yueqi. Soon, only Qin Yuanhong, Qin Yueqi, and Qin Chen remained in the courtyard, along with a few servants standing beside Qin Yuanhong. "Qin Chen, you are truly something," Qin Yuanhong said indifferently as he glanced at the 2 corpses on the ground. "You even dared to kill people." He then instructed the servants beside him, "Dispose of the bodies properly. Give their families 50 taels of silver each. Tell them their husbands died loyally for the Qin family." "Yes, master." The servants quickly carried away the bodies of the 2 guards and left. Qin Yuanhong stood quietly for a moment. When he looked at Qin Yueqi again, his gaze softened slightly. "Third sister, do you still blame your elder brother?" Hearing this, Qin Yueqi trembled. Her nose turned sour, but she forcibly held back her tears. She lowered her head and said softly, "Lord Marquis, Qin Yueqi would never dare." Qin Yuanhong sighed. "You should know that back then, when you secretly left and returned with Qin Chen, it caused a huge uproar in the capital and brought great pressure upon the Qin family. As the head of the family, I had no other choice." Qin Yueqi does not blame the Marquis. "It was all Yueqi's fault," Qin Yueqi said, biting her lips. Seeing her stubborn expression, Qin Yuanhong waved his hand impatiently. His face darkened as he said in a low voice, "Forget the past. There is no need to mention it again." He then turned to Qin Chen and said coldly, "I will not pursue today's matter for now. There are still half a month left before the Tianqing Academy assessment. You must awaken your bloodline before the examination. Let the nobles and high officials of the capital see that every descendant of the Qin family has the qualifications to become strong, not useless trash." After saying that, Qin Yuanhong turned around and left. That cold, iron-like back made Qin Chen's eyes grow even colder. The noisy courtyard quickly fell silent. Only Qin Chen and his mother remained. Qin Yueqi stood frozen in place, staring at the doorway, her expression dark and her eyes cold. Qin Chen sensed that something was wrong with her state and asked with concern, "Mother, what's wrong?" Qin Yueqi came back to her senses, looked at Qin Chen with a gentle smile, and said, "Chener, mother is fine. Are you hungry? Go rest for a while. Mother will make you something to eat." With that, she went to the outer courtyard and started cooking. Although she was once the eldest lady of the Qin family, it was clear she was not unfamiliar with such work. Before long, she brought over a bowl of steaming hot noodles. Qin Chen was indeed hungry. Having just awakened and gone through an intense fight, his body was extremely weak. He immediately began eating in big mouthfuls. Eating the hot, fragrant noodles, Qin Chen could not help but feel as though he had truly returned from the brink of death. Qin Yueqi looked at him lovingly. A trace of hesitation flashed across her face, but she finally gritted her teeth and said, "Chener, you are still young. There are things mother should not have told you yet, but now I must say them. I hope you can understand." Qin Chen sensed the seriousness in her tone, raised his head, and said, "Nyang, what is it? Just say it." Qin Yueqi said, "Your uncle is an extremely cold-hearted man. He enforces strict rules and values both reward and punishment. The fact that he did not punish you today is not his usual way of doing things. You must remember his final words carefully." Seeing the worry on her face, Qin Chen said calmly, "Mother means that although he spared the child on the surface today, in reality he is waiting for the academy assessment to end, so he will have more justification to deal with me then?" Qin Yueqi was startled. She looked at Qin Chen in shock, then let out a bitter laugh. A cold glint flashed in Qin Chen's eyes as he smiled faintly. "Mother, you don't need to worry. Your child will definitely awaken his bloodline and pass the academy assessment." "Well, mother believes you," Qin Yueqi replied softly. She looked deeply at Qin Chen and sighed inwardly. In truth, she knew very well that Qin Chen was nearly 16 years old, and the chances of successfully awakening his bloodline were extremely slim. But as a mother, the only thing she could do was encourage her child. After a moment of silence, she said firmly, "Chener, believe mother. Even if we cannot stay in the Qin family, I can still ensure that the two of us survive." Qin Chen understood what she was thinking. He did not say much, only nodded and said, "Mother, don't worry. Even if we leave right now, your child can support you and make sure you will never be wronged again." He clenched his fist, his will incomparably firm. "Nyang, just wait for your child to surprise you. I will never let you down." Chapter 7. At this moment, Qin Yuan was filled with the most luxurious atmosphere. Zhao Feng, dressed in a gorgeous, colorful robe and holding a jet-black cat in her arms, sat quietly. Her eyes were cold and venomous, like those of a poisonous snake. At this time, a pretty maid walked in and said respectfully, "Madam, the Marquis has returned." "I know," Zhao Feng said coldly. She stood up and walked outside. Qin Yuanhong was slowly walking into the hall. "Qin Yuanhong, what the hell were you doing today? You actually let that little beast go and humiliated Lord Qi in front of so many people. What do you mean by that? Zhao Feng shouted angrily. The Zhao family was connected to the royal family and was also a famous aristocratic clan in Huangdu. Zhao Feng spoke to Qin Yuanhong as if she were interrogating him, without the slightest fear. Qin Yuanhong frowned and said coldly, "You dare question me? I haven't even asked you yet. What exactly have you been doing in the mansion all day?" Zhao Feng sneered angrily. "What could I be doing? Of course I want that bitch Qin Yueqi to get the hell out of the Qin family, so that her little animal son won't occupy our Qin family's property. But you actually helped that little beast instead. I see, you can't bear to part with your precious good sister. I knew there was never anything good about you Qin family people. What nonsense are you spouting?" Qin Yuanhong roared. "Nonsense?" Zhao Feng laughed coldly. Back then, Qin Yueqi's slutty behavior was known to everyone. Instead of driving her out, your father actually kept both her and that bastard child. Now that boy even bears the Qin surname. Sooner or later, he'll threaten Fenger's status and the family inheritance. Isn't that right?" Zhao Feng's sneer was full of malice. Qin Yuanhong's face turned livid. He stared at Zhao Feng coldly and said, "You know very well that my father still cares deeply about his third sister. Yet you dared to let Lord Qi come here today. Do you have any idea about my father's temper? If he finds out what happened today, who do you think can protect you? Then what? Just let that little beast stay in the Qin family?" Zhao Feng's eyes turned sinister, her chest heaving violently. "That's exactly why I told you to be patient." Qin Yuanhong sneered coldly. "Qin Chen hasn't even awakened his bloodline yet. There's no way he'll pass the Tianqing Academy examination. Once he's expelled and loses his identity as a Qin disciple, I'll have plenty of legitimate reasons to drive him out of the Qin family. By then, even my father won't be able to say a word. But you? Stirring up trouble all day long, typical woman's short-sightedness." Zhao Feng was stunned. Her eyes flickered as she said slowly, "So that's what you were planning. Otherwise, what did you think?" Qin Yuanhong snorted coldly. "What else can you do besides ruin things?" With that, he angrily turned and walked back into the inner room. "That's right," Zhao Feng muttered to herself, a strange smile curling at the corners of her mouth. "All Qin family disciples must prove themselves through the academy. If that little animal fails the examination, he'll be expelled. When that happens, even the old man won't interfere." Meow. The black cat in her arms suddenly let out a terrified scream and jumped to the ground. It stared at Zhao Feng in fear, its entire body trembling, fur standing on end like a hedgehog. In Zhao Feng's hand, several strands of the cat's fur had been ripped out. In the cold and silent room, Qin Chen sat cross-legged, frowning deeply as he pondered the future. After 300 years of reincarnation, whether it was to take revenge on Shengwan Shi'er and Feng Xiaoyu, or to protect his mother, he knew one thing clearly: he had to become strong enough to dominate the Tianwu continent. The first step was bloodline awakening. To become a true powerhouse, one must first awaken one's bloodline. Yet Qin Chen was already 15 years old and had still failed to awaken. On the Tianwu continent, anyone who failed to awaken their bloodline before the age of 16 was considered to have missed the golden period. Even if they awakened later, their future achievements would be extremely limited. In Tianwu, everyone possesses a bloodline. If it cannot awaken, there are only two possibilities, Qin Chen muttered to himself. Either the bloodline is too thin, or there's a problem with the body itself. No matter which one it is, I can solve it. First, let me see what kind of foundation this body really has. As an 8th-level bloodline imperial master in his previous life, bloodline awakening posed no difficulty for Qin Chen. In martial cultivation, talent, comprehension, and aptitude were the three crucial factors. His comprehension was unquestionable, otherwise, he would never have reached such heights in his previous life. But talent and aptitude were innate, determined by the body itself. The foundation isn't bad, but there are too many problems. After carefully examining himself, Qin Chen frowned slightly. The previous owner of this body possessed decent martial talent. He had been admitted to Tianqing Academy in Wangdu, opened 7 meridians, and stepped into the human realm. With this level of talent, becoming an ordinary expert wouldn't be difficult. But it's still far from enough to defeat Shengguan Shi'er and Feng Xiaoyu. Qin Chen fell into deep thought. A martial artist's foundation was like the foundation of a house, it had to be solid. Otherwise, no matter how hard one trained, problems would inevitably surface later. This body opened only 7 meridians before forcefully condensing its qi pool and entering the human realm. Although the qi pool has formed, it's unstable and extremely small. It may not show problems now, but once cultivation reaches higher levels, the flaws will explode. Feeling the pigeon egg-sized qi pool in his dantian, Qin Chen's expression grew solemn. Opening only 7 meridians was the bare minimum. Generally, only the weakest cultivators would rush to condense qi and step into the human realm at this stage. Among true geniuses, who wouldn't wait until they had opened 8, 9, or even 10 meridians before condensing qi? Some freakish talents even opened 11 meridians. Qin Chen clearly remembered that both Feng Xiaoyu and Shengguan Shi'er had opened 11 meridians. In this life, if I want revenge, I must be stronger than them. If I continue cultivating with such a flawed foundation, it will be extremely difficult to recover my peak strength from my previous life. Even if I manage to catch up later, further breakthroughs will be impossible. What's worse, this body can't even cultivate the 9-star Divine Emperor art at all. The 9-star Divine Emperor art was an ancient supreme cultivation technique Qin Chen had obtained in the Forbidden Land in his previous life. It was the strongest technique he had ever encountered, rumored to originate from the heavens themselves. The heavenly realm was a legend on the Tianwu continent. According to ancient records, the 9 heavens martial emperor was not the end of the martial Tao. Beyond it existed an even more terrifying realm, the martial god realm, capable of shattering the void and ascending to a higher plane, the heavens. However, throughout tens of thousands of years of Tianwu history, no one had ever broken through the martial god realm. As a result, no one truly knew whether the heavens actually existed. In the past, Qin Chen had doubted these legends. But after entering the Forbidden Land in his previous life, his beliefs were completely overturned. Chapter 8. Before entering the Forbidden Land, Qin Chen could hardly believe that such a heaven-defying technique existed in this world. Because it clearly stated that only those who broke through all 12 meridians during the pulse condensation stage were qualified to cultivate the 9-star Divine Emperor formula. However, although the human body possessed 12 meridians, achieving this during the pulse condensation stage was unheard of. In Qin Chen's memory, throughout the entire 10,000-year history of the Tianwu continent, there had never been a single successful case. In his previous life, even the most monstrous geniuses of the martial realm had only managed to open 11 meridians, already considered the absolute limit. Yet the 9-star Divine Emperor formula explicitly recorded a method to open all 12 meridians. When I obtained the 9-star Divine Emperor formula in my previous life, I was already at the 8th level of the martial emperor realm. My foundation had long been fixed, it was already too late, Qin Chen murmured coldly. Now that heaven has given me another chance, if I still fail to cultivate the 9-star Divine Emperor formula, then this rebirth would be nothing but a fucking joke. But now that I've already stepped into the human realm, the 7 meridians are already formed. Unless they are shattered and rebuilt, it's impossible to open the remaining meridians. Feng Xiaoyu and that bitch Shengguan Shi'er are acting so impatiently. They must be after the 9-star Divine Emperor formula and the other treasures on my body. Qin Chen's eyes shone like cold stars. After thinking for a moment, he pushed the door open and walked out. Mother, I'm going out for a while. I'll be back soon, Qin Chen said before quickly leaving the Qin residence. Be careful, Qin Yueqi called out anxiously. Don't cause trouble. She didn't say the rest aloud, but silently prayed in her heart. Along the way, all the Qin family servants who encountered Qin Chen hurriedly retreated. Even the guards at the main gate looked at him with fear and respect in their eyes. The news of Qin Chen killing 2 guards in front of Madame Zhao had already spread throughout the Qin household. No one dared to underestimate this young master with a disgraceful status anymore. On the streets of Wangdu, The bustling crowds made Qin Chen feel as though he had crossed Iris. Watching the people, the buildings, and the endless activity, memories surged violently within him. Following the memories of his previous life, he entered one of Huangdu's busiest streets, gradually arriving at the most prosperous commercial avenue of the great Qi capital. On both sides of the street stood rows of magnificent and dazzling shops. If I want to shatter and rebuild my meridians, I must rely on the heavenly meridian divine needle. The materials required to refine it are extremely rare and can only be found where master craftsmen gather. With that thought, Qin Chen moved forward. Soon, a landmark building appeared before him. Towering nearly 100 meters tall, it was grand and imposing, occupying an excellent location along the street. At the entrance, a steady stream of pedestrians and luxurious carriages came and went. It was clear that anyone entering was either rich or powerful. Utensil Hall. Qin Chen looked up at the massive golden characters on the plaque and stepped inside. The Utensil Hall was one of the most powerful organizations on the Tianwu continent, with a history said to stretch back to ancient times. On the Tianwu continent, organizations such as the Utensil Hall, the Alchemist Hall, and the Blood Holy Land possessed terrifying influence. Even the top empires treated them with reverence. The Utensil Hall specialized in gathering the world's weapon refiners. Certification, rank promotion, and badge issuance for refiners were all handled here. Every major city had a branch, but the great Qi capital's Utensil Hall was far grander than any other. I wonder if they have the materials to refine the heavenly meridian divine needle. As Qin Chen casually entered the hall, a lively voice suddenly rang out. The first-floor hall was incomparably vast, crowded with people moving back and forth in an orderly manner. Welcome to the Utensil Hall. How may I assist you, young master? A woman in a robe stepped forward with a polite smile. Her eyes were calm and sharp, her demeanor composed, clearly someone experienced in dealing with powerful figures. Chen Yufei silently judged Qin Chen in her heart. Qin Chen was momentarily dazed. In his previous life, whenever he entered the Utensil Hall headquarters, even the hall master and deputy hall masters would personally come out to greet him. This kind of ordinary reception made him feel oddly disoriented. With a faint smile, he said, I need to purchase some refining materials. Do you have these? Qin Chen quickly wrote a list and handed it to her. Chen Yufei smiled confidently. Young master, you're joking. The Utensil Hall has the most complete collection of refining materials in the entire Great Qi state. If we don't have it here, you won't find it anywhere else. She took the list and examined it carefully. After just one glance, her expression stiffened. Curiosity turned into shock, and she couldn't help but laugh awkwardly. Young master, are you sure you didn't write this wrong? I've worked here for 4 or 5 years, and I've never even heard of most of these materials. Qin Chen's heart sank. What he feared most had happened. Knowing the Great Qi Utensil Hall was relatively limited, he had already replaced several top-grade materials with inferior substitutes. Yet even these were unavailable. Without the heavenly meridian divine needle, he couldn't shatter and rebuild his meridians, reconstruct his Qi pool, or cultivate the 9-star divine emperor formula. Do you have any of these? Qin Chen wrote down several backup materials and handed them over again. If these were also unavailable, things would truly become troublesome. Oh? Isn't this brother Qin Chen? A mocking voice suddenly rang out from the entrance. A man and a woman walked into the Utensil Hall. The man wore a white robe. It was Qin Fen, Qin Chen's second brother and Zhao Feng's second son. Beside him was Zhao Lingshan, one of the 4 great beauties of Huangdu, the beloved daughter of Marquis Kong. Zhao Lingshan wore a light pink dress, her temperament refined and elegant. Though only 16 or 17, her figure was already provocatively curvaceous. Even beneath the dress, her voluptuous body was unmistakable, and her jade-like collarbone irresistibly drew the eye. Chapter 8. Before entering the Forbidden Land, Qin Chen could hardly believe that such a heaven-defying technique existed in this world. Because it clearly stated that only those who broke through all 12 meridians during the pulse condensation stage were qualified to cultivate the 9-star divine emperor formula. However, although the human body possessed 12 meridians, achieving this during the pulse condensation stage was unheard of. In Qin Chen's memory, throughout the entire 10,000-year history of the Tianwu continent, there had never been a single successful case. In his previous life, even the most monstrous geniuses of the martial realm had only managed to open 11 meridians, already considered the absolute limit. Yet the 9-star Divine Emperor formula explicitly recorded a method to open all 12 meridians. When I obtained the 9-star Divine Emperor formula in my previous life, I was already at the 8th level of the martial emperor realm. My foundation had long been fixed, it was already too late, Qin Chen murmured coldly. Now that heaven has given me another chance, if I still fail to cultivate the 9-star Divine Emperor formula, then this rebirth would be nothing but a fucking joke. But now that I've already stepped into the human realm, the 7 meridians are already formed. Unless they are shattered and rebuilt, it's impossible to open the remaining meridians. Feng Xiaoyu and that bitch Shangguan Xier are acting so impatiently. They must be after the 9-star Divine Emperor formula and the other treasures on my body. Qin Chen's eyes shone like cold stars. After thinking for a moment, he pushed the door open and walked out. Mother, I'm going out for a while. I'll be back soon, Qin Chen said before quickly leaving the Qin residence. Be careful, Qin Yueqi called out anxiously. Don't cause trouble. She didn't say the rest aloud, but silently prayed in her heart. Along the way, all the Qin family servants who encountered Qin Chen hurriedly retreated. Even the guards at the main gate looked at him with fear and respect in their eyes. The news of Qin Chen killing 2 guards in front of Madame Zhao had already spread throughout the Qin household. No one dared to underestimate this young master with a disgraceful status anymore. On the streets of Wangdu, the bustling crowds made Qin Chen feel as though he had crossed Iris. Watching the people, the buildings, and the endless activity, memories surged violently within him. Following the memories of his previous life, he entered one of Wangdu's busiest streets, gradually arriving at the most prosperous commercial avenue of the great Qi capital. On both sides of the street stood rows of magnificent and dazzling shops. If I want to shatter and rebuild my meridians, I must rely on the heavenly meridian divine needle. The materials required to refine it are extremely rare and can only be found where master craftsmen gather. With that thought, Qin Chen moved forward. Soon, a landmark building appeared before him. Towering nearly 100 meters tall, it was grand and imposing, occupying an excellent location along the street. At the entrance, a steady stream of pedestrians and luxurious carriages came and went. It was clear that anyone entering was either rich or powerful. Utensil Hall. Qin Chen looked up at the massive golden characters on the plaque and stepped inside. The Utensil Hall was one of the most powerful organizations on the Tianwu continent, with a history said to stretch back to ancient times. On the Tianwu continent, organizations such as the Utensil Hall, the Alchemist Hall, and the Blood Holy Land possessed terrifying influence. Even the top empires treated them with reverence. The Utensil Hall specialized in gathering the world's weapon refiners. Certification, rank promotion, and badge issuance for refiners were all handled here. Every major city had a branch, but the great Qi capital's Utensil Hall was far grander than any other. I wonder if they have the materials to refine the heavenly meridian divine needle. As Qin Chen casually entered the hall, a lively voice suddenly rang out. The first-floor hall was incomparably vast, crowded with people moving back and forth in an orderly manner. Welcome to the Utensil Hall. How may I assist you, young master? A woman in a robe stepped forward with a polite smile. Her eyes were calm and sharp, her demeanor composed, clearly someone experienced in dealing with powerful figures. Chen Yufei silently judged Qin Chen in her heart. Qin Chen was momentarily dazed. In his previous life, whenever he entered the Utensil Hall headquarters, even the hall master and deputy hall masters would personally come out to greet him. This kind of ordinary reception made him feel oddly disoriented. With a faint smile, he said, I need to purchase some refining materials. Do you have these? Qin Chen quickly wrote a list and handed it to her. Chen Yufei smiled confidently. Young master, you're joking. The Utensil Hall has the most complete collection of refining materials in the entire Great Qi state. If we don't have it here, you won't find it anywhere else. She took the list and examined it carefully. After just one glance, her expression stiffened. Curiosity turned into shock, and she couldn't help but laugh awkwardly. "Young master, are you sure you didn't write this wrong? I've worked here for 4 or 5 years, and I've never even heard of most of these materials." Qin Chen's heart sank. What he feared most had happened. Knowing the Great Qi utensil hall was relatively limited, he had already replaced several top-grade materials with inferior substitutes. Yet even these were unavailable. Without the heavenly meridian divine needle, he couldn't shatter and rebuild his meridians, reconstruct his Qi pool, or cultivate the 9-star divine emperor formula. "Do you have any of these?" Qin Chen wrote down several backup materials and handed them over again. If these were also unavailable, things would truly become troublesome. "Oh? Isn't this brother Qin Chen?" A mocking voice suddenly rang out from the entrance. A man and a woman walked into the utensil hall. The man wore a white robe. It was Qin Fen, Qin Chen's second brother and Zhao Feng's second son. Beside him was Zhao Lingshan, one of the 4 great beauties of Wangdu, the beloved daughter of Marquis Kong. Zhao Lingshan wore a light pink dress, her temperament refined and elegant. Though only 16 or 17, her figure was already provocatively curvaceous. Even beneath the dress, her voluptuous body was unmistakable, and her jade-like collarbone irresistibly drew the eye. Chapter 10. Master Liang, I am Zhao Lingshan. My father, Zhao Jing, asked me to deliver this letter to you. Zhao Lingshan carefully took out a letter and handed it to Liang Yu. Her attitude was proud yet restrained. "So it's Princess Lingshan." Liang Yu opened the letter and read it carefully. After a moment, he looked up and said, "I have some friendship with Lord Kong. He mentioned in the letter that you wish to become my disciple. Is that true?" "Yes," Zhao Lingshan replied firmly. "I sincerely wish to become an instrument refiner. I never care about background, only talent. If you're not qualified, even if you're Lord Kang's daughter, I will not accept you." "I understand," Zhao Lingshan said nervously. A second-grade weapon refiner indeed had the qualifications to be arrogant. "Very well. Follow me." Liang Yu nodded. Zhao Lingshan hurried after him, and Qin Fen followed closely behind. After thinking for a moment, Qin Chen also walked forward at a leisurely pace. Chen Yufei turned to the remaining onlookers and announced, "Master Liang has said that anyone seeking him to refine treasure weapons may write down the items they wish to refine and the price they're willing to pay. Master Liang will choose which requests to accept." The moment her words fell, the crowd surged forward. The scene instantly became as lively as a marketplace. Inside a secluded room within the utensil hall, Liang Yu brought Zhao Lingshan inside. "What are you doing here?" Qin Fen frowned when he saw Qin Chen following them and shouted angrily. "Silence!" Liang Yu snapped, glaring at him in displeasure. Qin Fen trembled and immediately shut his mouth, shooting Qin Chen a vicious look. Liang Yu said calmly, "To become a weapon refiner, the most important thing is spiritual power. Only strong spiritual power allows one to engrave inscriptions, talismans, and array patterns into weapons, turning ordinary weapons into treasure weapons. In short, spiritual strength is the foundation of an instrument refiner. Lord Kong mentioned in his letter that you have cultivated martial arts for many years and are already at the late stage of the human realm. You have also awakened a 3rd-grade bloodline. Therefore, I will not test your martial talent. As long as your spiritual strength and spiritual talent pass, I will accept you as my disciple." Qin Chen glanced at Zhao Lingshan in surprise, his eyes narrowing slightly. This girl isn't just beautiful, her cultivation is terrifying. 16 years old, late human realm, and she's awakened a 3rd-grade bloodline. Qin Chen himself was only 15 and at the early human realm, already considered a genius. Zhao Lingshan was only a year older yet 2 stages higher. Her talent surpassed his. Moreover, 3rd-grade bloodlines were extremely rare. Bloodline inheritance varied in strength, so the Tianwu continent classified them into 9 grades, 1 being the weakest, 9 the strongest. In a small place like the Great Qi State, a third-grade bloodline was practically 1 in a million. Hearing Liang Yu affirm her talent, a hint of pride flashed across Zhao Lingshan's face. She was famous not only for her beauty but also for her terrifying martial talent. On the Tianwu continent, martial strength was supreme. Beauty without talent meant nothing. Liang Yu frowned slightly and said, "Begin testing your spiritual strength." Zhao Lingshan quickly suppressed her emotions and followed him to a gray stone pillar. "Place your spiritual power into the stone pillar." "Yes." Zhao Lingshan's delicate jade hand, slender and fair like carved jade, gently rested on the stone pillar as she continuously poured her spiritual power into it. Buzz! The surface of the gray stone pillar lit up with a milky white glow, which slowly rose upward. As her spiritual power increased, the light climbed higher, finally stopping 2 fingers below the first scale. Spiritual strength has not reached the first level. "That's enough," Liang Yu said flatly. Zhao Lingshan withdrew her hand and looked at him nervously. For someone at the late human realm to have sub-first level spiritual strength is acceptable, Liang Yu nodded. Next is the spiritual talent test. This is the most important. He led her to a transparent crystal. Inject your perception into the spirit crystal and activate the spiritual energy within. Let me see your spiritual talent. Zhao Lingshan took a deep breath, pressed both hands against the crystal, closed her eyes, and focused. Hum. Ripples spread across the crystal. A red glow suddenly appeared, bathing the room in crimson light. The red gradually turned orange, then shifted toward yellow, but stopped before fully reaching it, remaining orange. The soft orange light illuminated Zhao Lingshan like a goddess. Orange tier spiritual talent. Liang Yu's eyes flashed with excitement. Qin Chen's eyes also narrowed slightly. The spirit crystal tested spiritual talent, not current spiritual strength. Spiritual talent was divided into 7 colors: red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple. The later the color, the higher the potential. With high spiritual talent, even someone starting with 0 spiritual strength could grow into a powerful weapon refiner. Without talent, no amount of current strength mattered. Zhao Lingshan's orange tier talent was outstanding. With effort, she could definitely become a 2nd-grade weapon refiner, and even a 3rd-grade refiner wasn't impossible. Master Liang, have I passed? Zhao Lingshan asked anxiously. Liang Yu smiled. Yes. From today onward, you are my 9th disciple. Zhao Lingshan's heart leapt with joy. She immediately bowed deeply. Disciple greets master. Congratulations, Princess Lingshan. Qin Chen exclaimed excitedly, clenching his fists as if he were the one accepted. Thank you, young Master Qin Chen, for accompanying me today, Zhao Lingshan said with a smile. Qin Chen felt as sweet as honey. Princess Lingshan is too polite. It was my honor. Liang Yu exchanged a few words with them before saying calmly, enough chatter. You two may leave. Lingshan, come with me. He turned and led Zhao Lingshan away. Your name is Liang Yu. At that moment, Qin Chen suddenly spoke. Liang Yu stopped, frowned, and anger flashed across his face. Since becoming an instrument refiner, no one had dared call him so casually, not even high-ranking officials in Wangdu. Chapter 11. Liang Yu looked at Qin Chen coldly and said, which brat dares to call my name directly? Qin Chen, what the hell are you doing? Come back with me right now. Qin Fen's entire body trembled as he roared at Qin Chen. He immediately turned to Liang Yu and said, Master Liang, this is my brother-in-law. He doesn't understand the rules. Please forgive him. He wasn't trying to help Qin Chen. He was afraid that if Liang Yu became angry with the Qin family because of Qin Chen, it would bring disaster upon them all. You broke through to a 2nd-grade weapon refiner only a few days ago, didn't you? Qin Chen crossed his arms, rubbing his chin casually. Liang Yu's eyes turned icy. What are you trying to say? He said coldly. I don't have time to chat with you. Get the fuck out of the utensil hall immediately. Qin Chen's attitude made him extremely displeased. If the other party weren't a teenager, he would have already turned hostile. Qin Chen, leave now. Qin Fen's eyes darkened, flames almost bursting from them. He grabbed Qin Chen's arm and dragged him outward. Paw! Qin Chen's chi surged instantly, flooding into his arm. With a light shake, a terrifying force erupted, sending Qin Fen flying. Well, you son of a bitch, you dare resist. Qin Fen was flung backward, his fingers numb and burning with pain. Shocked and enraged, he charged again like a mad dog. Qin Chen didn't move. He stepped aside calmly and said, "To advance to a second-grade weapon refiner, you must refine a second-order treasure weapon. If I'm not mistaken, the weapon you refined during your assessment had a fire attribute." Liang Yu's expression froze. The impatience on his face cracked, replaced by shock. "How do you know that?" he demanded. "I not only know it was fire attribute," Qin Chen continued calmly. "I also know the main material was crimson flame stone. To neutralize its scorching nature and improve ductility, you added green enchantment stone during refinement. Unfortunately, although green enchantment stone can suppress the flame attribute, it's primarily used to produce charm poison, and it absolutely cannot withstand intense fire stimulation." Qin Chen shook his head with mock regret. "You were reckless enough to poison yourself just to refine a second-grade treasure weapon. If this were reported to the Utensil Hall's Evaluation Division, it would seriously affect your grade assessment." Liang Yu's body trembled slightly. Shock flashed through his eyes before his face darkened completely. "Humph, pure nonsense. I don't know what the hell you're talking about." Qin Chen sighed. "Being poisoned by charm poison itself isn't fatal. Unfortunately, to suppress it, you even took a special detoxification pill." He laughed coldly. "The main ingredient of that pill is ethereal flower, which is cold in nature. Not only does it fail to neutralize charm poison, it accelerates its spread, allowing it to penetrate your organs faster. That's basically slow suicide. Didn't you know?" "Oh, right," Qin Chen added casually. "You're just a weapon refiner, not an alchemist. It's normal for you to be this fucking ignorant." Liang Yu froze. Cold sweat poured down his forehead. His heart felt like it was being smashed by waves as he stared viciously at Qin Chen. Who the hell are you?" A terrifying killing intent erupted from him. Qin Fen and Zhao Lingshan both felt chills crawl up their spines. Only then did they realize, Liang Yu wasn't just a second-grade weapon refiner. He was also a Heaven Realm expert. "Qin Chen, if you keep talking bullshit, I'll report to my father and have you and your mother thrown out of the Qin family." Qin Fen roared anxiously. "Master Liang, please calm down. We'll leave immediately." Qin Fen was drenched in cold sweat as he begged. "It's too late to leave." Liang Yu moved instantly. In the blink of an eye, he appeared before Qin Chen. Heaven Realm True Qi erupted as his hand descended like a heavenly net, locking Qin Chen in place. Before the pressure even landed, Qin Fen and the others were blown away. "If I were you," Qin Chen said calmly beneath those claws, standing straight like a spear, "I would never choose to attack. When you circulate your true qi, do the Tianmen, Bai Hui, and central acupoints feel extremely comfortable at first, then painfully itchy, like ants gnawing at them?" Liang Yu's body convulsed violently. His raised hand froze in midair. "It's a pity," Qin Chen said regretfully. "A perfectly good weapon refining genius, wasted into a cripple." Liang Yu's eyes filled with terror. His entire body shook. You. He couldn't say another word. "Master, what's wrong with you?" Zhao Lingshan asked anxiously. "All of you, step back." Liang Yu suddenly barked. Zhao Lingshan froze. "Did you not hear me? Get the fuck out." Liang Yu shot them a chilling glare. Qin Fen and Zhao Lingshan shuddered and hurriedly retreated. Once they were gone, Liang Yu stared at Qin Chen and asked hoarsely, "Who are you?" Qin Chen replied indifferently, "That doesn't matter. What matters is, I can save your life. Liang Yu sneered weakly. Stop fucking bluffing. Qin Chen shook his head, spread his hands helplessly, and turned to leave. Then there's nothing more to say. I was planning to give you a way out, but if you insist on becoming a cripple, that's your choice. You think you can come and go as you please? Liang Yu snarled, blocking his path. If you don't explain your origin, you're not leaving this hall today. Qin Chen sneered. Every time you circulate your true qi, the poison digs deeper into your body. Look at the green hue on your face. Even your Jiawei acupoint is starting to ache, isn't it? You! Liang Yu's face turned deathly pale. His body suddenly spasmed violently. You've got half a month left, Qin Chen said as he walked forward. Prepare for your funeral. Wait! Liang Yu shouted tremblingly. Do you really have a solution? Everything Qin Chen said matched his condition perfectly. After refining a fire attribute weapon using crimson flame stone and secretly adding green enchantment stone, the poison erupted the next day. He spent a fortune on a special detoxification pill, only for his condition to worsen. Now, every time he circulated true qi, his meridians felt like they were being chewed by ants. The Tianmen, Bai Hui, and central acupoints twisted with unbearable pain. Exactly as Qin Chen had described. Just moments ago, even his dovetail acupoint had begun aching violently. Chapter 12. This completely terrified Liang Yu. Knowing that Qin Chen's words were absolutely true, he could no longer remain calm. Please tell me how to detoxify. I will be extremely grateful. Liang Yu grabbed Qin Chen's shoulder excitedly, his voice trembling, his eyes filled with pleading. They were in a secluded area. No one saw this scene. Otherwise, anyone witnessing a dignified second-grade weapon refiner begging a young man would be utterly shocked. Qin Chen said calmly, "Didn't you say I was just talking bullshit? Why do you believe me now? I failed to recognize Mount Tai. Please show mercy." Liang Yu forced a flattering smile, but his heart was burning with rage and resentment. First get the solution, he thought viciously, then I'll see how I fucking deal with you. Qin Chen looked at him indifferently. How could he not see through Liang Yu's thoughts? He simply said flatly, "Let's go." Liang Yu froze. Go, where? To your refining room. Make something for me first. Although shocked, Liang Yu didn't dare resist. He personally led Qin Chen into the inner halls. As a second-grade weapon refiner, Liang Yu naturally possessed a private refining chamber. Along the way, he treated Qin Chen with extreme respect. Many people noticed the scene, whispering in confusion, wondering who this young man could be. Here we are. After a short while, Liang Yu stopped before a room filled with various refining tools. What exactly do you want me to refine? Liang Yu asked in a low voice. Qin Chen took out pen and paper and swiftly sketched the blueprint of the Heavenly Meridian Divine Needle. He said calmly, I need you to refine 18 divine needles of this exact specification. Liang Yu casually accepted the blueprint and glanced down. Then froze. His expression stiffened, surprise flashing across his face, quickly turning into shock. His heart trembled violently. On the drawing was an extremely thin black needle, exactly 3 inches and 3/10 long, spiraled from end to end. Every segment differed subtly in thickness and diameter. Countless dense, intricate inscriptions were engraved along its surface, dazzling and incomprehensibly complex. At first glance, it looked like nothing more than a thin needle. But upon careful inspection, it was unbelievably exquisite, so difficult that it far surpassed many second-grade treasure weapons. What shocked Liang Yu even more was that the refining structure was perfectly accurate. Every detail followed precise refining principles. It was more refined than most ancient inheritance blueprints, clear, flawless, and textbook perfect. Liang Yu took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing his shock. Although I'm a second-grade weapon refiner, the complexity of this divine needle far exceeds that of ordinary second-grade weapons. Even many third-grade treasure weapons can't compare. How exactly do you expect me to refine it? I'll guide you step by step, Qin Chen replied calmly. Just do as I say. You? Liang Yu stared at Qin Chen suspiciously. But seeing Qin Chen's calm, unwavering expression, Liang Yu swallowed hard. What materials will be used? The black Yaoming stone you just obtained. What? Liang Yu exploded. That stone belongs to Qin Fen's commission. If I use it, how the hell do I explain it to him? Qin Chen smiled faintly. You'll figure something out. Liang Yu's face darkened repeatedly. After a long struggle, he gritted his teeth. How can I trust you? Qin Chen smiled and calmly recited several concise true qi circulation formulas. Run your true qi exactly like this. You'll know whether I'm fucking with you. Liang Yu hesitated but followed the instructions. The moment his qi circulated, his entire body trembled violently. The unbearable sensation of countless ants gnawing at his meridians vanished. Even the pain at his acupoints was greatly relieved. For a brief moment, Liang Yu even thought he was cured. Qin Chen ruthlessly shattered that illusion. This only suppresses your condition. It treats the symptoms, not the root. Finish the refinement first, I'll explain the rest later. You'd better not be lying to me. Liang Yu snorted coldly, forcibly calming himself. Being controlled like this made him furious. He wanted nothing more than to split Qin Chen in half. Under Qin Chen's command, Liang Yu ignited his true fire. As a second-grade weapon refiner, his fundamentals were solid. Without further instruction, he began heating the black Yaoming stone. Blue-white true fire licked across the stone, releasing scorching heat. But after the time it took to drink a cup of tea, the black Yaoming stone only turned slightly red, showing no sign of melting. Qin Chen frowned. The black Yaoming stone was a top-tier third-grade material with cold properties. Liang Yu's second-grade true fire simply wasn't enough. The efficiency was fucking terrible. Sprinkle some talcum powder on it, Qin Chen said impatiently. At this rate, when do you think it'll finish? Talcum powder? Liang Yu sneered. That's used to remove impurities from dark iron. What the hell is the point of adding it here? This is a third-grade material, slow melting is normal. What are you panicking about? Qin Chen's eyes turned cold. I said add it. Liang Yu's face turned red with anger. Fine. You asked for it. Don't blame me if the black Yaoming stone is ruined. He angrily sprinkled talcum powder onto the stone. What happened next left him completely stunned. The moment the white powder touched the stone, the faintly red surface instantly brightened. The black Yaoming stone melted at a speed visible to the naked eye, turning into liquid. Liang Yu stared, eyes bulging, as if he'd seen a fucking ghost. This was the first time in his life he'd ever heard of talcum accelerating the melting of black Yaoming stone. What the hell are you standing there for? Remove the impurities. Qin Chen barked sharply. Liang Yu snapped back to reality. Seeing Qin Chen's displeased expression, he hurried to the refining platform, grabbed the inscription pen, and began carving array patterns. His movements flowed like water. A complex, mysterious six-pointed star array rapidly formed. Each stroke was smooth, profound, and elegant, like living art. Liang Yu's pupils shrank violently. His heart was shaken to the core. In just a dozen breaths, Qin Chen finished engraving an extremely complex array. Liang Yu stared at it, completely dazzled, utterly unable to comprehend its function. Chapter 13. It's too slow. Activate the array pattern. I'll remove the impurities. Qin Chen shouted coldly. Both his hands rapidly formed Dao seals. A very weak mental force fell into the molten black Yaoming stone, vibrating at an extremely high frequency. Dust-like impurities were shaken loose and floated away. The liquid substance of the black Yaoming stone grew brighter and brighter, changing from deep black to a brilliant jet black. In the end, it became mirror-like, clearly reflecting faces. Liang Yu was dumbfounded. Qin Chen's mental strength wasn't even at the first level. Compared to Liang Yu's second-level mental power, Qin Chen's was weaker by nearly 100,000 li. Yet the purification speed was several times faster than his own, completely overturning Liang Yu's understanding of weapon refining. Only after Qin Chen finished purifying did Liang Yu finally activate the array pattern. The array patterns Qin Chen had engraved earlier instantly came alive. The lines glowed like neon lights, lighting up one after another. A strange force field rippled throughout the entire refining chamber. Qin Chen pointed at the array platform, his mental power intervening directly into the formation. The liquid sphere formed from the black Yaoming stone seemed to be pulled by the array's force and automatically entered it, hovering in midair within the dazzling formation, trembling constantly. The vibration frequency of the liquid black Yaoming stone grew higher and higher. Sharp points gradually protruded from the originally smooth spherical surface. Qin Chen carefully controlled the rhythm with his mental power, allowing it to pulse and jump. Using mental power alone, Qin Chen guided the growth of the spines. Countless fine threads naturally formed from the spines. The entire process required no deliberate manipulation, everything was guided purely by Qin Chen's mental intent. While maintaining the array pattern, Liang Yu stood frozen, his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. Qin Chen's refining method was completely different from conventional treasure weapon refinement. It was incomprehensible, like reading a heavenly scripture. Separate. Suddenly, Qin Chen murmured softly, his eyes blazing with light. He extended his right index finger and tapped the black Yaoming stone. Poof! With a muffled sound, the material instantly burst apart, transforming into 18 tiny needles shining brilliantly. The 18 divine needles landed in Qin Chen's hands. Each needle was crystal clear, engraved with spiral patterns and Dao talisman arrays. They looked naturally formed, exquisite, ingenious, and dazzling. It's finally done. Qin Chen let out a long breath, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and carefully wrapped the 18 needles before storing them away. With Liang Yu's assistance and his own experience from his previous life, he had finally refined the heavenly meridian divine needles, something even ordinary third-grade weapon refiners might fail to accomplish. A deep sense of satisfaction rose in his heart. Qin Chen glanced at Liang Yu, who was still standing there in a daze, and said calmly, "Take 2 crescent leaves and 3 aloe flowers. Boil them in rootless water for 2 hours. Soak your body for half an hour at midnight every night. After 7 days, the poison will be suppressed." Liang Yu was still reeling from the refining process. When he finally came back to his senses, Qin Chen had already left the refining room. Who exactly is this young man? How can he have such terrifying attainments in weapon refining? It's completely unfathomable. Liang Yu was deeply shaken. For the first time since becoming a weapon refiner, he felt utterly ignorant. That overwhelming impact even caused a trace of reverence and admiration to rise in his heart, something he himself found hard to believe. This young man must never be made an enemy. Liang Yu took a deep breath. All his previous resentment and hatred had vanished completely. He even felt an urge to take Qin Chen as his master. If he could truly grasp the refining techniques Qin Chen had demonstrated, he was confident he could reach a realm he had never dared to imagine. Inside the tool hall, Qin Fen and Zhao Lingshan, who had been driven out earlier, were utterly confused. Then they saw Qin Chen walking out. "Qin Chen. What did you say to Master Liang? Why was he so furious?" Qin Fen rushed over and shouted angrily. Qin Chen glanced at him indifferently, ignored him completely, and continued walking out of the hall. "Damn it!" Qin Fen exploded with rage. Qin Chen's repeated contempt completely ignited his fury. His face twisted ferociously as he leaped forward and threw a punch at Qin Chen. "Stop!" Liang Yu rushed out of the tool hall, his face pale as he roared in fury. Boom! An invisible momentum burst from Liang Yu's body, smashing Qin Fen to the ground instantly. He fell in a miserable heap. "Master!" Zhao Lingshan hurried forward. Liang Yu ignored her completely and walked straight toward Qin Fen. Narrowing his eyes, he said coldly, "Humph. This is the tool hall. do you think you can do whatever you want here, ignoring our rules? His eyes were icy, murderous intent radiating from his entire body. Isn't that the second young master of the Qin family? How did he offend Master Liang? How dare he act violently in the tool hall? Even if Anping Marquis holds the position of Zhonglang General, the tool hall won't give him face. More and more people gathered on the first floor. Upon hearing the commotion, they stopped to watch, waiting eagerly for a good show. Qin Chen struggled to his feet, his body aching all over. But the fear in his heart was far worse than the physical pain. He hurriedly said in panic, "Master Liang, I didn't mean to do it. I only saw Qin Chen being disrespectful to you, so I wanted to seize him. Please forgive me. When I return, I'll have my father severely punish Qin Chen and make him personally apologize to you." Liang Yu glanced at him coldly. "Was that man from your Qin family just now?" Qin Fen thought Qin Chen had truly offended Liang Yu and quickly explained. "Master Liang, although Qin Chen belongs to the Qin family, he's merely my aunt's illegitimate son. My father already intends to drive this little bastard out of the Qin family. His actions have nothing to do with us." Inside, Qin Fen gritted his teeth and viciously cursed Qin Chen again and again. "So it's him." Liang Yu pondered slightly. Of course, he had heard of Qin Yueqi. "Master Liang, I'll take this little beast back and teach him a harsh lesson for you," Qin Fen said, preparing to rush out. "No need." Liang Yu waved his hand impatiently. "I have no interest in your Qin family, nor do I want any involvement with it. Get lost, and don't let me see you again. As for your treasure weapon, you're lucky I'm not punishing you for causing trouble in the tool hall. You don't get it. Now scram." "Master, Qin Fen panicked. Just moments ago, Liang Yu had clearly agreed. "What Liang Yu's eyes narrowed, killing intent leaking out. "If you don't leave now, do you want me to throw you out myself?" "Yes. I'm leaving. I'll leave immediately." Under countless astonished gazes, Qin Fen left the tool hall in humiliation and fury. Outside the tool hall, Qin Fen's murderous intent surged violently. His face twisted with hatred. Damn Qin Chen. If it weren't for that bastard, how could I have been humiliated by Liang Yu and lost a treasure weapon? Just wait, I'll repay this humiliation 100-fold. He ground his teeth, his eyes flashing with venomous resentment. Chapter 14. Inside the tool hall. Liang Yu snorted coldly. In his heart, however, he was puzzled. Qin Chen clearly possessed astonishing talent in weapon refining, yet his status within the Qin family was shockingly low. However, since Qin Chen himself had not mentioned it, Liang Yu was not foolish enough to meddle in another family's affairs. "From now on, stay away from Qin Fen. Otherwise, I will immediately drive you out of my sect," Liang Yu said coldly to Zhao Lingshan. "Yes. I will have no further contact with the Qin family," Zhao Lingshan replied, not daring to argue. "You may still associate with Qin Chen. He is extraordinary and has a boundless future." When Liang Yu recalled the previous refining process, he still felt a chill run down his spine. Zhao Lingshan froze in confusion. This was completely different from what she had imagined. Wasn't Master Liang angry because Qin Chen had offended him? Why would he say such things now? "Tian, my divine needles have been refined. I must find a place to remodel my meridians as soon as possible. The longer I delay, the worse it will be for me." Qin Chen walked alone along the road, thinking silently. Returning to the Qin residence was absolutely impossible. His and his mother's status there was too low. Madame Zhao might even send someone to cause trouble. If he were disturbed during the reconstruction of his meridians, the consequences would be unimaginable. After thinking for a long time, Qin Chen finally thought of a place, Qianqing College. Qianqing College was the place where princes of the capital and talented commoners studied. It had specialized cultivation chambers, and no one would dare disturb another there. "I'll go back to the college." With that thought, Qin Chen headed straight for Qianqing College. Located at the center of Wangdu, Qin College was only a few streets away from the Tool Hall. After about a quarter of an hour, Qin Chen arrived at the college gates. The bustling crowd, towering buildings, and youthful students all gave him a novel feeling. But Qin Chen had no time to appreciate it. To him, every minute was precious. Every second he could save mattered. However, someone chose this moment to disturb him. "Yo, isn't this Qin Chen, the famous blood pig? You were beaten unconscious by my grandfather last time, yet you're already hopping around again. You really are hard to kill." A sharp, mocking voice rang out. 4 16 or 17-year-old boys stepped out from the roadside woods, blocking Qin Chen's path with malicious expressions. The leader wore a brocade robe, had a square face and big ears, and looked arrogant. It was Wei Zhen, the son of Wei Qiho's family, the same person who had knocked Qin Chen unconscious during a duel a few days ago. Wei Qiho wielded great power in the imperial court. As a result, Wei Zhen was surrounded by a group of scoundrels. All of them were sons of Qi state officials, relying on their backgrounds to commit misdeeds and cause trouble within the college. Although Wei Zhen was tyrannical, his martial talent was indeed outstanding. He was only a few months older than Qin Chen, yet he had already reached the mid-stage of the human realm and awakened second-grade bloodline power. During the previous duel, Wei Zhen had deliberately concealed his cultivation. Taking advantage of the duel's rules, he suddenly launched a sneak attack and smashed Qin Chen off the stage, leaving him severely injured. His methods were despicable in the extreme. Moreover, Wei Zhen had a senior brother who had already graduated from Qin College and was about to break into the prefecture realm. That was the reason for his arrogance and lawlessness. If this were before, Qin Chen would have erupted in fury upon hearing such words, charging forward regardless of consequences. But now, he ignored Wei Zhen and the others entirely, treating them as air. Without even glancing at them, he calmly walked around the four of them. Wei Zhen froze. His expression instantly darkened, a cold gleam flashing through his eyes. "I knocked him half to death, and this trash dares to ignore me. It seems I was too merciful last time." With a signal from his eyes, the three lackeys immediately rushed forward with sinister grins, blocking Qin Chen again. "Why the hurry, blood pig? Come practice with your big brothers." The three closed in on Qin Chen, fists clenched, faces full of malice. "Wei Zhen, what do you think you're doing?" Suddenly, an angry shout came from behind. Two teenagers ran over and stood in front of Qin Chen. By now, many students had gathered at the edge of the woods, pointing and whispering as they watched the spectacle. Wei Zhen's face darkened. He sneered coldly. "Lin Tian, Zhang Ying, this has nothing to do with you. Get the hell out of here." "Humph. Wei Zhen, you seriously injured Chen last time, and that debt hasn't been settled yet. As long as we're here today, don't even think about touching him." Lin Tian and Zhang Ying spoke angrily. Then they turned to Qin Chen. "Chen, you go first." They had heard that Qin Chen was nearly killed after being knocked unconscious last time. They had been deeply worried ever since. Qin Chen felt something stir in his heart. Lin Tian and Zhang Ying were his closest friends at Qin College. They acknowledged him as their leader, calling him Chen, and were rare, die-hard brothers who truly stood by him. However, after experiencing Feng Xiaoyu's betrayal in his previous life, Qin Chen inevitably felt some bitterness toward the concept of brothers. Wei Zhen sneered viciously. "Lin Tian, Zhang Ying, looks like you're refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a penalty. Fine. I didn't beat you hard enough last time. Today, I'll deal with all three of you together." With a roar, Wei Zhen gave the order. His three lackeys rushed forward instantly. Two charged toward Lin Tian and Zhang Ying, while the third lunged straight at Qin Chen. All three were early-stage human realm warriors, middle-tier students of the academy. Their strength was nothing extraordinary. Zhang Ying's face changed drastically. While blocking his opponent, he also tried to intercept the one rushing at Qin Chen. "Humph. Zhang Ying, you can't even protect yourself. If you dare get distracted, I'll cripple you first." Wei Zhen sneered. His eyes turned gloomy as he leapt forward and struck Zhang Ying with a heavy punch. Wei Zhen was a mid-stage human realm warrior. Zhang Ying was blasted backward on the spot. His arm went numb, nearly breaking apart. Zhang Ying. Lin Tian's expression changed dramatically. He tried to rush over, but was stopped by the other attackers. A punch smashed into him, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth as he staggered back 3 steps, his breathing chaotic. Chen, run. Even in this situation, Lin Tian and Zhang Ying were still thinking of him. Ha, where do you think he can run? Wei Zhen laughed ferociously. I'll beat you two into dogs first, then teach that trash a proper lesson. Qin Chen's eyes turned ice cold. Although he no longer blindly trusted so-called brotherhood, that did not mean he would allow anyone to trample on and humiliate the people who stood up for him. With a cold snort, Qin Chen suddenly stepped forward and entered the battlefield. Chapter 15. Haha, since this kid wants to die, let him be dealt with first. A burly dark-skinned youth grinned viciously and slammed a punch straight toward Qin Chen's face. At the same time, another teenager beside him crept in with a sinister smile and suddenly kicked toward Qin Chen's crotch. This kick was extremely vicious, the wind howling sharply. If it landed, Qin Chen would lose his manhood completely. It was a poisonous move. Chen, be careful. Lin Tian and Zhang Ying cried out in alarm, but it was already too late to help. Qin Chen was only at the early stage of the human realm and was still recovering from injuries. How could he possibly withstand the combined assault of 2 warriors of the same level? Just as everyone thought Qin Chen would be knocked down instantly, screaming in agony. Get the fuck away. Qin Chen's face turned ice cold. His voice boomed like spring thunder. His feet rooted firmly into the ground, and his shoulders slammed forward. His body moved like a swimming fish. In a flash, he slid straight into the burly youth's chest, his elbow smashing forward with brutal precision. From another angle, it looked as if the burly youth had thrown himself onto Qin Chen's elbow. Immediately afterward, Qin Chen pivoted on his left foot. Dust exploded upward as his right leg whipped up like lightning. Ah! Oh! 2 miserable screams rang out. The scene everyone expected, Qin Chen collapsing, never happened. Instead, the burly youth and the other teenager howled like slaughtered pigs, rolling across the ground, their foreheads drenched in cold sweat. Especially the youth who had attempted to cripple Qin Chen, his kick struck nothing, yet Qin Chen's leg smashed brutally into his crotch. The dull, cracking sound made every onlooker shudder. That kick nearly ruined him for life. The last remaining lackey trembled violently, legs shaking, fear filling his eyes. Qin Chen stepped forward and slapped him across the face. Paw! The boy flew like a rag doll, crashed to the ground, and writhed in agony, unable even to scream. Well, you little bastard, you dare hit people? Wei Zhen froze for a split second, then exploded in rage. You little bastard! I should have killed you last time. Looks like I was too merciful. Wei Zhen's face twisted with ferocity as he charged forward. His hands twisted like venomous snakes, fingers stabbing straight toward Qin Chen's chest. A piercing sound tore through the air. The attack was as fast as a viper's fangs. So fast! Many students cried out in shock. Most early-stage human realm students couldn't even see Wei Zhen's movements clearly. Huh. This is the yellow-grade high-level martial skill, Heavenly Evil Finger. I've only mastered the first move, Evil Fang leads the way, but killing you is more than enough. Wei Zhen laughed darkly, already imagining Qin Chen collapsing in a pool of blood. The thought excited him to the point of madness. But just as Wei Zhen's finger was about to pierce Qin Chen's chest, his arm froze in midair. Qin Chen's powerful left hand had clamped tightly around Wei Zhen's wrist, like iron shackles. No matter how desperately Wei Zhen struggled, he couldn't move it an inch. What the hell? Wei Zhen's face filled with shock and fury as he tried to force his true qi into motion. Bang! A violent pain exploded in his chest. He screamed as his body was sent flying backward. The crowd was completely stunned. A piece of trash like you dares to bark in front of me. Qin Chen sneered, his gaze contemptuous and cruel. That look stabbed deep into Wei Zhen's heart. Son of a bitch. I'll break your limbs and make you kneel and beg. Wei Zhen's face flushed crimson with humiliation. Gritting his teeth, he staggered upright, his body suddenly surging with a strange power. A mysterious aura awakened within him. Bloodline power. Wei Zhen is only in the mid-stage human realm, he can actually activate his bloodline. Unbelievable. Qin Chen is finished. Wei Zhen's face twisted grotesquely as he roared. That's right. This is the bloodline power of my Wei family, savage bull charge. Die for me. His fist smashed down toward Qin Chen's head, faint red lights swirling around it. The pressure alone made people suffocate. The force was terrifying, sending chills through everyone present. Chen! Lin Tian and Zhang Ying shouted desperately, trying to rush forward. Even if they weren't Wei Zhen's match, they would still stall him. If Qin Chen faced this blow alone, broken bones would be the least of his problems, he might die. Qin Chen staggered backward as if unable to resist. Then, he suddenly lifted his foot. Bang! A dull explosion echoed. Wei Zhen's charging body slammed straight into Qin Chen's toes, once again, directly into his crotch. It was precise. Brutal. Merciless. Oh! Wei Zhen clutched his groin, his face twisting hideously. His scream nearly shattered eardrums as tears and snot poured down his face, turning red like boiled pig liver. Agonizing pain surged upward from below, and what terrified him most was the sensation that something had been completely crushed. That's fucking brutal. Everyone present wore strange expressions, instinctively backing away, their own crotches going cold. That sound alone made it feel like they'd lost their future children. Son of a bitch, Wei Zhen sucked in cold air, his voice trembling. His face was so dark it seemed ready to bleed. Like a rabid dog, he lunged at Qin Chen again, swinging his fist down violently from the side. He refused to accept this humiliation. Who? This punch was even stronger than before. The wind howled, power surging like a collapsing mountain. Everyone's faces changed drastically. Wei Zhen's strength was no joke. You really don't know how to repent. Qin Chen's eyes were icy. He stepped forward calmly and raised his right foot again, aimed squarely at Wei Zhen's crotch. Wei Zhen's face went pale. He desperately twisted in midair, trying to evade. But Qin Chen's leg trembled subtly, sealing off every possible escape. Wei Zhen realized in horror that no matter how he dodged, it was useless, he was like a naked lamb waiting for slaughter. Bang! Before his eyes, Qin Chen's foot slammed mercilessly into his lifeblood once again. The dull sound echoed through the area. Every onlooker shuddered violently, chills crawling all over their bodies. Chapter 16. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Wei Zhen's facial features instantly twisted into a miserable mess. His eyes nearly popped out as he lay on the ground screaming. The cries were so pitiful that they made people's ears ache. At this moment, even an idiot could tell something was wrong. What the hell is going on? This is too damn strange. Wei Zhen is a mid-stage human realm martial artist, and he even awakened his bloodline. How the fuck did he crash into Qin Chen's legs twice? This is evil. The onlookers were completely stunned, their expressions filled with disbelief. Chen, you. Lin Tian and Zhang Ying were also dumbfounded, shock written all over their faces. You son of a bitch, just wait. If you give me another chance, I'll fucking destroy you. Wei Zhen rolled around on the ground. After a long while, he finally managed to catch his breath. He glared at Qin Chen with venomous eyes, wishing he could tear him apart piece by piece. Qin Chen had already turned to leave. Hearing this, he suddenly stopped and turned around. His cold gaze made Wei Zhen's heart tremble. If you dare curse me again, I'll kill you. Qin Chen's words were calm, but absolute. The voice was icy, as if it came straight from the depths of hell. Wei Zhen wanted to continue swearing, but for some reason, after meeting Qin Chen's eyes, his entire body began to tremble uncontrollably. The rest of the curses got stuck in his throat. Qin Chen sneered, turned around sharply, and strode away, leaving behind a group of stunned students. Watching Qin Chen's retreating figure, Wei Zhen felt a deep chill in his heart. That little bastard! Wei Zhen finally let out a breath, his eyes flashing with a vicious light. What the hell happened today? Not long ago, on the duel platform, he had beaten Qin Chen half to death. He had almost killed him. Yet now Qin Chen's strength had skyrocketed to such a terrifying level. Wei Zhen replayed the fight in his mind, and his heart still couldn't stop trembling. Qin Chen's legs were like divine weapons. With terrifying precision, he had toyed with him completely. That was absolutely not the level of an early-stage human realm warrior. Big brother, are you okay? Wei Zhen's 3 lackeys struggled up from the ground, their faces filled with fear. Do I look fucking okay? Hurry and help me to the treatment room, my balls. Wei Zhen felt as if his eggs were completely shattered and howled in agony again. His eyes were filled with poison as he roared inwardly. Qin Chen, just you fucking wait. I, Wei Zhen, will repay this humiliation 100 times over. After ditching Wei Zhen and his men, Qin Chen headed straight for the training tower. Lin Tian and Zhang Ying quickly followed. Chen, are you alright? That was fucking awesome just now. Lin Tian and Zhang Ying were still buzzing with excitement, replaying Qin Chen's overwhelming display of strength. Are you two okay? Qin Chen looked at them with concern. We're fine. Huh. That was satisfying as hell. I bet Wei Zhen won't dare mess with us again anytime soon. Lin Tian was visibly thrilled. Zhang Ying's excitement quickly turned into worry. Wei Zhen is from Wei Qiho's family. You beat him so badly, won't that cause trouble? What trouble? Lin Tian sneered. Fights between students are normal. As long as nobody dies, the academy won't interfere. Wei Qiho can't say shit. Last time, Wei Zhen almost killed Chen on the duel platform, and the academy didn't do a damn thing. Zhang Ying still looked uneasy. I'm not worried about Wei Qiho. I'm worried about Wei Zhen's older brother, Wei Feng. Him. Lin Tian's expression turned solemn. Wei Feng was 2 years older than Wei Zhen, a disciple of the Academy's advanced class, a peak late-stage human realm expert only one step away from the Earth realm. He was a well-known powerhouse within the Academy. He wouldn't get involved, right? Lin Tian frowned. Wei Feng was far more terrifying than Wei Zhen. Even Academy students usually avoided provoking him. Seeing the concern on their faces, Qin Chen felt warmth in his heart and smiled calmly. If Wei Zhen dares to call for backup, I'll beat his brother together with him. Hiss. Lin Tian and Zhang Ying both sucked in a cold breath, staring at Qin Chen in disbelief. In just a few days, Chen's strength and temperament had completely transformed. An unconscious sense of admiration rose in their hearts. After chatting briefly, the 3 soon arrived at the Academy's cultivation tower. The towering structure pierced the sky. As soon as Qin Chen stepped inside, a deafening buzz of voices filled the air. Tianqing Academy was the #1 academy in the state of Qi. Aside from noble children like Wei Zhen, Lin Tian, and Zhang Ying, there were countless talented students from all over the country. No one wanted to waste the precious opportunity of studying here. Whenever they had time, students would rush into the cultivation tower to train. As a result, the cultivation rooms were always packed, and queuing was unavoidable. Isn't that Qin Chen? The guy who was knocked unconscious by Wei Zhen on the duel platform the other day? I heard he was almost dead. How the hell did he recover so fast? Shoo, keep your voice down. He's the nephew of Marquis Anping and the grandson of King Dingwu. Be careful not to get yourself into trouble. So what? He's just an illegitimate child. I heard he's almost 16 and still hasn't awakened his bloodline. If he doesn't pass the academy assessment soon, he'll probably be the first student expelled because of bloodline issues. That's really strange. Even people with weak bloodlines usually awaken at least one level. It's rare to see someone who can't awaken at all. I heard he was born out of wedlock. His bloodline comes from his mother's side, no wonder he's useless. He's not even his cheap father's real seed. The whispers spread rapidly. Qin Chen's identity and his failure to awaken a bloodline had long made him a famous topic within the academy. Especially among civilian students who hated noble children, Qin Chen became the perfect target for gossip. What the fuck are you talking about? Lin Tian and Zhang Ying exploded with anger and were about to charge forward. Qin Chen raised a hand, stopping them. He slowly looked at the group, then calmly walked forward and stepped directly to the front of the queue. What are you doing? Jumping the line. Do you know what first come, first served means? Several students shouted angrily. Qin Chen swept his gaze over them lightly. His cold eyes carried a chilling pressure that instantly silenced them. If I hear another word from you, you won't stay in Tianqing Academy. His voice was calm, but it carried undeniable authority. The group turned pale, fear inexplicably rising in their hearts. Under the stares of so many people, they couldn't back down and muttered unwillingly. Why should? Before the sentence finished, Lin Tian and Zhang Ying interrupted fiercely. Shut the fuck up. Say another word and we'll beat the shit out of you. The group's faces changed drastically. They didn't dare speak again. After all, private fights between students were strictly forbidden for several days. But on the duel platform, even killing someone carried no responsibility. If a real conflict broke out, Lin Tian and the others, children of powerful families, would be fine even if expelled. But for civilian students like them, their future would be completely fucking ruined. Chapter 17. Creak. At that moment, the training room in front of Qin Chen opened, and 3 teenagers who had just finished cultivating walked out. Chen, how about the 3 of us practice together this time? Each training room in the cultivation tower was only 10 square meters in size. To save money, some poor civilian students often shared a room. Lin Tian and Zhang Ying came from influential families within the imperial court. Money was never an issue for them. They usually suggested this only to look after Qin Chen. You two switch to another room. My cultivation will take a long time. Naturally, Qin Chen refused. This time, he intended to shatter and rebuild his meridians. He could not afford the slightest interruption. Lin Tian and Zhang Ying didn't argue and soon lined up in front of other training rooms. With a click, the stone door of the training room closed. Seeing the tightly shut stone gate, the faces of those who had been waiting outside for half the day instantly turned green. Inside the training room, Qin Chen immediately began cultivating. My chi pool has already formed, and my meridians are fixed. If I want to reopen all 12 meridians, I must destroy them first and then rebuild them. Qin Chen removed his outer robe, revealing his lean body. He quickly took out 18 heavenly meridian divine needles that he had just refined. Pinching one needle between his right index and middle fingers, his gaze locked onto his abdomen. Without hesitation, he thrust the needle straight into the Shinkei acupoint at his navel. Next, he pierced 2 more acupoints located slightly above and below the lower abdomen. The 3 heavenly meridian divine needles formed a triangular pattern, protecting the dantian 3 inches below the navel, the location of the Sea of Qi. The needles, each more than 3 feet long, sank almost entirely into his body, a sight terrifying to behold. The moment the needles pierced his acupoints, searing pain exploded outward. Qin Chen took a deep breath and steadied himself. A fierce determination flashed in his eyes as he picked up another divine needle and plunged it straight into his dantian. Puff! Inside Qin Chen's body, the pigeon egg-sized chi pool was instantly punctured. The stored true chi burst out violently, surging like rampaging dragons and serpents. If any powerful martial artist witnessed this scene, they would be horrified. Destroying one's chi pool was nothing short of suicidal for a martial artist. Paw! 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 As expected, the raging true chi instantly shattered Qin Chen's 7 existing meridians. It was as if countless steel blades were twisting wildly inside his body. Any ordinary martial artist would have long fainted from such agony. Qin Chen, however, sat motionless like a rock. His expression remained unchanged as unbearable pain assaulted his nerves. Only bean-sized drops of cold sweat poured endlessly from his forehead. Bang! Suddenly, he slammed both palms against the ground. The remaining 14 divine needles shot up into the air. Whoosh! 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 Qin Chen's eyes burst with sharp light. His hands moved like lightning, leaving behind countless afterimages, so fast that the movements were impossible to see clearly. In the blink of an eye, his hands stopped. All 14 flying needles had pierced into different parts of his body. One needle stabbed directly into the Tianmen acupoint at the crown of his head. Another pierced into the heart acupoint on his chest. The remaining 12 needles struck precisely into the most critical nodes of his 12 meridians. It's time to open the meridians. Qin Chen's entire body trembled violently. He was drenched in cold sweat, his capillaries ruptured, blood seeping from every pore. Yet he clenched his teeth and endured the hellish torment in silence. No pain, no gain. Which martial emperor hadn't endured 100 times more suffering than ordinary people to achieve 100 times greater accomplishments? There were no shortcuts on the path to strength. Focusing his mind inward, Qin Chen gathered a trace of true qi and forcibly drove it into his first meridian. Hiss! The meridian was instantly torn apart by the violent qi. Agonizing pain tore through his body, making him shudder uncontrollably. An ordinary person would never have been able to persist. But Qin Chen gritted his teeth and held on with sheer willpower, blood continuously oozing from his pores as he refused to back down. In the past, my meridians were too narrow and fragile. If I want to surpass others, I must build an unshakable foundation. After several breaths, Qin Chen finally completely reopened the first meridian, its width more than double what it had been before. Without stopping, he guided the true qi into the second meridian. Third. Fourth. Fifth. Qin Chen pushed forward relentlessly, reforging the original 7 meridians. At this moment, he was completely soaked in blood. But he knew this was only half the battle. The real nightmare had yet to begin. He adjusted his breathing, gathered the remaining trace of true qi, and charged toward the position of the 8th meridian. Crackle! Crackle! With a deafening surge, most of the 8th meridian was forcefully opened. But soon, the true qi encountered fierce resistance. At that instant, hum! A mysterious power suddenly surged from the heavenly meridian divine needle embedded within the meridians. It merged with the true qi and, in an instant, completely blasted open Qin Chen's 8th meridian. The unbearable pain vanished abruptly. An unprecedented sense of comfort flooded through his entire body. The 8th meridian is open. Next, the 9th. Qin Chen's expression remained calm, neither joy nor sorrow. Only his eyes burned brightly, firm and resolute, like stars in the night sky. With experience from his previous life, Qin Chen smoothly opened the 9th, 10th, and 11th meridians one after another. Without a qi pool, his true qi was rapidly consumed. Yet whenever it ran low, a mysterious force emerged, assisting him in forcing open the meridians. After enduring grueling torment, Qin Chen finally reached the final hurdle. The 12th meridian. This was a barrier countless geniuses had failed to cross in the 10,000-year history of the Tianwu continent. At this moment, Qin Chen was drenched in blood, his original appearance completely unrecognizable. The intense pain made his consciousness blur, and sleep threatened to claim him. But he bit down hard and forced himself to stay awake. Because he knew. If he passed out now, everything would be over. Condensing the last fragments of his will, Qin Chen activated the secret technique recorded in the 9-star Divine Emperor formula and launched his assault on the final meridian. At first, the impact went smoothly. But as time passed, the remaining true qi weakened further and further. Its momentum slowed, its force dwindled, and the advance became increasingly sluggish. Chapter 18. The last trace of true qi was about to be exhausted. No, it cannot stop. It must not stop. For my sake, for my mother's sake, to step into the military region again, and to take revenge on the dogs and men who wronged me, how can I fall here? Break! Break for me! Break, break! Qin Chen's heart roared silently. His will was like stormy waves, relentless and unstoppable. Hope was in front of him, and he had to successfully open his meridians. He pushed every ounce of mental strength he had into the final moments of the 12th meridian. Boom! As if a thunderbolt had struck on a clear day, a deafening roar exploded in Qin Chen's mind. The rumbling shook him to the core, nearly driving him to faint. His entire consciousness buzzed uncontrollably. If it weren't for the Tianmai divine needles guarding the Tianmen and heart acupoints, he might have gone insane. After the violent roar, a cold, tingling sensation spread through his body. The original pain began to fade, replaced by a crisp, numb feeling. Puff, puff, puff. The 18 heavenly meridian needles piercing his body finally exhausted their last traces of power. They crumbled to powder and floated outward. Ha, ha! I succeeded. I finally opened all 12 meridians. In that moment, Qin Chen's inner excitement was indescribable. No one could possibly understand the ecstasy and relief that surged through him. In his previous life, he had fallen short of the Wu region. This time, he had returned stronger. It was more than he could have imagined. If he had failed to open the 12 meridians, he could never surpass his previous life or reach his lifetime peak. Now, at last, he had succeeded. He had even reached heights he had never achieved before. In his previous life, he had only opened 11 meridians before breaking through the human level. In this life, thanks to the 9-star Divine Emperor formula, he had finally opened all 12. That hope, now, it had come true. Amid both immense sorrow and overwhelming joy, Qin Chen felt as if he were in a trance. But he knew he could not rest. He had to strike while the iron was hot and condense his true spirit. Even his severely injured body would have to wait for later recovery. The 9-star Divine Emperor formula, the most mysterious technique I obtained from the Forbidden Land. Let's see what secrets it holds. Suppressing the lingering lethargy, Qin Chen began to operate the mental formula of the 9-star Divine Emperor. A cool sensation instantly spread through his body. Every nerve, every pore seemed electrified. The drowsiness disappeared in an instant. In the training room, it felt as if an invisible force had drawn in the vitality of heaven and earth, pouring it into every inch of his being. His dried meridians greedily absorbed the surrounding vitality, like parched earth welcoming rain after a long drought. Within moments, Qin Chen could feel qi flowing through his meridians. The speed of condensing true qi, more than twice as fast as the Tian-level techniques I practiced in my previous life. And all 12 meridians absorb it simultaneously. This speed defies heaven itself. Qin Chen was astonished. The 9-star Divine Emperor formula from the Forbidden Land was truly unparalleled. Its speed of condensing true qi surpassed everything he had seen in his previous life. For a time, vast quantities of heaven and earth vitality surged into his body like a tidal wave. Time passed. The true qi in Qin Chen's body continued to condense. The lingering pain slowly faded. He could not tell how long he had been in this state, but he felt his consciousness enter a mysterious realm, his mind empty yet alert. Then, an ancient book appeared floating within his mind. I didn't obtain this ancient book from the Forbidden Land, how could it appear now? In the Forbidden Land, Qin Chen had acquired not only the 9-star Divine Emperor formula but also a wordless, mysterious ancient book. After returning, he had stored it carefully in his storage bracelet, trying in vain to decipher its origin and purpose. Unexpectedly, this mysterious book had come with him 300 years later, entering his mind directly. Perhaps my rebirth 300 years later is connected to this mysterious ancient book. Curiosity surged through Qin Chen. He activated his Jinqi, attempting to interact with the ancient book to see if he could trigger it. Suddenly, a loud bang echoed in his mind. His eardrums rattled as a tremendous force burst from the book, rushing along his thickened meridians like a raging flood. The true qi he had painstakingly condensed dissipated instantly. fear gripped him. The force was completely uncontrollable. He quickly retracted his mind, and the power vanished without a trace, as if it had never existed. What is happening? Qin Chen opened his eyes, fully awake from that ethereal state. Layer by layer, the blood scabs on his body fell away. To his shock, the previous grievous injuries had healed completely. His body was transformed, pure, flawless, crystal clear, as white as jade, like a newborn. Even the once damaged meridians were now smooth, plump, and at their peak. What is the origin of this ancient book? Just releasing its power, my body was instantly healed. Even the most potent medicine couldn't achieve this. The ancient book floated silently in his mind, immobile yet mysterious. What startled Qin Chen even more was that its power felt strangely familiar, reminiscent of the power derived from deep blood energy. The origin of this ancient book must be discovered later. Qin Chen withdrew his mind and returned to his cultivation. The absorption speed of the 9-star Divine Emperor formula was extraordinary. Streams of heaven and earth energy poured into his body ceaselessly. Gradually, his first meridian filled with true qi. Then the second. Then the third. And so on. 3 days later, all 12 of Qin Chen's meridians were filled once again. The surging qi flowed like roaring dragons within his spacious and strengthened meridians, brimming with unparalleled power. The volume of true qi was far beyond that of ordinary practitioners, like a surging river impossible to tame. Ordinary martial artists would have been utterly lost in the face of such power. But Qin Chen, as an 8th-order emperor in his previous life, was calm, skilled, and in full control. The meridians are full. Next, I will condense the qi pool and break through the human level again. Only upon reaching the human level could his cultivation be considered complete. Break and rebuild. The destruction had been completed, now the establishment must follow. Under Qin Chen's meticulous control, the true qi in his 12 meridians began to flow. At first, it moved gently, like a winding river. But as Qin Chen promoted it, the true qi surged, boiling like a raging torrent. It rolled like waves, gathering violently in his dantian. Chapter 19. The wild and mighty true qi roared and surged, constantly gathering in Qin Chen's dantian, twisting into a turbulent whirlpool. This was the most critical moment for any warrior. Once the true qi went out of control, it could tear apart his own meridians and destroy the fragile elixir field. In particular, the true qi in Qin Chen's body, both in quantity and quality, was several times greater than that of a normal warrior. The vortex of terror was even more overwhelming. Yet Qin Chen's face showed no worry. He only wanted to control the flood according to his instincts, to dominate the chaotic energy with absolute precision. A moment later, a qi pool formed in Qin Chen's body. The pool was the size of a duck's egg, several times larger than the pigeon egg-sized pool he had previously formed. It was stronger, fuller, and vibrant with power. But Qin Chen did not stop. He urged the turbulent qi once again. Just as the fragile pool began to form, it shattered instantly. Qin Chen was unfazed. He condensed the true qi again, forcing it to surge wildly into the elixir field, forming a qi pool anew. This time, the pool grew even larger, far surpassing the previous one. Its size and vigor were astonishing. Yet again, Qin Chen deliberately broke it. After 7 or 8 repetitions, a fist-sized qi pool finally stabilized in his elixir field. Now, no matter how he used his true qi to impact it, the pool remained solid. Qin Chen began carefully using his energy to strengthen it, slowly increasing its capacity. The qi pool, far beyond ordinary people, stabilized. Every rotation brought forth staggering true qi, spreading rapidly through all of Qin Chen's meridians. Even the most powerful warriors witnessing this scene would be forced to acknowledge it. This was an almost perfect qi pool, capable of immense bearing, explosive power, and overwhelming potential, comparable to a warrior at the prefecture level. Unbelievably, it was formed by someone only at the early stage of the human level. At this stage, only Qin Chen could achieve such a feat. For ordinary martial artists, reaching this level of control would require mastery at the 7th level of martial respect, almost impossible, bordering on cheating. After another day of grueling work, Qin Chen's cultivation advanced to the middle stage of the human level, and he paused to rest. Even though his cultivation only increased from early to middle human level, he was completely transformed. It was no exaggeration to say he had become a different person entirely. Boom! The door of the training room swung open, and Qin Chen emerged in high spirits, under the envious eyes of anyone watching. Lin Tian and Zhang Ying must have left. The training room is worth every coin, even if it's expensive. He glanced at the few dozen silver coins he had left on his body and gave a bitter smile. The price of the training room was 100 silver coins, and over the past few days, he had spent all the hundreds of silver coins he had saved. Outside the tower, the sun shone brightly, and the fresh air was invigorating. Qin Chen frowned as he turned his head to one side. A young man stood at the door. Upon seeing Qin Chen, his eyes flashed with a trace of cold, and he attempted to leave. Qin Chen stepped in front of him. The young man froze. Qin Chen's eyes glinted sharply. "What do you want? Why are you in my way?" Who should be asking that? "Who are you, staring at me like that?" the young man stammered, narrowing his eyes at Qin Chen. "Well, then who's watching you?" Qin Chen said coldly. Too impatient for words, he grabbed the young man by the neck and lifted him like a chicken. "Why you? I'll let go of me." The young man struggled violently, grasping Qin Chen's wrist with both hands, trying to break free. But Qin Chen's right hand was like an iron hoop, unmoving and unyielding. Soon, the boy's face turned red, like a duck's throat. He howled bitterly and thrashed violently. "Speak." Qin Chen's tone was icy. I don't know what you're talking about," the boy cried, still struggling. Qin Chen's terrifying strength and unrelenting grip clamped the young man's throat, compressing his chest violently and cutting off his air. The cold glare froze the boy's heart. I said, the boy finally surrendered. Bang! Qin Chen released him and threw him to the ground, looking down coldly. "It was Mr. Wei Zhen who asked me to keep an eye on you. He found Lin Tian and Zhang Ying, saw you cultivating in the tower, and told me to wait outside and inform him as soon as you came out." The boy gasped for breath, sprawled on the ground, eyes full of terror. If he hadn't spoken, he might have been strangled to death. "It's him again," Qin Chen said coldly. "What about Lin Tian and Zhang Ying? Are they safe?" I don't know. They were taken by Mr. Wei Zhen," the boy admitted. "What?" Qin Chen's voice turned icy. "Where is Wei Zhen now?" "In his own courtyard. I don't know anything else. I was just ordered to watch for you. Take me there. Now!" Qin Chen's eyes were cold, his tone unprecedentedly commanding. It seemed that 2 days ago, he hadn't taught Wei Zhen enough of a lesson. Now this bastard had come again, taking Lin Tian and Zhang Ying with him. "I wonder what they're doing now," Qin Chen muttered, a flicker of worry crossing his face. Under the young man's guidance, Qin Chen approached Wei Zhen's courtyard. "Here it is." The boy pointed to a grand courtyard. Besides the multi-person dormitories for ordinary students, Tianqing College also had luxurious individual villas, each with gardens, reserved for the children of the powerful. Just as Qin Chen looked up, the young man guiding him leaped forward like a rabbit, rushing into the garden while shouting, "Brother Zhen! The boy is here! He's coming!" Chapter 20. Qin Chen sneered and suddenly kicked a stone in front of him. Paw! The fist-sized stone shot forward like a meteor, smashing into the young man's back. With a loud bang, the boy fell to the ground, tumbling like a mangled dog, his mouth filled with blood, crying out in pain. Qin Chen sneered and strode slowly into the garden. The entire garden was empty, with flowers and plants scattered haphazardly. The front courtyard door stood open, and a faint but dangerous aura lingered in Qin Chen's mind. Qin Chen remained unmoved. He opened the door fully and walked into the courtyard. Suddenly, "Who? Whoa!" 2 iron rods shot out from behind the door, one aimed at his head, the other at his face. The rods struck with deafening force, each blow carrying the unmistakable power of trained strength. Two teenagers hid behind the door, grim smiles etched across their faces. They were Wei Zhen's attendants. In the courtyard, Wei Zhen sat wrapped in gauze, staring at Qin Chen with a ferocious glare and a vicious smile. Qin Chen laughed coldly. At the critical moment, his body contracted. Just as the rods were about to hit, he dodged with lightning speed. Bang! The rods collided in midair with a deafening crash, sending violent shockwaves through the attacker's arms and jaws. Before the two could stabilize, Qin Chen squatted and struck, his fists hammering into their chests like thunder. Ah! Bang! The sound of bones breaking echoed as his fists crushed them. The two teenagers screamed, flying backward, spewing blood, and fell heavily to the ground, unconscious. Their chests caved in, ribs shattered, faces twisted in pain and agony. Wei Zhen, who had been smiling smugly, froze. His eyes widened with shock, horror, and disbelief. Wei Zhen. Where are Lin Tian and Zhang Ying? Hand them over, or you won't survive today. Qin Chen stepped forward, his eyes cold and sharp, like blades piercing Wei Zhen's body. Wei Zhen's expression dulled, a trace of fear creeping in. He stumbled back toward his room, yelling over his shoulder. Qin Chen. Lin Tian and Zhang Ying are in my room. You can come in if you have the guts. Inside, the room was dim, and a faint aura of danger lingered, like a wild beast lying in wait. Qin Chen frowned slightly. Though Wei Zhen's face betrayed fear, a faint spark of excitement glimmered in his eyes. Clearly, some trap awaited him inside. Qin Chen merely sneered, unconcerned, and walked in. No ambush occurred. Only a figure sat in the spacious hall, illuminated by bright sunlight streaming through the open door, casting a commanding shadow. The man wore xianpao robes, his face similar to Wei Zhen's, full of perseverance and standing with extraordinary presence, like an ancient pagoda. Big brother, it's him. It's Qin Chen, the one who hurt me a few days ago. Wei Zhen, realizing Qin Chen had actually entered, was filled with excitement and rage. You can't act recklessly. Don't panic, said the xianpao youth, slowly opening his eyes. Too calm, cold glances fell on Qin Chen like sharpened arrows. Are you Qin Chen? Did you hurt Wei Zhen? The xianpao youth asked, his first words cutting and investigative, like an emperor interrogating a subject. Qin Chen did not answer. His eyes immediately fell on a corner of the xianpao youth's hall, and he flinched. Lin Tian and Zhang Ying were beaten and lying on the ground, blood dripping from their mouths. Their clothes were torn, bodies battered, faces swollen from abuse over the past 2 days. Qin Chen. Don't come closer. This is Wei Zhen's elder brother. Lin Tian and Zhang Ying, roused by the movement, opened their swollen eyes and gasped when they saw Qin Chen. Their voices were hoarse and pained. Wei Zhen stepped forward, kicking and shouting at the two injured students. Their cries of pain filled the room, yet Wei Zhen laughed wickedly. Qin Chen's eyes hardened. Cold radiance spread from his body, and the room's temperature seemed to drop abruptly. Wei Zhen, still arrogant, said coldly. My identity, you know it already. Wei Zhen may not be a great success, but he is my brother. I won't lie or deceive the young. Now, kneel and admit your mistake. Let Wei Zhen chastise you, and then we can forget the past. You three may leave. Wei Zhen's tone was calm and aloof, as if offering Qin Chen mercy. Qin Chen's anger boiled. This fool dares show a sense of superiority. Get out of here. In a burst of fury, Qin Chen moved, a fist shot toward Wei Zhen. Boom! The punch unleashed a roaring wind, like an angry dragon striking with unstoppable force. Seeing his two friends in their miserable state, Qin Chen's anger reached its peak. He knew Wei Zhen's real target had been him all along. Lin Tian and Zhang Ying were innocent. Wei Zhen's face changed drastically as Qin Chen's fist approached. Before he could react, Qin Chen's iron-like punch had smashed into him. In a desperate attempt, Wei Zhen crossed his arms, but Qin Chen's unstoppable force smashed through. Bang! Wei Zhen's arms crunched, qi disrupted instantly, and the next moment, Qin Chen's devastating blow sent him flying. Bang! Bang! Wei Zhen slammed into an ironwood table at the rear. The thick, solid table split instantly, with splinters flying in all directions. You! Wei Zhen stood stunned, pointing shakily at Qin Chen. His body trembled like a leaf in a storm, eyes wide with terror, feet stumbling backward, barely able to stand. Chapter 21. Qin Chen's eyes were cold as dew. He suddenly kicked out. Wow! A mouthful of blood spurted from Wei Zhen. He flew backward in confusion, rolling straight for several meters before crashing into the wall like a broken gourd. Bang! The wall trembled, a few flecks of lime falling. Wei Zhen, still recovering from his injuries a few days ago, howled bitterly, sounding like a pig being slaughtered. Qin Chen approached Lin Tian and Zhang Ying, checking their wrists. He was relieved to find that their muscles and bones were damaged, but nothing was broken seriously. Lin Tian and Zhang Ying stared at Qin Chen in astonishment, stunned by his overwhelming strength. Be careful, Qin Chen warned. Suddenly, their expressions changed. They noticed movement behind Qin Chen and a trace of fear appeared in their eyes. A strong wind surged from behind him, like the peak of Mount Tai, accompanied by a terrifying force that blocked all his paths. Little beast, I want you dead. Wei Zhen roared ferociously. His whole body leapt into the air, his tattered clothes flapping violently. He looked like a wounded beast, storming toward Qin Chen with a crazed posture. Qin Chen snorted coldly. At the critical moment, he spun around. Bang! Their fists collided in midair like a thunderbolt on a clear day. A hurricane erupted inside the house, shaking furniture violently and sending objects crashing to the floor. Amid the tempest, Qin Chen stood firm like a rock. Wei Zhen, however, was sent flying and landed harshly before stepping back 3 times to regain balance. What? Wei Zhen's eyes widened, his angry expression frozen in disbelief. He had been a peak-level warrior in the late stage of human level, 1 step away from entering the ranks of prefecture-level masters. But Qin Chen's punch had defeated him effortlessly, leaving him stunned beyond comprehension. How can this be? Wei Zhen whispered, staring at Qin Chen, nearly insane with shock. Big brother, Wei Zhen's younger brother muttered, eyes burning with excitement and malice, expecting to see Qin Chen taught a lesson, but he was utterly stunned. How can this little beast be so strong? Just over 10 days ago, Wei Zhen had humiliated Qin Chen on the duel stage, nearly killing him. Now, barely half a month later, Qin Chen confronted Wei Zhen himself, the peak late-stage human-level warrior. The strength gap was incomprehensible. You want to avenge your brother? What a joke. You think you're a character? Qin Chen's eyes were sharp, walking slowly forward, full of disdain and ridicule. He looked down on Wei Zhen as if from a towering height. After remodeling his meridians, Qin Chen had opened 12 unprecedented channels. His foundation, strengthened by the terrifying 9-star God-Emperor formula, far surpassed any so-called genius in Daki state. Wei Zhen's calm demeanor vanished, replaced by extreme humiliation and rage. His blood boiled, smoke seemed to issue from his 7 orifices. Little bastard! He broke through the middle of human level and blocked my fist. He thinks he's qualified to face me. Today, I'll show you the gap between us. Wei Zhen's fists bulged as he crossed them over his chest. An indescribable pressure surged from his body, heavy as a mountain, making even those at a distance feel oppressed and want to retreat. Brother, he's not just peak late-stage human level, he's mastered countless martial arts techniques, including the 5 Mountains Divine Fist of the yellow level. If he tries, he could compete with prefecture-level masters. He was only careless before. Now, he is unstoppable. Wei Zhen's entire body trembled with awe, his pain momentarily forgotten. His eyes shot with venomous hatred. The 5 mountains are the most majestic peaks of Qi state, towering, almost touching the sky. The 5 mountains Divine Fist is named for this grandeur. 5 Mountains Divine Fist, Mount Tai strikes at the summit. Wei Zhen roared, thrusting his fists forward. It felt as if a massive mountain surged ahead of him, rumbling toward Qin Chen. The hurricane generated by his fists shook the entire house, tables and chairs rattling violently. Bang! The destructive force scattered tables and chairs across the room. Bluestone slabs cracked crazily, air erupted with explosive power, as if the world itself was ending. A petty skill, break. Qin Chen snorted coldly. He stepped forward, calm and steady, as solid as a mountain. He met Wei Zhen's strike with indifference. His fist didn't summon hurricanes or deafening roars, it moved simply, directly into Wei Zhen's rolling force. Boom! The sound struck like thunder, deafening to all nearby. Wei Zhen's roar echoed through the house, but the fight was decided in an instant. Earth-shaking force sent Wei Zhen flying like a broken kite, slamming heavily into the wall. How could this happen? Wei Zhen spat blood, eyes wide with disbelief and refusal to accept reality. This time, he had unleashed his full power, his most formidable techniques, but Qin Chen's seemingly simple punch had shattered it completely, defeating him utterly. Lost, big brother, lost. Nearby, Wei Zhen's younger brother froze in shock. Cold air rushed from his tailbone to his head, his body tensing as if life itself had been threatened. Qin Chen did not pause. His body was straight as a javelin, striding forward, cold eyes fixed on Wei Zhen. Chapter 22. What do you want to do? Wei Zhen's face twisted in anger, but before he could react, Qin Chen raised his hand and slapped him across the face. Wei Zhen tried to resist, but Qin Chen's slap was so fast he didn't even have time to raise his hand. The slap, infused with true qi, struck his face with devastating force. Bang! With a crisp sound, Wei Zhen was swept off his feet. Blood mixed with teeth splattered into the air. His body flailed like a rag doll before crashing to the ground with a puff. Half his face swelled and turned blue, and he howled in pain. Watching the scene, Wei Zhen's younger brother turned pale, his legs soft and his whole body trembling. He wanted to flee, but Qin Chen's position blocked his escape. Son of a bitch! Do you know who I am? How dare you hit me like this? You're dead, you hear me? You're dead! Wei Zhen struggled to rise, his eyes bloodshot, his face twisted into a terrifying snarl. Rage and fury surged through him, an unprecedented sense of humiliation filling his chest. He had never been so insulted in his life, and now he wanted to kill Qin Chen on the spot. But Qin Chen responded with a flying kick. Click! Wei Zhen's chin was driven upward, blood and saliva spraying everywhere. He slammed to the ground with a thump, his head threatening to split, his body convulsing violently. Your name is Wei Zhen. I warn you, don't ever mess with me. This is your one chance. Next time, I promise I'll kill you. Qin Chen stepped over him, eyes sharp and piercing. His gaze, infused with spirit and strength, burned into Wei Zhen. Boom! Wei Zhen's mind went blank. A shadow of death seemed to envelop him, Qin Chen's eyes like twin swords piercing his heart. Ah! Wei Zhen screamed, terror erupting in his chest. He felt as if he were trapped in the 9 hells, suffering endless torment. A sudden wetness appeared on his pants. Startled, he realized he had lost control of himself out of sheer fear. For someone who had always valued his pride, this humiliation was far worse than death. Bang! Qin Chen's foot slammed into Wei Zhen's elixir field. Wei Zhen screamed, then collapsed, unconscious. Wei Zhen's younger brother was frozen in fear, pale as death. He could think of nothing except escaping the devil in front of him. He rushed toward the door, only one thought in his mind, get out alive. Trying to escape now? Too late. Qin Chen's cold eyes glared. A single blow sent Wei Zhen flying backward again, crashing heavily to the ground. Duh! 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 The sound of relentless footsteps approached. Wei Zhen scrambled up, knelt, and begged, voice trembling. Qin Chen. No, no, Lord Qin, please. I'll never dare again. I'm a brute, just let me go. No. You're worse than a beast. Qin Chen's eyes were icy. He delivered a merciless kick. Wei Zhen couldn't resist. Qin Chen's foot sent him flying, crashing to the ground unconscious, eyes rolled back. Qin Chen smiled coldly. He hadn't killed them, but the damage to their elixir fields meant their martial cultivation could never progress further in this life. Qin Chen helped Lin Tian and Zhang Ying to their feet and massaged them. A warm current flowed through their bodies. Muscles relaxed, swelling subsided, and their pain eased considerably. Lord Qin, you are incredible. Both were stunned, completely bewildered by Qin Chen's strength and methods. You should rest now. Those two idiots shouldn't dare cause trouble again, Qin Chen said lightly. They were still worried. Wei Zhen, the second son of Wei Qiho, belonged to a powerful household. Teaching him such a lesson could have dangerous repercussions. I'm fine. You two can rest assured, Qin Chen replied, his voice calm and warm. He handed them two concise formulas. Both were stuck at the peak of the early human level stage, and these formulas would help them advance. Lord Qin, what are these? You'll know when you practice them, Qin Chen replied with a faint smile. Despite betrayals in his previous life, Qin Chen still believed in friendship. He hoped these two would learn without resentment. The formulas were trivial for him but precious tools for his friends. After seeing Lin Tian and Zhang Ying off, Qin Chen returned to his mansion, deep in thought. His mind wasn't on the events with Wei Zhen, but on cultivation. Rebuilding his meridians had been only the beginning. Martial cultivation required massive resources, especially for someone practicing the 9-star God-Emperor formula. Each stage consumed several times, or even 10 times, more than ordinary practitioners. Money was essential for a warrior, and Qin Chen now faced a shortage. Previously, Qin Yueqi had supported him, but Qin Yueqi lacked influence in the family, and funds were limited. I'll have to find my own way to earn money, Qin Chen thought. He wandered to the Qin family residence. Master Chen. Two guards at the entrance saluted respectfully, though their expressions were peculiar, as if something had happened. Qin Chen raised an eyebrow but walked in. Soon, a fragrant breeze wafted by. A tall girl in a red dress appeared before him. She was about 18 or 19 years old, young but striking. Long black hair framed her bright eyes, sharp nose, deep red lips, and flawless white skin. She radiated an air of youth and vitality that was impossible to ignore. Chapter 23. Qin Chen, you dare to come back. Go out and take shelter. Uncle has been looking for you for a long time. When the girl saw Qin Chen, she spoke hurriedly, her face filled with anxious concern. What's the matter, Sister Ying? Qin Chen slightly frowned. It was Qin Ying, Qin Chen's cousin and the daughter of his second uncle, Qin Yuanji. In the Qin family, the second uncle was the only one who treated Qin Yueqi and Qin Chen fairly. Qin Ying was also very friendly to him. When they were children, Qin Feng and Qin Fan often bullied Qin Chen. Each time, Qin Ying intervened, making life in the Qin family slightly more bearable for him. At the moment, Qin Ying's face carried a hint of anxious reproach as she said, "You still ask why? A few days ago, you didn't go to the tool hall." Yes. Qin Chen was stunned. His voice grew cold. Is it Liang Yu who came to the Qin family to set a trap and cause trouble? A flash of anger flickered in his eyes. Although he had made Liang Yu refine the Tianmai Shenzhen needle and even tolerated Liang Yu's poison, he had never offended him. If this guy really came to make trouble, how dare he? You really offended Master Liang Yu. Hearing Qin Chen's words, Qin Ying's eyes widened in disbelief. What did he do? Master Liang Yu didn't come personally, but Qin Fan claimed that you offended Master Liang Yu in the tool hall, which caused him to be beaten and scolded. Even the black Yaming stone for refining treasure soldiers was lost. I didn't believe it at first, but it seems to be true. Well, let me tell you, you really provoked him. Qin Ying's face flushed with anger. Her eyes flashed like steel. "Uncle is looking for you everywhere. He said as soon as you appear, you must leave immediately. You'd better go out and avoid drawing attention." Although Qin Ning was angry, her concern for Qin Chen was evident. "It's Qin Fen's problem. The loss of the Black Yaming stone is none of my business," Qin Chen sneered. Suddenly, a thought struck him and his expression changed. "My mother, how is she?" "Don't worry, she's fine, but you?" Qin Ying's words hadn't finished when two squads of guards rushed out from the side. Ming Dao, armed with black armor, led the squad. The leader, nearly 40 years old and exuding authority, coldly said, "Master Chen, the head of the clan has called a clan meeting. You must come with us." Two squads of guards flanked Qin Chen, preventing him from escaping. Seeing this, Qin Ning scowled. "Qin Gang, what are you doing?" Qin Gang was the leader of the Qin family's guards, his ancestors longtime servants of the family. He bowed respectfully. "Miss Ng, this is the order of the head of the family. We are only following orders." Qin Ning opened her mouth to protest, but Qin Chen stopped her with a calm glance. "Where is my mother?" "The eldest lady is already in the chamber," Qin Gang replied, lowering his head under Qin Chen's piercing stare. Despite his authority, he was shocked by Qin Chen's presence. "Lead the way." Qin Chen spoke lightly, though in his heart he sneered. The Qin family seemed well prepared. He had just returned, barely taken a few steps, and Qin Gang had already arrived, while his mother had been taken to the meeting hall. Clearly, this was a setup. "Master Chen, please follow," Qin Gang said. Qin Chen was escorted to the meeting hall, Qin Ning running after him anxiously. Inside the largest assembly hall of the Qin family, hundreds of people had gathered. The atmosphere was oppressive and suffocating. Qin Yuanxiong sat in the position of the First Lord, commanding respect among elders, administrators, and the legitimate children of the Qin family. Qin Fen stood beside Zhao Feng, his eyes cold and calculating. A few days ago, after Qin Chen was driven out of the tool hall, Qin Fen had complained to his mother, Zhao Feng, claiming that Master Liang Yu had been insulted. Zhao Feng, furious, demanded Qin Chen be expelled from the family. Although Qin Yuanxiong initially disapproved, he realized the Black Yaming stone had just been auctioned and sent someone to verify the facts with Master Liang Yu. Liang Yu refused to see him and sent someone to deliver the message. Hearing this, Zhao Feng claimed victory, insisting on driving Qin Chen out, arguing that if he hadn't offended Master Liang Yu in the past, the family could never survive in Wangdu. Although Liang Yu was merely a master in the tool hall, his status was respected by officials and nobles. Offending him would isolate the Qin family from other refining masters. In Zhao Feng's eyes, this was the perfect opportunity to expel mother and son. With her 20 years of influence in the Qin family, she pressured the elders and forced the matter to Qin Yuanxiong, arranging a formal family meeting. Qin Yuanxiong was furious, but ultimately agreed with the elders' proposal. Although he was not as righteous as to openly expel Qin Chen, he maintained some decorum, preventing complete passivity. At this moment, Zhao Feng sat at the front of the hall, a sneer on her lips. She stared coldly at Qin Yueqi below, hoping to see panic in his eyes. It was not the first time she had been affronted by Qin Yueqi. Every time, he presented himself nobly and elegantly, even when facing trouble. Zhao Feng despised this false nobility. "Such a cheap woman, why must you pretend to be noble?" Zhao Feng muttered under her breath. Chapter 24. Even now, Qin Yueqi sat with her head lowered, calm and composed. Though she was dressed plainly, she was still the most dazzling presence in the hall. Anyone who saw her could not help but sigh, "What a stunning woman." It was as if she possessed a natural attraction to all men. This was exactly what Zhao Feng hated the most. "Fine, keep pretending to be noble. When your bastard son arrives, let's see if you can still remain this calm." Thinking of this, Zhao Feng couldn't help but sneer inwardly, eagerly anticipating the next scene. At this moment, Qin Yueqi's eyes were tranquil as she sat quietly in the hall, elegant and serene. Yet her tightly clenched fingers gripping the corners of her clothes revealed her deep anxiety and worry for Qin Chen. How could Qin be so foolish as to offend the master of the tool refining hall? Although Qin Yueqi did not know the details, she understood Qin Yuanxiong very well. Without solid evidence, he would never have agreed to the elder's demands or made such a grand show. Looking at Zhao Feng, Qin Fen, and the furious elders of the Qin family, Qin Yueqi felt completely cold toward this family. There was no longer any need to stay here. Her heart had turned as cold as iron. At this moment, Zhao Feng, upon seeing Qin Yueqi's indifferent gaze, was instantly enraged. Qin Yueqi, do you have no shame at all? The wild bastard you gave birth to has brought such a catastrophe upon the Qin family, and you still sit there unconcerned. If I had known this little beast would cause such a disaster, he should have been drowned in a pig cage long ago. An elder of the Qin family snorted coldly and shouted angrily, where is that Qin Chen bastard? Why hasn't Qin Gang brought that little beast back yet? Qin Yueqi slowly raised her head and looked at Zhao Feng calmly. A trace of icy sarcasm appeared at the corner of her lips. Her gaze swept coldly over the elders present as she said mockingly, my son is a little beast. Then what about you? Aren't you all just old beasts? You! Zhao Feng and several elders trembled with rage. Qin Yueqi, how dare you speak to me like that? I am your elder, have you no shame at all? An old man roared, his hair bristling with anger. He was Qin Yueqi's third uncle, a senior member of the family with considerable status. Qin Yueqi shot him a cold glance. A layer of mist covered her beautiful eyes, yet a stubborn smile appeared on her lips. These people of the Qin family had never wanted to see her return. Now they insulted Qin and still demanded her respect. It was nothing but wishful thinking. She had completely seen through this group of Qin family members. Seeing that Qin Yueqi did not even look at him, the old man grew even angrier and roared, Qin Yueqi, I am asking you a question. At this time, a middle-aged man beside Qin Yuanxiong spoke up, third uncle, calm down. Third sister is also worried about Qin Chen. Please don't argue with her. This man was Qin Ying's father, Qin Yueqi's second brother, Qin Yuanji. Apart from their father, Qin Batian, Qin Yuanji had always taken care of Qin Yueqi and her son. Am I arguing with her? The old man roared. Back then, if she hadn't eloped, our Qin family would not have become the laughingstock of the entire Great Qi state. He was so furious that his chest heaved violently as he blew his beard and glared. Qin Yuanji forced a bitter smile and was about to say something when suddenly, caw! The doors of the assembly hall were pushed open. Everyone looked up to see Qin Gang leading a group of guards inside, escorting a young man. The young man's steps were steady, his figure tall and handsome, as if nothing in the world could shake him. Behind the guards, Qin Ying followed, shaking her head at Qin Yuanji with a bitter smile. Qin Yuanji's heart sank. Looking at Qin Yuanxiong seated above, Qin Yuanji felt a complex bitterness in his heart. He knew how proud his elder brother was. If third sister had not left without permission and instead married into the imperial family, the status of a state uncle would have allowed his brother to advance further in the imperial court. Becoming a duke and establishing his own fief would not have been impossible. But all of that had turned into nothing the moment Qin Yueqi returned with Qin Chen. Over the years, his elder brother had never let go of this matter, and because of it, the elders of the family had grown increasingly dissatisfied with Qin Yueqi. Inside the assembly hall. After Qin Chen entered, he first glanced at Qin Yueqi. Seeing that his mother was unharmed, he finally relaxed. Then he raised his head and looked toward the people seated at the front. Some of them were familiar faces, others were strangers. But the only thing they all shared was indifference. This did not feel like a family assembly at all, it felt more like a tribunal interrogating a criminal. Qin Chen. Why don't you kneel when you see the head of the family? An elder shouted angrily, furious at Qin Chen's calm demeanor. Qin Chen glanced at him lightly and said, head of the family? Who exactly is the head of the family here? The elder slammed the armrest and roared, insolent. Of course it is Qin Yuanxiong, the head of the Qin family. Qin Chen laughed. If I remember correctly, this residence belongs to Prince Dingwu. When did it become Onping Marquis Manor? Or is my memory wrong? Presumptuous! How dare you! Several elders erupted in fury. Even Qin Yuanxiong, who had remained indifferent from beginning to end, frowned slightly, a cold glint flashing through his eyes. Zhao Feng was secretly delighted and shrieked, "Master, you can see it clearly now. This little beast is completely lawless. He doesn't even acknowledge the head of the family anymore. Keeping such trash in the Qin family will only bring disaster." Qin Yuanxiong stared at Qin Chen coldly and said, "Qin Chen, I summoned you here today because of Master Liang Yu. Tell me, how did you offend Master Liang Yu in the tool hall?" "I have nothing to say." "See? I knew this little beast would lie," Zhao Feng sneered sharply. "Funner, tell the elders exactly how this little beast offended Master Liang Yu." Qin Fen immediately stepped forward, staring coldly at Qin Chen as he spoke loudly, "Elders, a few days ago, I took my father's black yaming stone, purchased at great expense from the auction house, to ask Master Liang Yu to refine a treasure weapon. Master Liang Yu had already agreed, but Qin Chen deliberately angered Master Liang Yu. Chapter 25. Qin Fen deliberately exaggerated the story, adding fuel to the fire and placing one accusation after another onto Qin Chen's head. In the end, he said loudly, "If it weren't for Qin Chen, how could our Qin family have offended Master Liang Yu and lost so many precious materials? If this continues, I'm afraid that when our Qin family goes to the tool hall in the future, we'll only be humiliated." Qin Chen stood in the center of the hall, feeling countless gazes fixed upon him. Watching Qin Fen's shameless performance, a sneer rose in his heart. Those things, including the black yaming stone, were worth only 70,000 silver coins. To the Qin family, it's nothing more than a drop in the ocean, yet they act as if the entire family treasury has been emptied. Ridiculous! One of the elders said coldly, "Qin Chen, what else do you have to say?" This man was the second elder of the Qin family and also Qin Yuanxiong's uncle. If Qin Chen's mother had been a princess, he would have long secured a position in the imperial court. Because of Qin Yueqi's elopement, however, he had been forced to remain idle at home. His hatred toward both mother and son ran deep. Qin Chen couldn't be bothered to argue and replied indifferently, "I have nothing to say." "Humph. Little beast, you don't even show a hint of repentance. Do you still have the Qin family in your eyes?" An elder slammed the table and shouted at Qin Yuanxiong, "Master, I propose that this little beast be expelled from the Qin family to prevent him from bringing even greater disaster upon us." "Master, I agree. This little beast is lawless. If we don't drive him out, our Qin family will suffer sooner or later." An immature white-eyed wolf. Several elders and stewards shouted their support one after another. Zhao Feng sneered inwardly. These elders and stewards had long harbored resentment toward Qin Yueqi and her son. This time, they were determined to drive the mother and son out of the Qin family and see how they would survive afterward. "Elders, this is not appropriate," Qin Yuanji's expression changed as he hurriedly spoke. "Expelling someone from the family is a major matter. At the very least, we should wait for father to return." "Ha! Qin Yuanji, the old man is currently stationed at the border, fighting against the state of Zhao. It's impossible for him to return in 3 to 5 years. How long are we supposed to wait?" "That's right. This little beast Qin Chen dares to offend Master Liang Yu at such a young age. It's even said he once angered Lord Qi. In a few years, he'll probably offend the emperor himself. Such trash emerging from our Qin family is a disgrace and a stain on our moral standing." Several elder uncles spoke coldly. Their beards were gray, their faces deeply wrinkled, yet the way they looked at Qin Chen was colder than a blade. They weren't looking at a descendant of the Qin family, but at an enemy. Qin Yuanji smiled bitterly and looked toward Qin Yuanxiong. "Big brother." Qin Yuanxiong raised his hand, signaling silence. He stared coldly at Qin Chen and said, "Qin Chen, without rules, there is no order. The reason our Qin family rose in Great Qi is because of strict family discipline. However, since you are still my nephew, I will give you one last chance to explain yourself. The head of the family? What explanation is there to give? The facts are already clear. He can be expelled directly. He was never officially entered into the family registry anyway. He's not truly a member of the Qin family. Our Qin family has already fed and clothed him for so many years. One elder and steward after another spoke up. None of them expected the head of the family to even give the little beast a chance to speak. Seeing the looks in their eyes, eager, vicious, as if they wanted to devour him alive, Qin Chen smiled indifferently. Since you all want me to leave the Qin family so badly, then I'll leave. Why all this nonsense? Do you really think I treasure this place? Qin Chen. Qin Yuanji shouted urgently, glancing at Qin Yueqi. But Qin Yueqi's face was stubborn and desolate as she coldly watched everything unfold in the hall. Zhao Feng leapt up as if she had seized a decisive handle. She pointed at Qin Chen and shrieked, "Elders, you all heard it yourselves. Does this little beast still have the Qin family in his eyes? Ha ha ha. You all said it yourselves earlier, since I'm not part of the Qin family, why should I care about what you think?" Qin Chen sneered disdainfully. Qin family? I was never your son, and I never wanted to be a member of your Qin family. Don't force your wishful thinking onto me. You, how dare you? Many elders were so enraged by Qin Chen's words that they nearly fainted. Their faces turned pale, and their bodies trembled violently with anger. I dare? Ha ha ha, how could I dare? Qin Chen laughed coldly. You're all respected figures of the Qin family. I'm so insignificant, how would I dare be presumptuous in front of you? But tell me, for more than 10 years, has anyone in the Qin family, from top to bottom, ever truly treated my mother and me as human beings? My mother is the eldest lady of the Qin family. She is your sister, your aunt, your niece, your own blood. What have you done to her all these years? If outsiders bullied her, that would be one thing. But you yourselves bullied her, a weak woman. Don't you feel ashamed? Don't you blush? And you, Zhao Feng. You've caused trouble for my mother again and again. A few days ago, when I was beaten half to death, my mother knelt in front of your Zhao family gate all night, begging for a reviving pill. Fine. But you actually made her go and flatter Lord Qi. Don't you know Zhao Qirui's filthy nature? You animal, forcing my mother to see him, you were pushing her straight into a pit of fire. Qin Chen's furious roar echoed throughout the hall like thunder. His words struck like swords, shaking everyone's hearts and souls. The hall fell into dead silence. Except for Qin Yuanji, who had just returned the day before, the faces of all the elders and deacons turned extremely ugly, because they knew Qin Chen was telling the truth. The reviving pill is only a second-grade pill. And my mother is the eldest lady of the Qin family. You're close kin. Yet you let her suffer humiliation for a mere pill, allowing that cheap woman Zhao Feng to torment her endlessly. Who among you intervened? Do you even consider us human? If you want to talk about Qin family rules, I wasn't born as a Qin family member. Don't try to punish me using your Qin family's rules. Qin Chen's cold voice echoed through the hall for a long time. His sharp tone and murderous gaze left everyone stunned and speechless. You, look at this little beast. Completely lawless. Utterly lawless. Zhao Feng screamed hysterically, her eyes venomous like those of a poisonous snake. Big brother, what exactly is going on here? Qin Yuanji demanded sharply, staring at Qin Yuanxiong. As the one who managed Qin family affairs throughout Great Qi and was rarely home, he truly had no knowledge of these matters. Chapter 26. Regarding this matter, I have already scolded Zhao Feng. It is true that my wife acted wrongly toward Lord Qi, but she did it for the sake of the Qin family. Qin Yuanxiong said coldly. Qin Yuanji's eyes widened in shock. He was about to speak, but Qin Yuanxiong interrupted him and said sternly, "Second brother, this matter is already in the past. What we are discussing now is that Qin Chen has offended Master Liang Yu. Our Qin family must give Master Liang Yu an explanation. An explanation? What explanation? Qin Yuanji suppressed his anger and said, do you really want to get rid of Qin Chen? I do not agree. Yuanji, don't be impulsive. Qin Yuanji, the affairs of the Qin family are not for you to decide. Yuanxiong is the head of the family. You should know your place. Several elders spoke angrily. Qin Yuanji looked at those furious elders, their gazes sharp, vicious, and cold, and an inexplicable chill and disgust rose in his heart. He turned to look at Qin Yuanxiong, still hoping that Qin Yuanxiong would make the right decision. Under everyone's gaze, Qin Yuanxiong calmly looked at Qin Yueqi, his face completely expressionless. Third sister, what do you say? A sorrowful smile appeared on Qin Yueqi's face as she said, what else can I say? You've always been decisive. Since you called this family meeting, haven't you already made up your mind? Chener is right. Since the Qin family doesn't welcome us, we should move out. Third sister. Qin Yuanji cried out. Second brother, I know you mean well for me, but look at the faces of these Qin family members. Qin Yueqi stood up. Her youthful, beautiful face was filled with resolve. A layer of mist covered her eyes, but she forced her tears not to fall. She swept her gaze over the elders seated at the head of the hall, one by one. For so many years, did she and her son ever have a voice in the Qin family? Qin Yueqi, do you know what you're saying? The two elders roared in fury. Of course I know what I'm saying. Qin Yueqi sneered. You selfish so-called elders make me sick. I feel like vomiting just looking at your faces. I'm truly ashamed that you call yourselves members of the Qin family. You! Several elders trembled violently, nearly fainting. They pointed at Qin Yueqi, unable to utter a single word for a long time. Don't you hate me because I didn't marry into the royal family back then and let you become imperial relatives? Qin Yueqi continued coldly. After all these years, what have you done for the Qin family? My father fought for the entire Qin family, risking his life outside. What about you? She clenched her teeth, struggling to hold back her tears. Her eyes were filled with grief and fury. If you want to rely on a woman to rise, I feel ashamed for you. Many elders were scolded so harshly that their faces burned with shame, their hearts shaking with rage. The second elder slammed the table angrily. You haven't lived in the Qin family all these years, yet the Qin family still raised you. Without the Qin family, could you and your son even survive? As expected, you're nothing but white-eyed wolves. Qin Yueqi laughed bitterly. This Dingwu palace is my father's residence. What does it have to do with you? For all these years, which of the things my son and I lived on wasn't earned by ourselves? What exactly have you done? As she spoke, Qin Yueqi suddenly raised her head and stared intently at Qin Yuanxiong seated at the top. Then she looked at Qin Chen standing beside her and said softly, Chener, this place can't hold us anymore. Let's go. Qin Chen nodded and said firmly, Mother, your son will never let you suffer again. After saying that, the two of them turned and walked toward the exit of the hall. Third sister. Qin Yuanji shouted, then turned to look at Qin Yuanxiong. At the same time, Qin Gang and a group of guards stepped forward, blocking Qin Chen and Qin Yueqi's path. Qin Chen's eyes turned ice cold. Little beast, you've offended Master Liang Yu and dragged our Qin family into disaster, and you still want to leave? Zhao Feng shouted sharply. Master, elders, I think we should capture this little beast and hand him over to Master Liang Yu directly. Qin Yueqi turned around, ignored Zhao Feng's barking entirely, and looked straight at Qin Yuanxiong. Qin Yuanxiong, do you still intend to detain my son and me? Her voice was icy, and the determination in her eyes made everyone tremble. It had been many years since they had seen such coldness in Qin Yueqi's gaze. Let them go. Qin Yuanxiong's eyes were cold and emotionless as he finally spoke. Master of the house. Zhao Feng screamed. I said, let them go. Qin Yuanxiong's voice was dignified and unquestionable. He turned to a nearby steward and said, go to the accounting room and give them 500 silver coins. Mother, we don't need the Qin family's charity. Let's go. Your son will never let you suffer. Qin Chen said coldly, took Qin Yueqi's hand, and walked out of the conference hall. Everyone in the hall watched as Qin Yueqi and her son walked out firmly and disappeared through the doorway. For more than 10 years, many elders had devoted themselves to driving Qin Yueqi out of the Qin family, yet at this moment, there was no joy in their hearts. Well, brother, you've disappointed me. With an angry expression, Qin Yuanji waved his sleeve and left the conference hall. Outside the Qin residence, Qin Yueqi said softly, "Chinner, mother has made you suffer. It's fine if mother is wronged, but I'm afraid you'll suffer because of me." Qin Chen glanced indifferently at the gates of the Qin mansion and said, "Mother, if you trust your son, then rest assured. In a few days, your son will let you live a good life." Qin Yueqi's eyes were filled with worry. "Chinner, you must never do anything that violates the law or discipline." Qin Chen laughed. "Mother, don't you trust your son? Mother trusts you. No matter what, I believe in you." Qin Yueqi looked at Qin Chen lovingly. In her eyes, Chinner was always the best. "Third sister, wait." A loud voice suddenly rang out. They turned around to see Qin Yuanji and Qin Ning rushing after them. Qin Yuanji sighed and said, "San Mei, why must you suffer like this? I know you've always been stubborn, but Chinner is still young. Don't let him suffer because of this." Qin Yueqi said indifferently, "Second brother, don't you suffer in the Qin family as well?" Qin Yuanji opened his mouth, then finally sighed. He knew Qin Yueqi's situation in the Qin household all too well, but there was nothing he could do. After all, Qin Yuanxiong was in charge. If only father were still here, Qin Yuanji said bitterly. This time, big brother really went too far. Chapter 27. Well, second brother, don't worry about it. I've stayed in the Qin family for so many years, and I'm already tired. I just want to live a quiet life on my own. No matter what, Yueqi will always remember that you are her second brother. Qin Yuanji was silent for a moment, then took out a stack of banknotes from his clothes. "Third sister, here are some silver coins. Take them for now." "No, second brother, I can't take this. Listen to me." Qin Yuanji forcefully stuffed the money into Qin Yueqi's hands. "I know you don't have any savings. You're living in Wangdu, everything costs money. If you don't have money, where will you and Chinner live tonight? You might be able to endure it, but what about the child?" Qin Yuanji's last words made Qin Yueqi stop refusing. As a mother, how could she be willing to let her child suffer? "Second brother. Yueqi thanks you." "Don't say that. If you encounter difficulties in the future, come find me. If you can't find me, then find Inger. Don't force yourself, understand?" Qin Yueqi nodded, her eyes slightly moist. At the side, Qin Ning looked at Qin Chen curiously. "Qin Chen, why do I feel like you're different from before?" "Different?" Qin Chen smiled lightly. There was no longer the worry and loss he once had when he was still in the Qin family. "Missing, you must be mistaken. No, it's really different. You're much more confident now. Before, you were always submissive in front of Sister Ing, and you didn't even dare to say a word. That's because Sister Ing is too beautiful. When I saw you before, I didn't even dare to speak." It had to be said that Qin Ning was a true beauty. At 18 years old, her figure was fully developed, curves in all the right places. Her long legs were tight and slender, extremely eye-catching. Qin Ying's face flushed slightly as she said angrily, "You little dead boy, you dare tease your big sister now?" "No, no. How would I dare?" Seeing the two children joking around, Qin Yueqi smiled, her mood visibly improving. "Chinner, let's go." Qin Yueqi and Qin Chen merged into the flow of people on the street. After leaving the Qin family, Qin Yueqi didn't feel much sadness. Aside from worrying that Qin Chen might suffer, she instead felt a sense of relief. The most urgent matter now was to find a place to live. Qin and Qin Chen arrived at the property exchange, where houses throughout the entire capital were bought and sold. When she saw the prices posted on the board, Qin couldn't help but suck in a cold breath. In Wangdu, every inch of land was worth gold, and housing prices were outrageous. The most expensive residences cost millions of silver coins and covered several mu of land. Even the average houses cost tens of thousands of silver coins. In the end, Qin finally found a few houses priced at only a few thousand silver coins at the bottom of the board. These houses were located in the western part of Wangdu, an area generally inhabited by common civilians. Even so, without the silver coins Qin had given her, Qin wouldn't have been able to afford even the cheapest one. After viewing several houses, Qin gritted her teeth and bought a small house in West City for 6,000 silver coins. The house wasn't large, but it was clean and had a small courtyard, which was good enough. They spent a long time cleaning the place. By the time they finished, it was already dark. "Chener, it's getting late. Let's rest early," Qin said with concern after dinner. Qin Chen nodded. Looking at the closed door to Qin Chen's room, Qin glanced at the simple furniture around her and sighed softly. She decided that in a few days she would find work. Otherwise, the remaining silver coins wouldn't last long. Especially since Qin Chen needed to cultivate. Without sufficient resources, how could Qin Chen ever catch up to those students in Tianqing Academy? Back in his room, Qin Chen didn't rest. Instead, he sat cross-legged on the bed, his eyes shining. "I will make the Qin family repay every bit of humiliation my mother suffered and the disgrace of driving us out. They will regret it, sooner or later." Qin Chen's gaze was sharp as his thoughts churned. There aren't many days left before the academy assessment. The top priority is to improve my strength as quickly as possible and awaken my bloodline before the entrance exam. Without a bloodline, I'll never recover to the peak of my previous life, let alone take revenge. No one in the Great Qi Kingdom understood the importance of bloodlines better than Qin Chen. But what can I do to increase the chances of awakening my bloodline? Ideas continuously surfaced in Qin Chen's mind, various methods of enhancing bloodline awakening flashing past one by one. Yes. Soon, Qin Chen thought of a solution. The next morning, Qin Chen asked his mother for 1,000 silver coins and went to the herbal market. He bought several medicinal ingredients and refined them into a few bottles of gray-brown liquid. This medicine was called Xingmai liquid, a very popular potion in military regions. Of course, it was rarely seen in the Great Qi Kingdom. If a warrior's blood vessels were too thin to awaken naturally, this pulse-awakening liquid could stimulate the blood vessels within the body and greatly increase the chance of bloodline awakening. Unless someone truly had no bloodline at all, after using Xingmai liquid, the success rate of awakening was nearly 100%. Over the next few days, Qin Chen cultivated tirelessly while consuming the Xingmai liquid. During this time, Qin Ning visited twice. Qin Chen came out to meet her, but aside from that, all his time was spent in cultivation. 5 days later, Qin Chen finished the last drop of the pulse-awakening liquid. He suddenly opened his eyes, a sharp light shooting forth. "It's time to awaken the bloodline within me." The Blood Holy Land was a magnificent complex revered throughout the Great Qi Kingdom. It was in no way inferior to the Hall of Artifacts and was even more imposing in some aspects. By the time Qin Chen arrived at the Blood Holy Land, it was already noon. The entrance was crowded with people, bustling with activity. Most were armored warriors, followed by teenagers around Qin Chen's age, brought by their parents to enter the Blood Holy Land. They had all come for bloodline awakening. As the top academy of the Qi Kingdom, Tianqing Academy invited bloodline instructors from the Blood Holy Land every year to conduct awakenings for its students. However, for those in Wangdu who failed to enter Tianqing Academy, the only option was to come to the Blood Holy Land themselves. Although it was extremely expensive to request a bloodline instructor for a single awakening, even civilian families would gamble everything on their children's future, spending every last coin they had. Looking at the familiar emblem of the Blood Holy Land, Qin Chen sighed softly. Then his eyes hardened with resolve as he stepped forward and entered the Blood Holy Land. Chapter 28. Inside the Blood Holy Land, there were countless people. Qin Chen swept his gaze lightly and saw that there were two separate lines within the main hall. One line consisted of adult warriors. These people usually came to the Blood Holy Land to upgrade or repair their blood vessels. After awakening, a warrior's bloodline could continue to improve alongside their cultivation. In addition, blood masters could also use certain external materials to further strengthen a warrior's bloodline. The other line, led by many parents, was clearly composed of youths waiting for blood masters of the Holy Land to perform blood awakening and baptism. "Young sir, are you here to awaken your bloodline? Where are your parents? Didn't they come with you?" A pleasant voice suddenly rang beside Qin Chen's ear, followed by a refreshing fragrance. A girl dressed in a long white gown, her figure graceful and elegant, smiled gently at Qin Chen as she spoke. Lin Shinro was a service attendant of the Blood Holy Land. Seeing Qin Chen enter alone, she glanced around instinctively and couldn't help asking, "Young sir?" Qin Chen touched his nose. This form of address was truly novel. In his previous life, whenever he went to the Blood Holy Land headquarters in the martial domain, which attendant wouldn't treat him with the utmost respect? Hearing such an address now felt oddly unfamiliar. Lin Shinro smiled sweetly. "You're even younger than my little brother. If I don't call you young sir, should I call you little brother instead?" Her smile bloomed like a flower. Working as a service attendant was dull, and it was rare to see a young man come alone without parents. Lin Shinro felt relaxed and joked lightly. "All right. Arrange a separate blood chamber for me." Qin Chen's eyes continued to roam the hall as he spoke calmly. "Young sir, if you're here to awaken your bloodline, you only need to register and then line up over there. Today, the one presiding over blood awakening is Master Qin Fan, a Holy Land blood master. When it's your turn, you can simply follow the people ahead of you. There's no need to arrange a separate blood chamber." Lin Shinro felt an urge to laugh inwardly. "I'm not here to have someone awaken my bloodline. I'm here for something else." "You only need to arrange a blood chamber for me," Qin Chen said lightly, realizing she had misunderstood. Lin Shinro was stunned and stared at Qin Chen. A blood chamber was a room used by blood masters when performing awakening rituals for others. The equipment inside was something only blood masters were qualified to use. This young man didn't plan to awaken his own bloodline, did he? "Sir, if you want to awaken your bloodline, it's best to have a blood master perform it for you. The blood awakening ritual is extremely complex. A single mistake could seriously damage your bloodline, or even endanger your life. If you wish to study awakening rituals, you should do so under the guidance of your mentor." Lin Shinro's expression turned serious. In the history of the Blood Holy Land, such incidents had occurred before. A blood master's apprentice once attempted to awaken someone's bloodline and caused irreversible damage, nearly killing the youth. In the end, the apprentice was dismissed on the spot and severely punished by the Holy Land. "Don't worry. I only want to study the blood awakening ritual. There won't be any danger. You don't need to concern yourself with the rest." Qin Chen waved his hand indifferently, his tone carrying an unquestionable authority. Lin Shinro felt a chill rise in her heart, and her earlier casual attitude vanished completely. People who came to the Blood Holy Land were usually respectful and humble, begging for help. Yet Qin Chen's tone made her feel she couldn't refuse. In her mind, she had already labeled him as a blood master's apprentice. "In that case, sir, please follow me." Lin Shinro led Qin Chen to the registration desk. The rental fee for a blood chamber is 500 silver coins per hour. Please sign here. All right. Qin Chen took out 500 silver coins and signed his name. However, he couldn't help smiling bitterly inside. The cost was truly outrageous. A normal blood awakening only cost 100 silver coins, yet renting a blood chamber cost 5 times that amount. It seemed that after the academy assessment, he would need to find a way to make money. At this moment, within the Blood Holy Land's blood chamber area. Inside an exquisitely furnished room, a middle-aged deacon in a long robe pointed at the instruments inside and said solemnly to a steward-like man, "Steward Liu, these blood vessel meters are the most advanced instruments on the market. They were personally obtained by the president from the superior blood holy land. It's said that even blood masters in the martial domain use this type of equipment. However, these instruments are extremely complicated to operate. Even the president himself is still studying them. In our branch, aside from the president, no one else is permitted to use these instruments, not even other blood masters. You are responsible for this blood chamber. If anything goes wrong, I will hold you accountable. Do you understand? Yes, Deacon Lee, don't worry. I'll make sure not even a mosquito can sneak in. Steward Liu patted his chest confidently. Good. Then I can rest assured. There are other matters I need to attend to. I'll take my leave. After Deacon Lee left, Steward Liu stared at the instruments with admiration. So this is the most advanced blood vessel monitor on the market. Tisk, it said this set can detect bloodline concentration down to 1,000th. Incredible. Our branch actually has such a treasure. Just as Steward Liu's eyes shone with excitement, an anxious voice suddenly came from outside. Steward Liu. Steward Liu, are you there? I'm here. What's the matter? Steward Liu walked out of the blood chamber and saw that it was an assistant of Master Qin Fan. His brows immediately furrowed, something had clearly gone wrong. Steward Liu, Master Qin Fan was performing a blood awakening when the blood meter suddenly malfunctioned. Please come take a look. What? Something like that happened? Steward Liu was shocked. Master Qin Fan was the blood master presiding over awakenings today. All the youths undergoing blood awakening were under his charge. If something went wrong, it would be a major incident and could even damage the reputation of the blood holy land. Take me there immediately. In his panic, Steward Liu didn't have time to think further. He rushed toward Qin Fan's blood chamber with the assistant, completely forgetting Deacon Lee's earlier warning. Not long after Steward Liu left, Lin Shinro led Qin Chen into the blood chamber area. This is a blood chamber. Each room here is the same. Lin Shinro casually opened one of the blood chambers and spoke to Qin Chen. Qin Chen nodded and was just about to step inside when his gaze suddenly shifted toward a neighboring chamber. His footsteps paused slightly. Chapter 29. Is this also a blood chamber of your blood holy land? What Qin Chen was pointing at was the blood chamber where Steward Liu had just been. Lin Shinro glanced suspiciously at the blood chamber Qin Chen indicated and said, it should be. Every room in this area is a blood chamber of the Holy Land. However, this room has been empty before. It may have just been opened. Then I'll use this blood chamber. A flash of light passed through Qin Chen's eyes. Without waiting for Lin Shinro to say anything further, he had already stepped inside the room and shut the blood chamber door behind him. Lin Shinro opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but was blocked by the closed door. In the end, she could only leave. Looking at the brand new instruments in front of him, Qin Chen felt a surge of excitement. He hadn't expected the blood holy land of the Great Qi state to possess such an advanced blood vessel instrument. This was truly heaven helping him. The blood vessel instrument in the room he had just seen outside was an extremely old model, one that had been eliminated by the martial domain 300 years ago. However, the instrument in this room was a mainstream model of its era. Not only did this set of instruments have far higher precision, it also imposed much lower requirements on the blood master. Qin Chen had been worried that his current cultivation was insufficient to awaken his own bloodline. Now that he saw this set of instruments, all his worries were completely dispelled. Paw! 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 After casually checking the blood vessel instrument, Qin Chen skillfully flipped multiple switches. A low humming sound followed as the instrument lit up rapidly. Colorful bands of light flowed across the entire device like neon streams. Qin Chen knelt upon the blood vessel instrument, his heart quickly calming. Awakening one's own bloodline was like a physician performing surgery on himself, extremely difficult and a taboo within the bloodline field. Ordinary blood masters would never dare attempt such a thing. But to Qin Chen, it was nothing. He closed his eyes, and a thread of true spirit slowly entered the white crystal before him. The white crystal instantly lit up, revealing a series of obscure and strange runes. As the light intensified, a mysterious force enveloped Qin Chen like bright moonlight. Under that illumination, Qin Chen felt his body instantly become transparent. His 12 meridians appeared like crystal conduits, surging with powerful qi. Then, blood vessels within his body gradually emerged, and the power contained in his blood essence slowly surfaced. Qin Chen's eyes were sharp as lightning as he sensed his own bloodline power. But in the next instant, his expression changed drastically. Because he felt not the slightest trace of bloodline power within his body. How was this possible? For several days, he had continuously consumed Xingmai liquid. Even the thinnest blood vessels should have become extremely active. Especially under this blood vessel instrument, even a bloodline concentration of 1/10 millionth should have been detected. Yet now, he couldn't sense any bloodline within himself at all. Qin Chen's heart sank instantly, as if plunging into an icy abyss. His entire body went cold, his limbs freezing. No wonder his bloodline had failed to awaken multiple times before. This is impossible. Bloodline inheritance comes from one's parents. In ancient times, every human possessed bloodlines. Even if bloodlines have thinned over generations, it's impossible to have none at all. Qin Chen muttered to himself, unable to accept it. In Tianwu land, there are many warriors who fail to awaken their bloodlines, not because they lack bloodlines, but because their bloodline concentration is too thin. But I can't sense any bloodline at all. This is... Qin Chen felt as if he were standing naked in ice and snow, doused from head to toe with freezing water. His heart turned ice cold. Bloodlines were of vital importance to warriors. A warrior without a bloodline was like a tiger without claws. No matter how fierce, it could never become king of the forest. In his second life, Qin Chen carried far too many burdens. Without a bloodline, how could he return to his peak and take revenge on Feng Xiaoyu and Shengguan Shi'er? In Qin Chen's understanding, even if it were the rarest bloodline, he had methods to increase its concentration and awaken it. But to have no bloodline at all. Qin Chen's heart turned utterly cold. Heaven was truly heartless. Did it want Shengguan Shi'er and Feng Xiaoyu to escape punishment? No. Qin Chen roared within his heart. I don't believe it. I don't believe I have no bloodline. Qin Chen steadied himself and began crazily circulating the 9-star Divine Emperor art. Vast true qi surged through his body, causing his blood to boil violently. The blood prohibition art. A strange bloodline mark suddenly appeared within his body, and the power within his blood grew increasingly violent. He continuously controlled the blood vessel instrument with his true qi. The entire instrument blazed with brilliant colors as its detection function was pushed to the absolute limit. However, no matter what method Qin Chen used, he still failed to sense even the faintest trace of bloodline power. Just as despair was about to consume him. Suddenly, when the 9-star Divine Emperor art reached its peak, a faint glimmer flashed within Qin Chen's blood. This is... That blue light was extremely subtle, but it was unmistakably bloodline power. Like a drowning man grasping the final straw, Qin Chen seized upon that blue energy with everything he had. At that moment, he clenched his teeth. His mind, energy, and will converged into a single point. Then something completely unexpected happened. The blood before him suddenly changed color. He felt a strange calling. His heart abruptly calmed, entering an unfamiliar state, like a gentle breeze passing through his soul, transparent and pristine, without a trace of impurity. At the same time, the ancient sword within Qin Chen's consciousness appeared once more. Its primitive blade emitted a strange buzzing sound. Qin Chen's eyes instantly turned blue, as if submerged within a sea of thunder. Boom! A terrifying aura erupted outward with Qin Chen at its center, soaring into the heavens, piercing through the skies of the Qi Kingdom and charging straight upward. This power moved between reality and illusion, imperceptible to ordinary people. Yet in the instant this force surged skyward. Boom! All powerful figures throughout the great Qi state were shaken to their cores. They raised their heads in horror, staring at the sky above. In their entire lifetimes, they had never witnessed such an overwhelming spectacle of lightning, dense, interwoven like a vast spider's web. In mere moments, the entire Qi kingdom transformed into a sea of thunder, radiating an apocalyptic aura of destruction. Chapter 30. The terrifying pressure descended from the heavens like the wrath of the thunder god, turning the sky and earth into a vast sea of lightning. What shocked everyone the most was that this pressure did not only envelop the royal capital of the Qi kingdom, it spread across the entire northwest, covering all 5 neighboring nations. What's going on? What the hell is happening? What kind of terrifying power is this? Could an Emperor Wu-level powerhouse be passing through the Qi kingdom? Who is the terrifying existence commanding thunder to destroy the world? Tens of thousands of troops tremble. Has a king descended upon the mortal realm? From the Blood Holy Land branch to the royal capital, from the entire Qi kingdom to the 5 northwestern nations, panic erupted everywhere. All the experts raised their heads, staring in horror at the terrifying phenomenon in the sky. Among them, the powerhouses of the Qi kingdom felt it most clearly. Under this overwhelming force, the higher one's cultivation, the greater the suppression. Many were nearly forced to kneel, unable to move at all. Fortunately, the pressure came swiftly and vanished just as fast. In the blink of an eye, it dissipated. Everyone felt their bodies lighten as they let out long breaths of relief. The thunder in the sky receded like a tide, instantly restoring the brilliant heavens and earth. Inside the blood vessel chamber, Qin Chen suddenly opened his eyes, still stunned by the power that had just erupted. At that moment, within his blood flowed a streak of blue lightning, darting around like a tiny azure serpent, nimble, mysterious, and alive. That terrifying pressure just now, was it released by my bloodline? What kind of bloodline is this? In his previous life, Qin Chen had witnessed countless bloodline awakenings. Yet he had never seen a bloodline capable of triggering such a horrifying heavenly phenomenon. Even legendary 9th-grade bloodlines were incapable of releasing pressure of this magnitude. However, when Qin Chen focused on the thunder within his body, he discovered something strange. The lightning power was extremely weak, barely at the lowest level. What was going on? Before this, my blood contained nothing. Now, thunder blood has appeared out of nowhere. And the terrifying aura earlier clearly originated from this thunder within me. Why is it that now it feels so weak? Bloodline power can only be refined and enhanced, it cannot be created from nothing. Even those old monsters of the martial domain's Blood Holy Land wouldn't be able to explain what just happened. Faced with this bizarre phenomenon, even Qin Chen, the former 8th-grade Blood Emperor, was completely baffled. He faintly sensed a mysterious connection between the thunder blood within him, the ancient sword in his mind, and the 9-star Divine Emperor art. Perhaps his rebirth after 300 years was inseparably linked to all of this. But no matter what, he had finally awakened his bloodline. Although the aura of this bloodline appeared to be only 1st grade, after what had just happened, Qin Chen was certain that this thunder blood was far from ordinary. Thunder bloodline, interesting. I'm really looking forward to what you can become. A faint curve appeared at the corner of Qin Chen's lips. Next, he sat cross-legged on the blood vessel instrument, using its special detection function to carefully sense the thunder blood within his body. Zzz. The strange bloodline power, filled with violent thunder and lightning, became crystal clear within Qin Chen's perception. With just a slight push. Crackle. Crackle. A web of blue lightning instantly spread across Qin Chen's body. Electric arcs intertwined, filling the air with sharp crackling sounds. Condense. Suddenly, Qin Chen opened his eyes. The violent lightning gathered instantly into his right fist, forming a dense lightning net around it. He punched forward. Boom! The fist struck the ground, detonating like a keg of explosives. A terrifying shockwave exploded outward. This power. Although the aura of this thunder blood was only 1st grade, its destructive force was almost on par with some 3rd-grade bloodlines. Terrifying. Truly strange. After careful analysis, Qin Chen realized that whether in attribute or actual power, this thunder bloodline was equivalent to a 3rd-grade bloodline. Clearly 1st grade in classification, yet comparable to special 3rd-grade bloodlines in strength, This was something Qin Chen had never encountered before. Even among bloodlines of the same grade, strength varied. But most first-grade bloodlines were roughly similar. Even the rare exceptional ones barely reached second-grade power. A first-grade bloodline rivaling a third-grade one. This was Qin Chen's first time seeing something so abnormal. Interesting, very interesting. Bloodline rank isn't fixed. If I use special methods to evolve this thunder bloodline to a higher level, just how terrifying will it become? Qin Chen's anticipation grew. Dong! 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 Just as he was about to conduct further experiments, a knock sounded from outside the door. "Sir, your 1 hour is up," Lin Shinro's gentle voice came from outside. Qin Chen froze. Only then did he realize that more than an hour had already passed without him noticing. Opening the door, he saw Lin Shinro standing there with an apologetic expression. "I'm really sorry, sir, but your time has ended. Would you like to renew the session, or? I have something urgent to take care of. I'll come back another time." To avoid exposing his lack of money, Qin Chen casually brushed it off. Internally, he felt bitter. Damn it. I'm worrying over a mere 500 silver coins. Looks like I really need to find a way to make money. Still, having successfully awakened his bloodline, Qin Chen was extremely satisfied with this visit to the Blood Holy Land. "All right, sir. Please follow me to the front desk to register," Lin Shinro said with a smile. Blood vessel area. Steward Lu strolled about humming a tune, approaching with a relaxed expression. Earlier, he had rushed to Master Chen Fan's blood chamber and blindly repaired the malfunctioning blood vessel instrument. Not only had he prevented an accident, but it had also greatly boosted his sense of self-importance. Recalling the strange look Chen Fan had given him earlier, Lu Guanxi felt smug. Ha! Even if I'm not a blood master, I still got into the Blood Holy Land through connections. I'm indispensable here. Repairing blood vessel instruments is something many blood masters can't do. I even handled it myself. Let's see which blood master dares to look down on me in the future. But the moment he saw the half-open blood chamber door with Lin Shinro standing outside, his excitement vanished instantly. His scalp nearly exploded. No one was allowed to enter Deacon Li's blood chamber. Lu Guanxi cried out in alarm. His heart plunged into an icy abyss as he rushed inside like a madman. Then he saw it. The blood vessel instrument glowing brilliantly. And Qin Chen standing inside. Rage exploded in his chest like a volcanic eruption, instantly flooding his entire body. Chapter 31. You, what the hell are you doing here? Who let you in? This is outrageous. Lawless. Completely lawless. The furious roar echoed through the blood vessel chamber. A black shadow flashed. Before Lin Shinro could even react, she was slapped hard and sent flying, crashing to the ground. Steward Lu's face was twisted like that of a raging beast. His eyes were bloodshot, and his right index finger pointed viciously at Lin Shinro lying on the floor as he cursed, "Do you know where this is? You're just a lowly attendant. Who the fuck gave you the guts to bring people in here? You're courting death." Lu Tong roared, but his heart was filled with icy dread. It was over. Completely over. Deacon Li had ordered him to guard this blood chamber, one that only the president himself was qualified to use, and now it had been violated. This was a catastrophic dereliction of duty. Lu Tong could almost imagine Deacon Li's reaction when he heard the news. He had finally clawed his way into the Blood Holy Land and exhausted every connection to become a steward. He never expected everything to be destroyed by a mere attendant. At this moment, Lu Tong even felt the urge to kill Lin Shinro. The rage on his face looked ready to tear her apart alive, his eyes filled with a desire to devour her flesh and peel her skin. Lin Shinro spat out a mouthful of blood. Looking at the furious Lu Tong, she knew he was in charge of the blood vessel area. The fear in her heart far exceeded the pain in her body. Steward Lu, the door to this blood vessel room was already open. I thought it was a public blood room of the Holy Land, so I didn't think too much about it. You didn't think too much? Lu Tong roared. Do you know whose blood room this is? This is the president's blood room. If the president finds out, do you know how many lives you'll have to die for this? Ah! Hearing that this blood chamber belonged to the president, Lin Shinro felt her vision go black. Her face drained of all color. The president of the Blood Holy Land was the #1 figure of the entire Holy Land, a legendary existence within the Qi kingdom. She had actually let someone enter his private blood chamber. Lin Shinro froze completely, her mind buzzing, unable to utter a single word. And you? Lu Tong roared as he turned toward Qin Chen. You dared to touch and activate the president's blood vessel instrument. You're bold beyond belief. Guards, seize them both and wait for Deacon Li to come deal with them. At once, Blood Holy Land guards rushed over, surrounding Qin Chen and Lin Shinro. More and more people gathered around the blood vessel area, pointing and whispering, completely unaware of the full situation inside. Lu Tong was terrified, but such a major incident could not be concealed. He immediately rushed off to report to Deacon Li. Qin Chen glanced at the guards surrounding him and frowned slightly. He took 2 steps forward, and several guards immediately snorted coldly. Don't move. Qin Chen swept his gaze across them coldly. The Blood Holy Land was indeed extravagant. Every guard here possessed prefecture-level cultivation, all clearly seasoned veterans hardened by countless battles. If he tried to leave, these guards would not hesitate to strike. Although Qin Chen was not afraid of so many prefecture-level cultivators, he had no intention of fighting. Relax. I'm not running. Why so nervous? Qin Chen said calmly, without the slightest hint of panic. He walked straight to Lin Shinro and helped her up. Are you all right? Lin Shinro's face was swollen, tears filling her eyes. Being lifted up by Qin Chen, she still looked utterly panicked, as if the sky had collapsed. I'm sorry, sir. I didn't know this was the president's blood room. I even dragged you into this. I'll explain everything to Steward Lu. This has nothing to do with you, it's all my fault. Don't worry, Qin Chen said softly as he wiped the tears from her cheeks. Everything will be fine. His gentle voice carried a strange calming power, easing Lin Shinro's terror. Feeling the strong masculine presence of Qin Chen so close to her, Lin Shinro's pale cheeks flushed red. For a moment, she even forgot her fear. Her face burned as she lowered her head, not daring to look at him. The guards watched coldly, sneers forming on their faces. This kid still had the mood to flirt with a woman at a time like this? He really didn't know how to spell the word death. But damn, he had guts. Deacon Li, these 2 trespassed into the president's blood room and tampered with the blood vessel instrument. Steward Lu's anxious voice rang out. Behind him, Deacon Li strode in with a dark expression, his pace swift and heavy. Seeing him, the guards immediately straightened and saluted. Deacon Li was a favored subordinate of the president and a well-known figure in the Blood Holy Land. No one dared show disrespect. But Li Wenyu didn't spare them a glance. His eyes went straight to the blood vessel instrument, which was still running. A terrifying chill erupted from his body. The temperature in the entire blood vessel area seemed to plummet instantly. Everyone felt a bone-piercing cold. Li Wenyu turned slowly and stared at Lu Tong with eyes filled with killing intent. Lu Tong, he said coldly. Is this what you guaranteed to me? Deacon Li, it was an accident, this was absolutely an accident. I don't want explanations, Li Wenyu snapped. The president has already said he's coming down personally. You can explain to him yourself. What? The president is coming? Bang! Lu Tong's legs gave out. He dropped to his knees, grabbing Li Wenyu's robes as he wailed, Deacon Li. Master Li. Please, save me. Save me. Save you. Li Wenyu kicked him away coldly. How did you promise me earlier? How long has it been? And you already let someone destroy the blood vessel instrument the president spent endless effort acquiring? Do you know how many times he traveled to the higher blood holy lands for this thing? I was gone only a few days, and you ruined everything. Humph. You'd better pray for your own survival. Deacon Li, this really has nothing to do with me. Lu Tong cried hysterically. It was Master Chen Fan's blood instrument that malfunctioned. I went to handle that. It was them, it was this attendant who brought people in. Yes. It's all their fault. Like a drowning man grabbing at straws, Lu Tong shoved all responsibility onto Lin Xinro and Qin Chen. Humph. Li Wenyu glanced coldly at Qin Chen, his eyes utterly indifferent. In his view, no matter whose fault it was, the president's blood vessel instrument had been tampered with. None of these people would escape punishment. Qin Chen listened quietly, then spoke calmly, "You're the deacon in charge here, correct? When we arrived, the door to the blood room was already open. How were we supposed to know it was forbidden? If there's a problem, it's a management failure on your blood holy land's part. We're victims too. This has nothing to do with us. We're leaving now." With that, Qin Chen turned and began to walk out. Chapter 32. You destroyed the president's blood vessel instrument and still want to leave? It won't be that easy. Lu Tong jumped to his feet and blocked Qin Chen's path. His face was ferocious as he pointed at Qin Chen, spittle flying from his mouth and nearly splashing onto Qin Chen's face. Qin Chen paused slightly. His eyes turned cold as he said in a deep voice, "First of all, I merely borrowed the blood vessel instrument, it wasn't damaged. Secondly, even if it was damaged, that would still be a problem of your blood holy land. Are you trying to pin responsibility on me?" A sharp, chilling light suddenly burst from Qin Chen's eyes, cold and detached, as if he were looking down on a dead man. Lu Tong's entire body trembled violently. A bone-deep chill rushed straight to his scalp, and an indescribable fear surged up from the depths of his heart. He stumbled back 2 steps in horror and stammered, "Why, what are you trying to do? This is the blood holy land." Out of the corner of his eye, Lu Tong caught sight of the guards beside him. He suddenly snapped back to his senses and realized his position. He stopped retreating, but his face burned hot with humiliation. Damn it! This was utterly humiliating. He was a steward of the blood holy land, yet he had been frightened out of his wits by a mere teenager. If word got out, how could he ever hold his head up again? At the same time, Li Wenyu was secretly shocked by the aura Qin Chen had just released. The other party was clearly very young, yet that momentary pressure made him instinctively wary. He stored this detail deep in his heart. "Li Wenyu, what happened in the awakening room?" At that moment, a calm voice suddenly sounded from outside the awakening area. An elderly man in a white robe stepped through the crowd. A blood stripe was embroidered on his chest, its edges lined with silver thread. He walked steadily, without deliberately releasing his aura, yet his entire body exuded an indescribable dignity. His eyes were deep and calm, like an unfathomable cold pool, making people instinctively afraid to meet his gaze. My heavens, it's Dongfang Qing, the president of the blood holy land. What on earth happened inside to alarm the president himself? My God, did something explode in the blood holy land? The surrounding warriors were stunned, exclaiming in shock. As Dongfang Qing passed by, all of them lowered their heads respectfully, their eyes filled with reverence, as if beholding a living legend. Dongfang Qing, the president of the blood holy land of the Great Qi state, was one of the most powerful figures in the entire kingdom. If he stomped his foot, the royal capital would tremble 3 times. Ordinary people would find it nearly impossible to even catch a glimpse of him. Yet today, he had personally appeared in the awakening area. It was obvious that something serious had happened. For a time, countless people stretched their necks, trying to see what was going on inside, but nothing was clear. A 4th-level Xian blood vessel master. Qin Chen's gaze fell on the badge on Dongfang Qing's chest, his pupils contracting slightly. Blood vessel masters used blood patterns to represent their ranks, 1 blood mark for 1st level, 2 for 2nd, 3 for 3rd. From the 4th level onward, the blood pattern gained a silver edge. From the 7th level, the edge would be inlaid with gold. Dongfang Qing bore a blood pattern edged in silver, clearly a 4th-level Xian blood vessel master. Li Wenyu, what happened in the awakening room? Dongfang Qing asked coldly. Why did it require me to come here personally? Earlier, Dongfang Qing had sensed the terrifying disturbance caused by Qin Chen's thunder blood and had been deeply shaken. But before he could investigate further, he was informed that something had gone wrong in the awakening room, forcing him to rush over. Naturally, his mood was already foul. Li Wenyu, who had been arrogant toward Lu Tong earlier, immediately straightened up upon seeing Dongfang Qing. He lowered his posture completely, looking like a servant, and said cautiously, "Mr. President." Lu Tong failed in his duties. He allowed outsiders to enter your newly established blood room. What? Dongfang Qing's expression changed instantly. He interrupted Li Wenyu sharply and demanded, "Which blood room are you talking about?" Li Wenyu's heart skipped a beat. He replied nervously, "The one where you recently installed the latest blood vessel instrument obtained from the Superior Blood Holy Land." The calm expression on Dongfang Qing's face vanished in an instant. The fury in his eyes was like a volcano on the verge of eruption. A terrifying chill swept through the entire blood area like a storm. Everyone shuddered uncontrollably. Damn it! Didn't I order that no one was allowed to enter that blood room? You can't even handle such a small matter. What the hell are you good for? If anything is wrong with that blood vessel instrument, then don't bother staying in the Blood Holy Land, all of you can get the fuck out. Dongfang Qing's furious roar echoed through the hall like thunder. The sound alone made people's minds buzz and their vision blur. Then, like a violent gust of wind, Dongfang Qing rushed straight into the blood room. Li Wenyu and the others hurried after him, trembling with fear. They were already prepared to face the president's thunderous wrath. But after Dongfang Qing entered the room, there was no reaction at all. No explosion of rage. No shouting. Nothing. Li Wenyu and the others couldn't help peering inside. Dongfang Qing, who had just been furious, now stood motionless in front of the blood vessel instrument, as if he had been turned to stone. The scene was bizarre beyond words. Li Wenyu and the others felt their hearts sink violently. In an instant, their limbs went cold, sweat pouring down their backs and soaking their robes. While waiting earlier, everyone had prayed desperately that nothing was wrong with the instrument. As long as the blood vessel meter was intact, there might still be a chance to salvage the situation. But if the instrument was damaged? Now! Seeing the president's stunned expression, only one thought remained in their minds. It's over. Something is definitely wrong with the blood vessel instrument. Bang! Lu Tong's legs finally gave out. His vision went black as he collapsed to the ground, nearly fainting. Beside him, Li Wenyu's mouth twitched uncontrollably. His feet staggered backward, his heart sinking into icy despair. As for the guards, they quietly retreated farther from the door, not daring to breathe too loudly, afraid of becoming collateral damage. Everyone could already imagine what would happen once the president erupted. Staying nearby would mean certain death. Sure enough. Before everyone's eyes, Dongfang Qing finally moved. He walked slowly toward the activated blood vessel instrument, each step heavy, as if pressing down on everyone's hearts. His hands trembled as he gently brushed over the buttons on the instrument. His eyes were wide, fixed on the brilliant patterns flashing across the blood vessel meter. The muscles on his face began to twist slowly, his face gradually flushing red. It's coming. Holding their breath, Li Wenyu and the others braced themselves for the earth-shattering fury that was about to erupt from Dongfang Qing. Chapter 33. Dongfang Qing's body trembled more and more violently, and his eyes widened further and further. He looked like a volcano on the verge of eruption, his fury building to an extreme level. Just thinking about it made anyone furious. Chairman Dongfang Qing had spent an enormous amount of effort to retrieve the latest blood vessel instrument from the Superior Blood Holy Land. Before he could even study it properly, it was nearly ruined due to the negligence of his subordinates. If this happened to anyone, they would explode with rage. Such a matter was so infuriating that even chopping the culprit into 1,000 pieces would not be excessive. Suddenly, the air inside the entire blood vessel room became suffocating. Even breathing felt like a luxury. Every second dragged on like a century. Finally, under the extreme suppression of his emotions, Dongfang Qing suddenly leaped up. His roar was like rolling thunder, echoing through the entire blood-holy land. Who did it? Who came in here and touched my blood vessel meter? Speak now, who the hell was it? Dongfang Qing appeared in front of Li Wenyu in an instant. He grabbed Li Wenyu by the collar and roared like a raging lion. Li Wenyu felt dizzy as saliva sprayed all over his face. Under Dongfang Qing's furious roar, Li Wenyu completely panicked. His mind went blank. He wanted to speak, but Dongfang Qing was shaking him so violently that he couldn't utter a word. His face turned the color of pig liver. It was him, Mr. President. It was that boy who damaged your blood vessel meter, and that damn attendant. Lu Tong, who had nearly fainted earlier, suddenly sprang up like a carp. He pointed furiously at Qin Chen and Lin Shinro and began shouting hysterically. His eyes were filled with rage and heartache, as if he were the victim himself. They're fucking bastards. They dared to sneak into your blood vessel room and ruin your precious instrument while repairing Master Qin Fan's blood meter. Even if they die 10,000 times, it wouldn't ease the hatred in my heart. It's him. Dongfang Qing's gaze instantly locked onto Qin Chen. A flicker of surprise flashed through his eyes as he stepped in front of him. Staring intently, he asked in a sharp voice, "Young man, was it you who entered the blood vessel room and operated my blood vessel meter?" "Yes." Qin Chen met Dongfang Qing's gaze calmly. His expression was composed and steady, showing a maturity far beyond his age. "But I didn't sneak in. The attendant brought me here." The door to the room was already open, and no one said that this blood room was forbidden. "Ha! You little bastard, you still dare to argue?" Lu Tong immediately jumped in. "Does an open door mean you can enter however you like? Do you even understand blood vessels? Since you don't know shit, you still dared to mess with the blood vessel meter. That's deliberate sabotage. I seriously suspect you were sent by some shady force to destroy the president's blood vessel instrument." To protect himself, Lu Tong directly slapped a massive accusation onto Qin Chen's head. "Mr. President, I now strongly suspect this boy is a spy from the Blood Demon sect," Lu Tong said viciously. At the mention of the Blood Demon sect, everyone's heart trembled. The Blood Demon sect was a notorious and terrifying force across the entire northern 5 states. They were cruel, vicious, and insanely powerful, so powerful that they even surpassed the northern 5 states themselves. For years, the Blood Demon sect had been trying to infiltrate and control the northern 5 states. If not for the Blood Holy Land and the Hall of Instruments standing in their way, they might have already succeeded. If the boy before them was truly a Blood Demon sect spy sent to destroy the president's blood vessel instrument, then this situation was beyond serious. Qin Chen sneered coldly and looked at Lu Tong with disdain. "Ha. I'm just an ordinary citizen of the Qi state, yet you dare accuse me of being a Blood Demon sect spy? You really fucking dare to say that? You?" Lu Tong was pierced by Qin Chen's icy gaze. He was furious and about to curse again. "P!" A loud slap rang out. Lu Tong's entire body was sent flying like a torn sack. He slammed heavily into the ground, blood spraying from his mouth. The one who struck him was Dongfang Qing. "Shut the fuck up, you disgraceful trash. Get out of my sight." This sudden turn of events stunned everyone present. Lu Tong lay on the ground, coughing up blood. President, his mind was completely blank. He couldn't understand what had just happened. Li Wenyu was also utterly confused. However, what shocked them even more was what Dongfang Qing did next. He quickly walked up to Qin Chen, and his furious expression instantly transformed into a smile, one that bloomed like a withered flower suddenly in full bloom. It looked especially ugly. "This little brother, may I ask where you learned your techniques?" Dongfang Qing said warmly. "I am Dongfang Qing, chairman of the Blood Holy Land of the Qi state. It is truly an honor to meet you today." The sudden friendliness was shocking. There wasn't a trace of anger left on his face. Everyone froze on the spot, completely petrified. Countless people screamed inwardly, "What the hell is going on?" Why was the arrogant and domineering chairman suddenly acting so humble toward a 15-year-old boy? Li Wenyu and the guards rubbed their eyes hard, thinking they were hallucinating. Qin Chen frowned slightly and said flatly, "No need for formalities. Do you have anything else to say?" Everyone gaped in disbelief. What kind of background did this boy have? Didn't he know that the chairman of the Blood Holy Land was standing in front of him? Even the crown prince of the Qi state wouldn't dare speak like this. Dong Fangqing scratched his head awkwardly. Well, you activated the blood vessel instrument of our Blood Holy Land. I was wondering if you could help turn it off. As he said this, his old face reddened slightly. He had only just received this instrument and still couldn't operate it properly. That's easy. Qin Chen stepped into the blood vessel room. This time, no one dared to stop him. All eyes followed as he approached the blood vessel instrument. His fingers danced rapidly across it, each movement precise and elegant, like an artist playing a masterpiece. A streak of colorful light flashed, and the blood vessel instrument quickly dimmed. Dong Fangqing's eyes lit up. He stared at Qin Chen's technique, his body trembling with excitement. Cough. After Qin Chen shut down the instrument, Dong Fangqing rubbed his hands together and asked eagerly, "Little brother, how did you activate the blood vessel instrument just now? Could you explain it to me?" His attitude was humble and sincere, like a student seeking guidance from a master. Qin Chen saw right through him. Dong Fangqing simply wanted to learn how to operate the instrument. He didn't bother hiding anything and said calmly, "I'll only demonstrate it once. Watch carefully." As his words fell, Qin Chen's hands moved again. His fingers flashed across the instrument, and the entire blood vessel meter lit up once more, colorful streams of light illuminating the entire room. Afterward, Qin Chen said indifferently, "Today's matter should be handled properly. Can I leave now?" "Yes. Of course." Dong Fangqing replied excitedly. He turned to Li Wenyu and said, "Li Wenyu, escort this little brother out." "No, forget it. I'll do it myself." Dong Fangqing personally accompanied Qin Chen out of the Blood Holy Land. Chapter 34. Outside the Blood Holy Land. Dong Fangqing said with a smile on his face, "Little brother, today you were forced to witness a joke in my Blood Holy Land. This is a token of our Blood Holy Land. With this token, you can enjoy a 30% discount anywhere under the jurisdiction of the Blood Holy Land. In addition, you will be allowed to enter certain areas that ordinary martial artists are forbidden from. Please accept it." Dong Fangqing placed the token into Qin Chen's hand. The token was made of gold on the surface. It was the golden guest order of the Blood Holy Land. The ordinary tokens of the Blood Holy Land were divided into 3 types: iron, silver, and gold. Above the gold token, there existed an even higher level guest order. The Blood Holy Land of the Qi state was a 4th-level Blood Holy Land, and the Golden Guest Order was the highest level token they were capable of issuing. Qin Chen did not hesitate. He directly accepted the token and asked, "Will the attendant be punished?" "Haha, little brother, you're joking." "Of course not." "That's good." Knowing that Lin Shinro would not be punished by the Blood Holy Land, Qin Chen felt relieved and turned to leave. After Qin Chen and Dong Fangqing departed, the passers-by and martial artists who had been watching at the gate of the Blood Holy Land instantly exploded into discussion. "What's the background of that boy just now?" Chairman Dong Fangqing personally escorted him out. "No idea." TSK, being personally sent off by Dong Fangqing, even the prince of the Qi state might not receive such treatment. "Did you see the token Chairman Dong Fangqing gave him? That gold token had to be the Golden Guest Order of the Blood Holy Land. I heard that with that thing, you get a 30% discount on everything in the Blood Holy Land. Even many top powers can't get one, let alone the king." Everyone was filled with envy. Inside the blood vessel area, everything had finally settled down. After Dong Fangqing returned, he looked coldly at Lu Tong, who was lying on the ground, and snorted. "Drag Lu Tong out of the Blood Holy Land. From today onward, he is forbidden from ever stepping into the Blood Holy Land again." Hearing this, Lu Tong's vision went black, and he almost fainted on the spot. Chairman Dongfang. Chairman Dongfang. This really has nothing to do with me. I'm innocent. Please spare me. Lu Tong clung to Dongfang Qing's legs and cried bitterly. Get the hell away. Dongfang Qing's expression darkened. He kicked Lu Tong squarely in the chest, sending him flying. Do you know why I punished you? Letting someone enter my blood room was already a serious mistake. But when something went wrong, you didn't repent or admit your negligence. Instead, you tried every trick to argue and muddle through. In the end, you even framed others to wash your own ass clean. If someone like you stays in my blood holy land, it would be a fucking disgrace to the blood holy land. Lu Tong crashed to the ground and spat out blood. He wailed, Chairman Dongfang, please give me another chance. Humph. I'm already being merciful by not killing you. Now get lost. If you don't, believe it or not, I'll chop you on the spot. Why are you still standing there? Drag him away. Lu Tong screamed in despair, knowing there was no turning back. Who was Dongfang Qing? The chairman of the blood holy land. Crippling or expelling him was nothing more than a word. Two guards immediately stepped forward and dragged Lu Tong away like a dead dog. Dongfang Qing then turned his gaze to Lin Xinro. Lin Xinro's heart tightened. She was both nervous and anxious. Her head spun as she said tremblingly, Chairman, your subordinate made a mistake. I will never dare to do it again. Dongfang Qing suddenly smiled. What mistake? On the contrary, I should thank you. If you hadn't brought him to the blood room, I would have missed a great opportunity. Tell me, what was the name of that young man just now? What is his identity? Lin Xinro stared at Dongfang Qing, whose demeanor had completely changed. Her mind was a mess. I don't know. I only know his name is Qin Chen. Qin Chen. Dongfang Qing pondered for a moment, then nodded. You did well today. Go collect an extra month's salary, and take 2 days off to rest. Yes. Lin Xinro left in a daze. Even after exiting the blood vessel area, she still couldn't understand what had happened. Li Wenyu, investigate Qin Chen's background for me, Dongfang Qing suddenly said. Yes. Li Wenyu seemed to realize something and asked hesitantly, Chairman, is that young man really that extraordinary? He had followed Dongfang Qing for many years and had never seen him place such importance on a young man. Why do you think I acted that way? Dongfang Qing glanced at him, then walked to the blood vessel instrument and stared at it, shock flashing through his eyes. I apologize for my ignorance. Dongfang Qing pointed at the blood vessel instrument and said, this latest blood vessel instrument is divided into 6 states and 18 levels. Each time it advances 1 level, an additional array pattern appears. The higher the level, the stronger the detection power. Now tell me, how many array patterns do you see? 1, 2, 3. Li Wenyu counted carefully. Suddenly, his face changed drastically, and he cried out, 18. How is that possible? Yes, exactly 18. Dongfang Qing said solemnly, this blood vessel instrument is something I worked extremely hard to obtain from the superior blood holy land. It is exceedingly rare across the entire northern 5 states. In the Qi state, this is the only one. Even now, I've only mastered activation up to the 12th level. But that young man activated it directly to the 18th level. What does that tell you? Li Wenyu said in horror, Chairman, are you saying there's an extremely powerful blood vessel master backing him? Most likely. Even if not, it's still terrifying. Dongfang Qing narrowed his eyes, stroked his beard, and said thoughtfully. Our Qi state has produced such an interesting little monster. Haha, this is truly interesting. Qin Chen returned home and discovered that his mother was not there. He sighed softly. My mother leaves early and returns late every day. She must be working desperately to earn money. After the college entrance examination, I must find a way to make money. I can't let her continue to suffer like this. Having made up his mind, Qin Chen returned to his room to cultivate. In the simple room, Qin Chen sat cross-legged. A faint blood-colored halo surrounded his body, and light blood runes appeared beneath him, wrapping around him. As an 8th-level blood vessel master in his previous life, Qin Chen naturally knew countless blood cultivation techniques. What he was practicing now was an extremely heaven-defying blood cultivation method from his past life. After awakening one's blood vessel, a consolidation process was required. What Qin Chen was doing now was consolidating his blood. At the same time, martial artists had to continuously strengthen their control over their blood vessels. Qin Chen was now increasing that control. What's going on? My blood vessel power has improved compared to before. An hour later, Qin Chen was shocked to discover that the power of thunder and lightning within his body had increased. Although the increase was extremely subtle, so subtle that ordinary martial artists would completely ignore it, Qin Chen detected it instantly. Chapter 35. Impossible. Ordinary martial artists can only improve their blood vessels by absorbing blood power and blood crystals from blood beasts, or by upgrading their blood master level. But my thunder blood. A blood vessel that could grow on its own? Qin Chen was shocked by his discovery. The world's blood vessels, aside from being divided into grades 1 through 9, were also classified into 3 major levels: Fan, Xian, and King. This was because garbage blood vessels could only be promoted by advancing one's blood master level or by absorbing blood force. However, different blood vessels had different limits, and their ultimate growth potential also differed. Fan-level blood vessels referred to ordinary blood vessels that could only grow up to the 3rd grade. This type of blood vessel was the most common and had the lowest ceiling. Xian-level blood vessels could grow up to the 6th grade. As for King-level blood vessels, they could grow up to the 9th grade. According to legend, above the King-level blood vessels, there existed an even higher level, God-level blood vessels. This type of blood vessel could automatically increase in grade without absorbing blood force or blood crystals from blood beasts. However, such blood vessels had always existed only in legend. Even in Qin Chen's previous life, he had only heard of them and had never seen one. Could my thunder blood be the legendary god-level blood? Qin Chen felt heat surge through his body, and his palms were drenched in sweat. Although he did not know how terrifying a god-level blood vessel truly was, the ancient records made one thing clear: its growth speed and power far surpassed king-level blood vessels. As long as a genius with god-level blood did not fall, their ultimate achievements would be terrifying enough to stand at the peak of the continent. No matter whether it's god-level blood or not, the most important thing right now is to improve my cultivation. I fell too far behind before, and time is running out. I must reach the late stage of the human level before the college entrance examination. Qin Chen exhaled deeply, his eyes shining with determination. For the next few days, he stayed at home and entered secluded cultivation. The 9-star God Emperor art circulated endlessly through the Zhou Tian within his body. After each full circulation, the true qi within the 12 meridians of Qin Chen's body increased noticeably. At this moment, the terrifying strength of the 9-star God Emperor art revealed itself. Normally, after dozens of circulations, a martial artist's meridians would suffer damage from the impact of true qi, forcing them to rest before continuing cultivation. However, the 9-star God Emperor art not only avoided damaging the meridians, it nourished and repaired them. In other words, it could be cultivated endlessly. As cultivation continued, Qin Chen's true qi grew more and more powerful. Finally, the day before the college entrance examination arrived. Boom! Qin Chen suddenly released a dull explosion from his body. His entire body trembled slightly. Breakthrough, late stage of the human level. The capacity of his qi pool instantly expanded tenfold. The original basin-sized qi pool expanded to nearly 1 square meter, filled with dense, pure true qi surging like a lake at flood level. It's finally the late stage of the human level. My next goal is to reach the prefecture level within 1 month. Otherwise, my cultivation speed will be too slow. If other martial artists heard this, they would spit blood on the spot. Advancing from the initial stage of the human level to the late stage within a single month was already something that many so-called geniuses needed an entire year to accomplish. It was fucking unreasonable. Anyway, all those who are waiting to laugh at me during the college entrance examination are going to be disappointed. A cold smile appeared on Qin Chen's face as Zhao Feng's sinister expression flashed through his mind. I wonder how strong I am now. Qin Chen stood up and walked into the courtyard. It was noon, and no one was home. Qin Yueqi had not returned. Qin Chen stared at a dark, stubborn stone nearly half a person tall in front of him. His footwork shifted slightly, and his legs suddenly exploded with force. Crack! The floor tiles beneath his feet shattered instantly, spreading like spider webs. His body shot forward like a bolt of lightning, reaching the stone in an instant. His legs drove his waist drove his back, and finally his shoulders exploded with power. All his strength concentrated into his right fist. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed. The rock was pierced completely by the fist force and shattered into fist-sized fragments that scattered across the ground. The power of this punch should be about 20 horsepower. Qin Chen nodded in satisfaction. At the initial stage of the human level, a martial artist possessed 1 horsepower. At the mid-stage, 5 horsepower. At the late stage, 10 horsepower. Qin Chen had just broken through to the late stage and already possessed 20 horsepower, far surpassing ordinary standards. As his cultivation increased, his strength would only become more terrifying. Time to rest and prepare for tomorrow's college entrance examination. Qin Chen changed into clean clothes and rested quietly in his room. Qin residence. Inside Zhao Feng's courtyard. Qin Yong, tomorrow is the grand examination of Tianqing Academy. How are the things I instructed you to handle? Zhao Feng reclined on a chaise lounge, her eyes filled with cold malice. Reporting to Madam, everything has been arranged. It's just, Qin Yong bowed slightly. Just what? That person felt the amount was too little and demanded an additional 20,000. Humph. Give it to him. Zhao Feng narrowed her eyes. As long as that little bastard fails the Tianqing Academy entrance examination, 20,000 is nothing. Yes. Qin Yong nodded. After hesitating briefly, he finally said, Madam, is it really worth spending this much effort on that boy? If Tianqing Academy finds out we bribed their examiners, the Qin family could face serious backlash. What the fuck do you know? Zhao Feng sneered. Qin Chen carries the old man's blood. Even though he drove that mother and son out of the Qin mansion using Liang Yu's matter, if the old man changes his mind, he could still bring them back. But if that boy fails the Tianqing Academy examination and is expelled completely, then it's different. Even if the old man is unwilling, he won't have any excuse to interfere. What I want is for Qin Yueqi and her son to never return to the Qin family for the rest of their lives. Zhao Feng's expression twisted with vicious delight. Qin Yong immediately replied, Madam, I understand. Zhao Feng nodded. Keep in contact with them. Money is not an issue. What I want is 0 mistakes this time. If that little bastard passes the examination, it will be troublesome. Mother, what are you worried about? The door opened as Qin Fen walked in confidently. This college entrance examination will include students from all grades. I guarantee you, even if Qin Chen awakens his blood vessel, I'll cripple him during the assessment. Chapter 36. Good. Seeing her son arrive, Zhao Feng smiled faintly. How have you been these days? Qin Fen grinned viciously and said, Mother, don't worry. Your son has already reached the peak of the human level and is only 1 step away from the prefecture level. Dealing with that Qin Chen brat will be more than enough. 1 move is all it takes to kill him. A trace of relief appeared on Zhao Feng's face as she praised him, Good, my capable son. But you can't keep your eyes only on Qin Chen. Mother hopes you can learn from your elder brother and become the top genius of the capital. Mother, you always want me to learn from my eldest brother. How can I compare with his talent? Qin Fen said gloomily. His elder brother, Qin Feng, was the #1 genius of the Qin family and Zhao Feng's greatest pride. Qin Feng had displayed astonishing talent since childhood. As early as several years ago, he had already broken through to the prefecture level. He followed King Dingwu onto the battlefield and achieved multiple great military merits. Now he was the first captain of the army, only one step away from becoming a general. Qin Chen had lived his entire life under his brother's shadow. Fortunately, Qin Chen had always been beneath him. "Ha, my good little brother, you'd better pray you don't awaken your blood tomorrow." Thinking of tomorrow's college entrance examination, Qin Fen's lips curled upward as a cruel sneer appeared on his face. At the Wuhan Marquis residence, a group of senior students from Tianqing College had gathered. All of them were aristocratic sons and daughters from noble families of the capital. Congratulations to the young Marquis. Congratulations on breaking through to the prefecture level in one go and graduating from Tianqing College tomorrow. When the time comes, we'll follow Marquis Wuhan into the court, fight on the battlefield, and serve the king. In the courtyard, the group of noble youths surrounded a handsome young man with fair skin and gentle eyes, showering him with praise. The young man wore luxurious robes and lion-cloud boots. Despite the winter cold, he casually held a folding fan in his hand, exuding elegance and grace. "You all flatter me. In the future, when the young Marquis achieves great success, don't forget about us." "Absolutely. The young Marquis is only 17 years old and already a prefecture-level expert. Among all the aristocratic youths in the capital, how many can compare to him?" The flattery flowed non-stop. Among the crowd, Wei Zhen's expression was gloomy as he stared at the young man. He and Li Qingfeng were both disciples under the Marquis. On the surface, their relationship was decent, but secretly they competed fiercely, neither willing to submit to the other. Today, Li Qingfeng had broken through to the prefecture level, while he himself was still stuck at the peak of the human level. Worse, instead of improving recently, his cultivation had even regressed. Deep down, Wei Zhen knew this had everything to do with Qin Chen's kick to his dantian. He had sought out physicians and alchemists, but after examining him, they all claimed there was nothing wrong. This made Wei Zhen furious and caused his hatred for Qin Chen to grow deeper by the day. "Brother Li." Wei Zhen stepped forward once he found an opening. "Oh?" Li Qingfeng chuckled lightly. He tapped the fan against his palm and looked at Wei Zhen with faint arrogance in his eyes. A half-smile curved his lips. "Brother Wei should reach the prefecture level before me. Don't slack off. I'm still waiting for Brother Wei to break through so we can exchange pointers and have a proper match. Brother Li, don't worry. Wei won't make you wait long." Wei Zhen suppressed his displeasure and spoke stiffly. Then he changed the subject. "Brother Li, I came today because I have a favor to ask." "Oh?" "In tomorrow's college entrance examination, I hope Brother Li can teach someone a lesson for me." Wei Zhen clenched his teeth as he spoke. "Who?" Li Qingfeng was surprised. Wei Zhen was not the type to beg others for help. Who could possibly require his intervention? Qin Chen. Wei Zhen narrowed his eyes, each word dripping with hatred. Li Qingfeng frowned. Which Qin Chen? Who else could it be? Him. Li Qingfeng was stunned. Qin Chen was infamous. Not only was he the illegitimate son of the Qin family, known as the military god family, but he was also rumored to be the first student who might be expelled from Tianqing College for failing to awaken his blood vessel. Even though Qin Chen was only a junior student, Li Qingfeng had long heard his name. But such a piece of trash should be easy for Wei Zhen to deal with. Why involve him? Seeing Li Qingfeng's confusion, Wei Zhen gritted his teeth and said, "That bastard is not as simple as you think." "Oh?" Li Qingfeng grew interested. "Tell me." After Wei Zhen explained everything, the excitement in Li Qingfeng's eyes intensified. At the same time, a trace of disdain appeared, clearly mocking Wei Zhen for being defeated by trash. He said calmly, "Haha, interesting. I agree." He had already broken through to the prefecture level and would graduate after the exam anyway. Teaching Qin Chen a lesson was effortless. Kong Prince Residence, Martial Arts Training Ground. Starry Sky Slash. Zhao Lingshan wielded her star-shining sword. With a single swing, It seemed as though countless stars glittered across the heavens, dense and unavoidable. Clang! 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 The clear sound of metal clashing echoed as 3 guards retreated repeatedly, only stopping after nearly 10 steps. Several torn sword marks appeared on their chest armor. "Princess, we are ashamed," the guards lowered their swords and sighed. "Paw! Paw! Paw!" Prince Kong, Zhao Jing, clapped from the side and smiled as he said to Liang Yu, "Many thanks, Master Liang. In just 1 month, my daughter broke through to the prefecture level and will graduate from Qin College tomorrow." Liang Yu replied calmly, "Prince Kong flatters me. It is mainly due to the princess's talent. She awakened a 3rd-grade blood vessel, and her spiritual power aptitude reached orange rank. Cultivating my spirit refining secret art naturally yields twice the result with half the effort." Prince Kong laughed. "Regardless, it is all thanks to you. After my daughter graduates, I hope she can continue learning from Master Liang and become a true artifact refiner as soon as possible." "That was my intention as well," Liang Yu said. Prince Kong laughed again. "Tomorrow is Qin College's grand examination. I wonder if Master Liang is interested in watching my daughter's performance." An extraordinary figure suddenly flashed through Liang Yu's mind. "That is necessary." Laughing and chatting, Liang Yu and Prince Kong left the training ground, while Zhao Lingshan continued her cultivation. Chapter 37. The day passed quickly. Today is the college entrance examination. After Qin Chen finished dressing, he walked out of the room. "Chener." Seeing Qin Chen, Qin Yueqi stopped what she was doing and quickly brought over a bowl of steaming noodles along with several side dishes. "Nyang, today is the college entrance examination. You don't have to stay busy. Come watch it with me," Qin Chen said while eating. In order not to pressure Qin Chen, Qin Yueqi had never mentioned the college entrance examination during these days. Today was the actual day, and although she originally wanted to give him some advice, she was afraid it would burden him. She hesitated in her heart, but did not expect Qin Chen to say it himself. "All right. You go first. I'll come later," Qin Yueqi nodded gently as she looked at him. Tianqing College was bustling with people. The annual examination was the biggest event of the year at Tianqing College. Every year, many high-ranking officials and dignitaries from the capital came to watch. Even the royal palace would dispatch experts, and the reclusive dean would personally attend. The annual examination was of utmost importance to every student in the college. At this moment, students stood together in groups, chatting animatedly. Before the examination began, countless students had already gathered in the academy's arena, waiting for the test to start. Around the arena were many elevated platforms prepared for nobles and parents of the students. Qin Chen thought he had arrived early, but when he reached the arena, more than half of the students were already present. "Look, isn't that Qin Chen? I heard he still hasn't awakened his bloodline. If he fails again today, he'll be expelled from the college. He's a disciple of the Qin family and the grandson of King Dingwu, yet he can't even awaken his bloodline. That's ridiculous. TSK, I heard he's an illegitimate son of the Qin family. Bloodlines are inherited. His mother's bloodline is fine, but his father. Hush. Shut the fuck up. No matter what, he's still a member of the Qin family. If someone hears you, you'll be dead." Wherever Qin Chen went, whispers followed. Students around him stared with strange expressions. Qin Chen listened to everything without the slightest reaction. None of those words could stir even a ripple in his heart. "Chen, you're finally here." A surprised voice rang out as Lin Tian and Zhang Ying hurried over excitedly. "You two are all right?" Qin Chen glanced at them. After more than half a month, their injuries had healed, and their spirits were excellent. "We're fine." But Chen, did Wei Zhen really come looking for trouble afterward? Recalling the incident, the two still felt lingering fear. "Him?" Qin Chen smiled faintly. "If he dares come again, I'll make sure he comes but never leaves." Lin Tian and Zhang Ying were stunned by Qin Chen's calm yet domineering tone. They looked at him carefully and realized that their brother truly wasn't the same as before. Right, Chen, the cultivation method you gave us last time is insane. After practicing it with Lin Tian, our true qi gathering speed increased several times over. This is really, we don't even know how to thank you. After regaining their senses, they suddenly remembered and spoke excitedly. In just half a month, the two had not only broken through to the mid-stage of the human level but had even progressed further, something they never dared imagine before. It's nothing. Don't worry about it, Qin Chen said with an easy smile. He had already noticed that both of their auras had stabilized after breakthrough. Not only had they reached mid-stage human level, they were already close to the late stage. Clearly, Lin Tian and Zhang Ying had decent talent. Otherwise, such rapid improvement would have been impossible with just a cultivation method. Qin Chen, you actually dared to come to the year-end examination? At that moment, a mocking voice sounded. Qin Fen arrived with several students, blocking Qin Chen's path. They looked at him with contempt. Each of these people carried an extraordinary aura. They were clearly senior disciples. Arms crossed, they stared at Qin Chen leisurely, their narrowed eyes and sneering mouths resembling cats toying with a mouse. Lin Tian and Zhang Ying stiffened. Their faces turned tense. They recognized Qin Fen, the second son of the Qin family and Qin Chen's cousin. But the relationship between the two was obviously terrible. In all their time at the academy, they had never once seen Qin Fen step in when Qin Chen was in trouble. Get out of the way. Qin Chen raised his head expressionlessly and looked straight at Qin Fen. His calm gaze made several of the surrounding students pause for a moment. Interesting. Qin Fen, is this that illegitimate son of your Qin family? As his second brother, it seems he doesn't give a single fuck about you. The group exchanged looks and laughed loudly, clearly waiting to see how Qin Fen would handle it. At this moment, many surrounding students had also turned their attention toward them. Qin Chen raised his head slightly and said coldly, "Get out of the way. Good dogs don't block the road." The smiles on their faces instantly froze. In full view of the crowd, they were called dogs by Qin Chen. Their expressions twisted with fury, faces turning extremely ugly. In an instant, a chilling killing intent surged from several of them. Boy, what the hell did you just say? Qin Fen, is this really the trash from your Qin family? Qin Fen, don't blame me for not giving the Qin family face today. Teach this bastard a lesson. Several of them stepped forward, cold energy radiating from their bodies. Their fists cracked loudly as they stared murderously at Qin Chen. Lin Tian and Zhang Ying's expressions changed drastically. They immediately circulated their true qi and stepped forward to shield Qin Chen. Cold sweat trickled down their foreheads as they braced themselves. At that moment, Qin Chen suddenly pushed the two aside and said calmly, "Lin Tian, Zhang Ying, step back. I want to see how they plan to teach me a lesson during the year-end exam, right here in front of everyone." A faint sneer appeared on Qin Chen's lips. Qin Fen and the others were startled. They hurriedly glanced around, their expressions stiffening as cold sweat broke out on their foreheads. Although they were in a corner of the square, many people had already noticed the commotion, especially those on the high platforms. Numerous powerful figures and nobles from the capital had arrived, and with their cultivation, they naturally sensed everything happening here. Their hearts turned cold. Today was the college's year-end examination. If they caused chaos and angered the academy's higher-ups, even noble disciples like them would suffer severe consequences. Boy, don't be arrogant. You'd better not run into us during the exam. Otherwise, I'll make you understand what regret really means. After hesitating for a long time, they could only snort coldly, forcibly suppress their rage, and retreat. Ha! Qin Chen chuckled lightly and didn't even bother looking at them. He walked straight past with Lin Tian and Zhang Ying. Qin Chen's utter contempt made Qin Fen and the others nearly explode with anger. This kind of disdain was far more infuriating than being cursed in public. But they could only grit their teeth and swallow their rage. Little brute, you're still acting arrogant now. After the blood awakening ceremony, let's see if you can still be this smug. Qin Chen stared coldly at Qin Chen's back. Chapter 38. Just as Qin Chen and Lin Tian were about to leave, another group of people suddenly arrived outside the square. Each of them wore luxurious fur robes, possessed extraordinary bearing, and had sharp, penetrating eyes that made others instinctively avoid meeting their gaze. Many of the students who had already arrived hurriedly retreated to both sides, expressions filled with fear. This group consisted of noble sons, led by Li Qingfeng. Wei Zhen was also among them. As they walked behind Li Qingfeng, they felt a stifling pressure from his powerful presence. Suddenly, the gazes of Wei Zhen and another student caught sight of Qin Chen. Their expressions stiffened instantly. Wei Zhen, is that the Qin Chen you were talking about? Li Qingfeng noticed their reaction and asked with a faint smile. Yes, that's him. Wei Zhen replied, his eyes burning with hatred. Qin Chen, who was walking ahead, turned his head and met Wei Zhen's gaze, clearly sensing the cold killing intent within it. Then Qin Chen's eyes shifted to Li Qingfeng beside Wei Zhen. Although Li Qingfeng had restrained his aura, Qin Chen's perception still pierced through and clearly detected his cultivation. Their gazes collided in midair. Ha, interesting. A glint flashed through Li Qingfeng's eyes. It was the first time he had met someone who did not avoid his gaze, especially someone known throughout the academy as a useless piece of trash who had failed to awaken his bloodline for years. Qin Chen merely glanced at him indifferently before turning away, completely ignoring him. Chen, that man just now was Li Qingfeng, the son of the Marquis of Wuhan. His cultivation is extremely high. It's said that he's only one step away from the prefecture level, just like Wei Zhen, Lin Tian explained quickly. The Marquis of Wuhan holds immense power at court, so many advanced class students follow Li Qingfeng. Zhang Ying also added. Already a prefecture-level expert. Qin Chen thought to himself, but said nothing. A mere prefecture-level warrior could not draw even the slightest interest from him. Alright, let's stop talking about it. Let's find a place to sit, Qin Chen said casually. With a smile, Qin Chen walked into the square together with Lin Tian and Zhang Ying. As long as one was a student of Tianqing College, they were required to participate in the year-end examination. Tianqing College had more than 10 junior, intermediate, and advanced classes, totaling several thousand students. With so many disciples gathered in the square, the atmosphere was extremely noisy. Around the square, experts from all major forces of the capital had gathered, including princes, generals, and nobles, forming camps around the perimeter. Tianqing College was the #1 academy of the state of Qi. All powerful families in the capital, royal relatives, nobles, and military clans, sent their descendants here. At the end of every year, the academy also invited parents to observe the examination. Master Liang Yu, this way please. On the high platform, King Kong smiled and gestured, personally guiding Liang Yu to his seat. Zhao Lingshan stood respectfully at the side. Master Liang Yu, I didn't expect the son of the Marquis of Wuhan to have also broken through to the prefecture level, King Kong said with a smile. Do you think he will be Lingshan's opponent? Since entering the square, Liang Yu had been looking toward a certain corner. King Kong followed his gaze and saw Li Qingfeng's group, assuming Liang Yu was paying attention to Li Qingfeng. Oh? Liang Yu was briefly stunned, then smiled faintly. Li Qingfeng is indeed very talented. It would be difficult for Lingshan to defeat him. However, the one I'm paying attention to isn't him. I'm looking at a little friend. King Kong was puzzled. A little friend? He looked carefully but didn't see any student worthy of special attention. Which one does Master Liang mean? Anyone who could be called a little friend by Liang Yu was certainly no ordinary person. Is it Qin Chen that Master mentioned? Zhao Lingshan suddenly spoke. She had spotted Qin Chen and felt something stir in her heart. Liang Yu laughed, his expression turning solemn. He warned seriously, Lingshan, if you encounter this person later, you must be polite and greet him on behalf of your teacher. Curiosity flashed in Zhao Lingshan's eyes, but she respectfully replied, yes, Master. However, she was deeply puzzled. Who exactly was Qin Chen, to make her master treat him with such importance? She remembered that after Qin Chen and her master left the tool hall together that day, her master's attitude toward Qin Chen had changed drastically. What exactly had happened between them? "Shaner, what did Master Liang say about Qin Chen?" King Kong asked in confusion. "Father, he's Qin Chen from Prince Dingwu's mansion, Qin Yueqi's son." "Him?" King Kong was stunned. He had heard of Qin Chen, the illegitimate son of Prince Dingwu's mansion, who had supposedly never awakened his bloodline. How could such a person attract Master Liang's attention? Liang Yu laughed but said nothing. His gaze toward Qin Chen grew increasingly profound. A month ago, after Qin Chen left the tool hall, Liang Yu secretly had someone investigate him. To Liang Yu's astonishment, the youth who had shocked him with his refining skills turned out to be an illegitimate son of Prince Dingwu's mansion, someone who had never awakened his bloodline and was about to be expelled from Tianqing College. He also learned of the many internal conflicts within Prince Dingwu's mansion and discovered that Qin Chen had been expelled not long ago. Such a young man, yet his talent in weapon refining is terrifying. He even surpasses me, a second-grade weapon refiner. Where did he come from? If he possesses such profound weapon refining ability, why was he trampled on so badly in the Qin family? Treated worse than a servant? There must be some secret hidden within this young man. Countless questions churned through Liang Yu's mind. In his view, Qin Chen's behavior in Prince Dingwu's mansion was clearly an act of pretending to be a pig while eating the tiger, deliberately hiding his true strength. Regardless of Qin Chen's motives, every time Liang Yu recalled that day's refining session, his blood boiled. He even felt an urge to acknowledge Qin Chen as his teacher. Thus, when he learned that the Tianqing College year-end examination was taking place, Liang Yu immediately accepted King Kang's invitation and came to observe, hoping to find an opportunity to approach Qin Chen. At that moment, a frivolous voice suddenly rang out. "Brother Kong, you actually came to Tianqing College too? You must be here to watch niece Lingshan's year-end exam." "Ha, with my niece's talent, she'll definitely shine today." A bloated, obscene middle-aged man approached with a flattering grin. It was Zhao Qirui, Lord of Qi. Beside him stood a richly dressed woman with phoenix eyes and thin lips. It was Zhao Feng. Chapter 39. Eighth brother, what are you doing here? King Kong, Zhao Jing, frowned as he looked at Zhao Qirui. Zhao Jing and Zhao Qirui were both close relatives of the royal family, so naturally there was some connection between them. However, their relationship was distant. Zhao Jing had always looked down on Zhao Qirui, a prince who only knew how to disgrace the royal family. Brother Kong, the Tianqing College entrance examination is also a major event in the state of Qi. Since Brother Kong came to observe, how could I not come take a look as well? Zhao Qirui laughed carelessly. His gaze shifted to Liang Yu, and he said with a smile, "This must be Master Liang Yu of the Tool Hall, correct? I heard there were some misunderstandings between Master Liang and Prince Dingwu's residence. This is Zhao Feng, the main wife of Marquis Anping. Master Liang and Marquis Anping are both pillars of the state of Qi. If there were misunderstandings, it's better to resolve them. Holding grudges only harms harmony. Master Liang Yu, I didn't expect to meet you here. What a pleasant surprise." Zhao Feng immediately seized the opportunity, stepped forward 2 paces, and said with a smile, "Previously, there were indeed some misunderstandings between the Qin family and Master Liang. It was all because the younger generation was ignorant and didn't understand the ways of the world. If anything offended you, I hope Master Liang will be magnanimous and forgive us. As for my dog of a son, Qin Fen, he has already been properly taught a lesson." "Madame Zhao is joking," Liang Yu replied coldly. "The affairs of your Qin family have nothing to do with Liang. There is no need to explain anything to me. Zhao Feng has always harbored ill intentions toward Qin Chen's mother and son. She wants to trample them to death so she can climb higher herself. How could she possibly come to reconcile sincerely?" Liang Yu sneered inwardly. Seeing that Liang Yu was unmoved, Zhao Feng continued, "To show the sincerity of our Qin family's apology, not long ago I expelled Qin Chen, that unfilial son who offended Master Liang, along with his mother Qin, from the Qin family. They are no longer members of the Qin family. In this way, we can show our sincerity to Master Liang and regain his favor. Secondly, even if the old man returns and wants to take back Qin and her son, the matter has already been made public throughout the capital. For the sake of the Qin family's reputation, he will have no choice but to make concessions. As Zhao Feng calculated in her heart, the corner of her mouth could not help but curl upward. King Kong, hearing the name Qin Chen, suddenly lit up and stared over with great interest. What? Liang Yu's expression suddenly changed, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Are you saying Qin Chen was expelled from the Qin family because of his conflict with me? Exactly. Zhao Feng's eyes brightened. Thinking she had pleased Liang Yu, she said triumphantly, that trash Qin Chen dared to offend Master Liang. Expelling him was already an act of great mercy by my Qin family. If it were up to me, I would have crippled all 4 of his limbs and made him kneel at the entrance of the tool hall for 10 days and 10 nights to ease the anger in your heart. Zhao Feng spoke with fervor, but Liang Yu was drenched in cold sweat inside. If that's the case, then Qin Chen must hate me to the bone. The Qin family is clearly trying to kill him. Liang Yu roared inwardly. For a moment Liang Yu felt his entire body turn cold, his back soaked in sweat. Master Liang, are you feeling unwell? Zhao Jing noticed something wrong and asked. I'm fine. Liang Yu snapped back to his senses, his heart sinking deeply. At this point, he could only think of a way to remedy the situation later. Liang Yu looked at Zhao Feng, who was still talking non-stop, and felt the urge to chop her to death on the spot. He snorted coldly. Liang has no interest in listening to your Qin family's affairs. Madame Zhao, please leave. He waved his hand impatiently, his tone extremely unpleasant. Zhao Feng's smile stiffened. She didn't understand what had gone wrong, but quickly forced herself to speak again. Master Liang, I sincerely wish to reconcile with you. If there is anything you're dissatisfied with regarding the Qin family, just say it. As long as it's within my power, I will not refuse. Liang Yu sneered, his face filled with cold mockery. Madame Zhao jokes too much. Liang dares not establish any high-level relationship with your Qin family. Liang still has matters to discuss with Lord Kong. Madam, please leave at once. Liang Yu turned away, his expression gloomy, completely ignoring Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng's face turned extremely ugly in an instant. She was stuck between leaving and staying, completely humiliated. At this moment, Zhao Qirue, Lord of Qi, smiled and said, Master Liang. Before he could finish, Liang Yu cut him off coldly, Lord Qi, it seems Liang is not familiar with you. I will not stay long. Liang Yu was furious inwardly. Zhao Qirue still wants to play with Qin, but doesn't even look at his own disgusting virtue. If Qin Chen sees me associating with this bastard, won't he misunderstand again? Thinking of this, Liang Yu sneered aloud. As a royal relative, Lord Qi should pay more attention to his influence. Mingling with married women all day, if others see it, they might think there's something filthy going on between you. You! Zhao Qirue's face turned green as he trembled with rage. Eighth brother, Master Liang is right, Zhao Jing said coldly. In the future, be mindful of your conduct. Don't disgrace the royal family by associating recklessly. Zhao Qirue dared to be angry but did not dare to argue. Zhao Jing's status far surpassed his. He could only suppress his humiliation and say, yes, Brother Kong. The two left in embarrassment. Madam, how did your discussion with Master Liang go? As soon as Zhao Feng returned to her platform, Qin Yong asked carefully. Zhao Feng's face was livid, her eyes filled with viciousness. Humph. He's just a second-grade weapon refiner. What arrogance! Does he think he's the lord of the tool hall? Zhao Qirue's expression was equally ugly as he snorted coldly. That Liang Yu is simply too arrogant. Seeing how furious the two were, Qin Yong immediately understood that they had suffered a severe humiliation. He quietly retreated to the side, not daring to provoke them further. Master Liang, please calm yourself. Lord Qi is always a scoundrel. Don't ruin your health over such trash, Zhao Jing said softly after they left. Liang Yu nodded without speaking, his brows tightly furrowed. He was thinking about how to eliminate the terrible impression Qin Chen might have of him. Zhao Feng, she truly harms people. Zhao Jing looked at Liang Yu's frowning expression, then turned his gaze toward Qin Chen with deep contemplation. Just who was this young man, to make Master Liang Yu offend both the Qin family and the Lord of Qi for his sake? After all, the Qin family was one of the most powerful families in the state of Qi. Even though Liang Yu, as a weapon refiner, did not fear offending noble families, crossing such a giant was still unwise. Interesting. Very interesting. Zhao Jing narrowed his eyes slightly as he looked at Qin Chen, a meaningful smile appearing on his lips. Chapter 40. At the bottom of the stands, Qin Chen sat together with the other three. Chen Xiao, after the blood awakening ceremony begins, don't be nervous. Just feel the power of your own blood, you'll definitely succeed. That's right. I feel that Chen Xiao is already different from before. This time, you'll surely awaken your blood. True feelings are revealed in adversity. Hearing Lin Tian and Zhang Ying's words, Qin Chen felt a slight warmth in his heart. Suddenly, Qin Chen turned his head and looked toward the entrance of the square. A slender and graceful figure slowly walked in from outside the square. Mother! Qin Yueqi entered the square. Her eyes swept lightly across the area, and as if mother and son shared a spiritual connection, their gazes instantly met. Qin Yueqi smiled gently and gave Qin Chen an encouraging look. Instead of approaching him, she found a seat in the stands and sat down quietly. Although Qin Yueqi had arrived discreetly, her stunning appearance immediately attracted the attention of many people. Who is that woman? She's so beautiful, a man exclaimed. Pa! His companion immediately smacked him and whispered angrily, lower your voice. Don't you know who she is? She's the Qin family's eldest young lady, Qin Yueqi, Qin Baishan's youngest daughter. What? That's her? The former #1 beauty of the capital? She really lives up to her reputation. At the top of the stands, Zhao Feng narrowed her eyes, her gaze filled with vicious light. I didn't expect Qin Yueqi, that bitch, to come as well. Perfect. Let's see how her precious son gets expelled from Tianqing College. Ha ha ha. Beside her, King Qi's eyes flashed with undisguised lust. The dean is here. At that moment, someone suddenly shouted. The entire square instantly fell silent. A group of people walked in from outside. At the front was a gray-haired old man wearing white robes. It was Chu Weichen, the dean of Tianqing College. Beside him were several extraordinary figures with powerful auras. Soon, they arrived at the main seats on the high platform. To everyone's surprise, in previous years, Dean Chu Weichen always sat in the central seat during the annual examination. But this time, after a brief show of courtesy, he actually allowed a middle-aged man wearing a blue military robe to sit at the very top, while he himself sat beside him. Who the hell is that? I've never seen him before, yet he's sitting in the main seat. Could he be some big figure from the royal palace? Many students below began whispering. Hiss. His Majesty actually sent Xiao Zhan, King of Lingwu, to attend this assessment? King Kong said in surprise. It seems His Majesty places great importance on Tianqing College this year. Xiao Zhan, King of Lingwu, was the war god of the Qi state. His cultivation had reached the peak of the 4th stage profound realm, only one step away from the Zong realm. He was known as the strongest man in the great Qi state and the guardian of the royal family. Only someone like him was qualified to sit above Dean Chu Weichen, who was also a 4th stage expert. At this moment, some nobles and martial experts who recognized Xiao Zhan began whispering secretly. Although Tianqing College is the top academy of the capital, it shouldn't be important enough for King Lingwu to personally attend. He must be here for another reason. Could it be because of that? King Kang's heart stirred as a thought flashed through his mind. The examination venue was the academy's training grounds. Despite being filled with people, the area still appeared vast and imposing. Ladies and gentlemen, today is the entrance examination of Qin College. Thank you all for attending. An elderly man in gray robes stepped onto the high platform and spoke loudly, his gaze sharp. This was Gu Hong, Vice Dean of Qin College, who oversaw all major affairs of the academy. The examination is divided into two parts, Gu Hong announced clearly. At the end of the year, there would be a blood awakening ceremony and a martial arts examination. The blood awakening ceremony was meant to gather all disciples who had yet to awaken their bloodlines and allow them to undergo a collective baptism once more. Normally, this process wasn't taken seriously and was treated as a mere formality. After all, nearly all students capable of entering Qin College could awaken their bloodlines. Most who hadn't awakened yet were simply too young. The majority were new students who had joined the academy this year. Under normal circumstances, most of them would awaken their bloodlines during the year-end ceremony. However, this year's awakening ceremony seemed different. Those who knew the inside story wore strange expressions, their eyes scanning the students continuously. Because rumors had spread that there was a student in Qin College who had been enrolled for over 2 years and still had not awakened his bloodline. According to the academy's rules, any student who failed to awaken their bloodline within 3 years of enrollment would be expelled. Although this rule had existed since the founding of Qin College, it had never been enforced in hundreds of years. But today, that record was likely to be broken. If he failed to awaken his bloodline again during this ceremony, he would become the first student in the century-long history of Qin College to be expelled for failing to awaken his bloodline. If it were an ordinary student, it wouldn't have drawn so much attention. But this student was Qin Chen, the grandson of Qin Batian, the famed god of war and king of Dingwu, and the illegitimate son of the Qin family. With so many factors combined, gossip was inevitable. After Gu Hong finished announcing the procedures, over 100 junior disciples who had yet to awaken their bloodlines were gradually assembled in the square. Various instruments had already been set up by the blood sacred hall. Under the watchful gaze of so many people, many students stepping into the square felt extremely nervous. Quick, tell me, which one is Qin Chen from the Qin family? Have you spotted him yet? The Qin family's so-called tiger father producing a dog son, 2 years without awakening his bloodline. That's unbelievable. If he still fails today, the Qin family will become the laughingstock of the Qi state. Hey, brotherly, you're wrong. His mother is from the Qin family, but his father isn't. Calling it tiger father, dog son doesn't really apply. That's true. If Qin Chen can't awaken his bloodline, it's probably because of his useless father. How could the #1 beauty of great Qi ever find such a man? Who knows what happened when she went out back then? Hush! Are you looking to die? Watch your mouth, or you'll lose your head. Amid the noisy chatter, Qin Fen and others cast sinister gazes toward Qin Chen. But with just one glance, everyone was stunned. Because they discovered that Qin Chen showed no intention of standing up and entering the square at all. Chapter 41. Qin Chen, it's already the turn for students who have not awakened their bloodlines to accept the blood baptism. Why are you still sitting there? Are you trying to muddle through? Qin Fen suddenly stood up and shouted at Qin Chen in full view of everyone. He was delighted inside. Ha ha ha, Qin Chen must be terrified that he won't awaken his bloodline, so he doesn't even dare to go up. The more scared he is, the more I'll expose him. Qin Fen's loud shout instantly drew everyone's attention to Qin Chen. Qin Chen, what's going on? Lin Tian asked in a low voice, worry written all over his face. Zhang Ying stood up angrily and shouted, Qin Fen, stop spouting bullshit. Chen Xiao just isn't ready yet. Why are you in such a hurry? Humph, the emperor isn't anxious, but the eunuch is. Zhang Ying, what kind of trash do you think you are, daring to talk to me like that? Qin Fen looked at Zhang Ying with contempt and laughed loudly. Not ready yet? Ha ha ha. Look at the stage, everyone else is ready. Is he the only special one? I think he simply has no confidence to awaken his bloodline and wants to muddle through. Humph. Luckily, our Qin family has already expelled these 2 worthless pieces of trash. Otherwise, a 16-year-old who hasn't even awakened his bloodline What a disgrace to the Qin family. Qin Chen, if I were you, how would I still have the face to live in this world? I would have killed myself long ago. Ha! The Qin family has already expelled Qin Chen. Many nobles and dignitaries immediately caught this key detail from Qin Fen's words. You're talking nonsense. If anyone deserves to die first, it's trash like you. Zhang Ying was shaking with rage. Zhang Ying, don't waste words on him, Qin Chen said calmly, still seated in the stands, completely ignoring Qin Fen's clamor. His expression was indifferent, as if he were watching a clown perform. Not far away, Qin Yueqi looked at Qin Chen anxiously, her hands tightly clenched together. Her heart ached as she watched her son being questioned and humiliated. Qin Chen, your name is on the list. Why aren't you coming up? A college tutor in charge of the awakening ceremony glanced at the roster in his hand, then walked toward Qin Chen with a cold expression and spoke harshly. This man had triangular eyes and thin lips, giving him an extremely vulgar appearance. His icy gaze landed on Qin Chen like a blade, clearly displeased that Qin Chen had disrupted the examination order. Madam, this is the tutor Go Su we bribed, Qin Yong immediately whispered to Madame Zhao. With him here, Qin Chen's blood awakening ceremony today will definitely fail. Madame Zhao smiled faintly, squinting her eyes. Good. Then let's just wait and enjoy the show. She glanced at Qin Yueqi, whose face had turned pale, and sneered inwardly. You little bitch, still trying to act dignified? I'll see how you cry later. Ha ha ha. On the high platform, Xiao Zhan, king of Lingwu, and Dean Chu Weichen both frowned slightly. Vice Dean Gu Hong, who was presiding over the ceremony, immediately stood up and said in a deep voice, Qin Chen, why have you not accepted the blood baptism? Gu Hong had heard of Qin Chen before. He knew this student was diligent and hardworking, and he actually admired him. As an academy elder, he naturally didn't want to abandon any student. However, rules were rules. If Qin Chen truly failed to awaken his bloodline after 3 years, he would have no choice but to expel him. Under the gaze of everyone, Qin Chen slowly stood up and said calmly, Vice Dean Gu, it's not that this student is unwilling to participate in the blood awakening, but that this student's bloodline has already awakened. Qin Chen's words instantly stunned the entire crowd. Ha ha ha. Your bloodline has awakened? Qin Fen looked as though he had just heard the funniest joke in the world. After a brief pause, he burst into wild laughter and sneered, Qin Chen, you're really shameless. You can even tell such a blatant lie. If you can awaken your bloodline, then all the sows in the world can climb trees. He cupped his hands toward Vice Dean Gu and said loudly, Vice Dean, in this student's opinion, someone so deceitful should be expelled immediately. Why give him another chance? Qin Fen's suggestion was immediately echoed by many. That's right. Students like this should be dismissed directly. Lying in front of the academy elders, how audacious. Without even basic integrity, how is he worthy of being a disciple of Tianqing College? Wei Zhen and several others shouted from below the stage. They didn't dare provoke Qin Chen directly, but they certainly wouldn't miss such a chance to kick him while he was down. People on the platform glanced at Qin Fen, who was sneering non-stop, and secretly thought that the rumors about Qin Chen and his mother being unwelcome in the Qin family were absolutely true. Qin Chen, do you know the crime of deceiving the academy? Go Su sneered. Vice Dean Go, I propose that Qin Chen's qualification for this examination be revoked immediately and that he be expelled from the academy. Go Su was secretly delighted. He had already accepted benefits from Madame Zhao to ensure Qin Chen failed the exam. If Qin Chen could be expelled directly, it would be even better. Gu Hong looked at Go Su with displeasure. Students shouting nonsense was one thing, but Go Su, as an academy tutor, was clearly overstepping his bounds and embarrassing the college. Qin Chen, you claim your bloodline has awakened. Do you have any proof? Gu Hong asked coldly. Qin Chen frowned slightly. He suddenly realized that his blood awakening had never been verified by a blood sacred hall specialist. He replied, no. This student awakened it on his own. Ha 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 ha. Self-awakened. Before Qin Chen could finish speaking, Qin Fen was already clutching his stomach in laughter. His body bent forward, tears streaming down his face as he laughed uncontrollably. Which famous genius in the entire kingdom didn't awaken their bloodline through proper rites? You're a piece of trash, yet you claim you awakened it yourself? That's enough to laugh my teeth off. Ha ha ha. The entire venue erupted in noise. Many people looked at Qin Chen with pity. In their eyes, Qin Chen was clearly terrified that he wouldn't awaken his bloodline and was desperately trying to muddle through. Sigh. How could Qin Badian, the mighty king of Dingwu, have such a grandson? There's no evidence, yet he falsely claims to have awakened his bloodline, Go Su said sharply. Vice Dean, the facts are already clear. I believe Qin Chen's mind is unsound and that he should be expelled from the academy immediately to serve as a warning. Qin Chen looked at Go Su coldly. He couldn't remember ever offending this man. So why was he targeting him so relentlessly? Too lazy to waste words on him, Qin Chen turned to Gu Hong and said calmly, Vice Dean Gu, verifying a bloodline is very simple. All that's needed is a blood sacred hall specialist to examine it. Once that's done, it will be immediately clear whether this student has awakened his bloodline. Qin Chen's calm and composed demeanor made many people hesitate. Could he really have awakened his bloodline? After all, such a lie would be exposed instantly. Go Su's heart sank slightly. Did this kid really awaken his bloodline? Although the probability was extremely low, it wasn't impossible. He quickly cupped his hands and said, Vice Dean, today is the year-end final examination. How can the entire process be disrupted because of Qin Chen alone? That would be completely inappropriate. Even if verification is required, this subordinate believes it should be done during the blood awakening ceremony itself. Chapter 42. After thinking for a moment, Gu Hong said in a deep voice, All right, Qin Chen. Since you claim that you have already awakened your bloodline, then join the blood awakening ceremony. As long as you reveal even the slightest trace of blood aura during the baptism, you will be considered to have passed. But if you fail to awaken your bloodline and deliberately disrupt the year-end examination order, I will expel you publicly. Gu Hong's tone was stern, his voice ringing like a bell. Qin Chen cupped his hands and replied, Yes. Seeing Qin Chen walk into the square, Qin Fen couldn't help but laugh loudly. Vice Dean Gu is really merciful. Qin Chen is obviously trying to muddle through, yet he's still given a chance. It would be a miracle if this waste could awaken his bloodline. Qin Chen suddenly halted, turned his head, and said calmly, Qin Fen, you keep saying that I'm trying to muddle through. Dare to make a bet with me? A bet? What kind of bet? If I fail to awaken my bloodline by the end of the baptism, you can do whatever you want to me. But if I succeed, I won't touch you at all. You only need to bark like a dog a few times in this square and shout that you're a fool. How about it? You're a fool. What, you don't dare? Qin Chen said with a faint smile. Why wouldn't I dare? Qin Chen's smile instantly enraged Qin Fen. He quietly glanced at Go Su, and his heart immediately settled. He sneered and said, Since you're rushing to die, I'll gladly help you. Ha, so many people are watching. Don't break your promise, young Master Qin. Qin Chen sneered and stepped into the square. After Qin Chen's little episode, the entire year-end examination suddenly became interesting. Two descendants of the Qin family openly clashing, many of the nobles present sensed something subtle behind it. You, stand here. Go Su led Qin Chen to a white crystal slab and barked coldly. At this moment, more than 100 students who had not awakened their bloodlines gathered in the center of the square, each holding a piece of white crystal. Blood awakening baptism, begin. A blood tutor from Tianqing College stood in the center of the square and shouted loudly. Instantly, a misty white glow rose throughout the square. A sacred aura spread outward, washing over everything. The year-end blood awakening of Tianqing College was jointly organized by the college and the blood sacred land of the capital. 5 first-grade blood tutors had been dispatched to oversee the ceremony. Buzz! A powerful guiding force enveloped the entire square. The white crystals in many students' hands lit up one after another, and white light enveloped their bodies. On the stands, Qin Yueqi's hands suddenly clenched as she stared nervously at Qin Chen. It wasn't just her. At this moment, more than half of the people present had their eyes fixed on Qin Chen. As the blood power circulated, Qin Chen's body was also wrapped in white light, yet there was still no sign of blood aura. Ha ha ha, didn't I say it? Qin Chen is just a liar. Qin Fen burst into laughter. Others frowned slightly but said nothing. The awakening ceremony had only just begun, and nothing could be concluded yet. Suddenly, a tiger's roar echoed across the square. From the crystal in the hands of a 12-year-old student with a somewhat immature face, a phantom tiger leapt out. The red tiger roared toward the sky, radiating a crimson glow that merged with the boy, making the scene dazzling. Someone has awakened their bloodline. That's Gao Hong from the junior class, the second son of the deputy commander of the capital garrison. Red tiger bloodline. At just 12 years old, he awakened a second-grade bloodline. His future is limitless. Awakening a second-grade bloodline at the age of 12 marked him as a rare genius in the state of Qi. Ha ha ha. I'll host a banquet at my residence tonight. If you're free, please honor us with your presence. Deputy Commander Gao laughed heartily, cupping his hands toward the people around him. Humph. Awakening a second-grade bloodline at 12 is far better than some useless trash, Qin Fen continued to sneer at Qin Chen. Humph. Across the square, the white crystals before other students lit up in succession. Red, orange, yellow, green, blue, purple, countless colors flashed. Various bloodline phenomena appeared, forming a spectacular scene. Most students awakened first-grade bloodlines, while a smaller portion awakened second-grade bloodlines. Anyone paying close attention would notice that nearly all those who awakened second-grade bloodlines were children of noble families, while ordinary commoners mostly awakened first-grade bloodlines. By now, about half of the students had successfully awakened. Every one of them was excited. Only after awakening their bloodline could they truly step onto the path of martial cultivation. Those who failed to awaken were somewhat disappointed, but not devastated. For most people, awakening was only a matter of time. As the awakening ceremony neared its end, the white crystal in Qin Chen's hand remained completely silent. There was still no trace of blood aura on his body. If, by the end of the baptism, he still showed no sign of blood power, then his earlier claim of self-awakening would be completely exposed as a lie. Ha ha ha. I said this kid is obviously a fraud. Qin Fen roared with laughter, excitedly mocking Qin Chen in front of those around him. Cheating the academy is a serious crime, several students nearby sneered. Qin Fen, shut up. Chen Xiao will definitely awaken his bloodline. Lin Tian and Zhang Ying shouted angrily, their faces flushed and necks thick with rage. Qin Fen glared at them viciously, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. He sneered, if you two keep interrupting like this, you'll suffer later. At that moment, a student beside him said with a sinister grin, Qin Fen, don't worry. The next round is the martial arts competition. I don't believe these two will be lucky enough to escape our hands. Another student frowned and said, they might not even pass the first round. That's fine. There will be plenty of chances to teach them a lesson later. Ha ha ha. Several students burst into laughter, staring at Lin Tian and Zhang Ying with malicious intent. On the high platform, Zhao Feng's face was full of excitement. Her eyes were locked onto Qin Yueqi, and she laughed inwardly. Qin Yueqi, look at your precious son, he's a complete waste. Dean Chu Weichen frowned slightly. If Qin Chen were really expelled from Tianqing College, it would be a stain on the academy's reputation. Qin Yueqi gazed lovingly at Qin Chen and the white crystal before him. Her hands clenched tightly, then slowly loosened. Her eyes were filled with love. Then, a sharp glint flashed through them as she murmured softly, Podiankang, if our child truly lacks martial talent, then let him live a peaceful life. She had once harbored hope that her son might create a miracle, but in the end, the miracle seemed not to have come. In the square, Qin Chen calmly sensed the white crystal in his hand and sneered inwardly. From the very moment he touched it, he had already realized. The awakening crystal in his hand was a dead crystal. What a vicious Xiao Feng. Chapter 43. Although the death crystal can also produce the light of baptism, it cannot stimulate the blood in a warrior. That is to say, no warrior can awaken their blood through this crystal. At the same time, even a warrior who has awakened the blood vein cannot reveal their blood breath through this crystal. Combined with the previous situation, Qin Chen immediately woke up, and Go Su was clearly deceived by Xiao Feng. With such a vicious heart, Xiao Feng had already expelled himself and his mother from the family, but he still didn't want to let Qin Chen go. This was too much. It's too belittling to try to reveal your blood breath with just a piece of dead crystal. Seeing that the baptism was about to end, Qin Chen suddenly smiled at Go Su. At this time, many people's eyes were focused on Qin Chen. Seeing that the baptism was coming to an end, Qin Chen still had not shown his blood breath. They could not help shaking their heads and sighing repeatedly, immediately noticing Qin Chen's inexplicable smile. Then, a blue light suddenly burst out from the crystal in Qin Chen's hand. The light was very weak at first, but it became dazzling in the blink of an eye. The dazzling blue light almost turned into a round scorching sun, which made many people unable to open their eyes. Crackling. The thunder light flowing over the blue crystal burst out an amazing aura. Wow! At this moment, the whole audience erupted into uproar, everyone stupefied. My God, did he really awaken? At the last moment of the awakening ceremony, he awakened. What kind of blood is this? It's dazzling. The power of thunder belongs to rare blood. At this moment, everyone on the field was stunned and in shock. Almost everyone had thought that Qin Chen couldn't awaken his blood at all, but they didn't expect that at the last moment of the blood awakening ceremony, Qin Chen revealed his blood breath, shocking everyone instantly. The most shocked were, of course, Go Su and a few others, who stared with wide eyes, as if they had seen a ghost. No way! How could he awaken his blood? I clearly manipulated his crystal. Why? Go Su glared at Qin Chen with eyes full of disbelief, his mind in a daze. Qin Fen, who had been laughing before, looked as if he had swallowed a dead fly. He widened his eyes in shock. How could this be possible? Zhao Feng's eyes opened wide with anger as she looked at Qin Yong. She said furiously, Qin Yong, what's going on here? Qin Fen was covered in cold sweat, wiping it off repeatedly. He said timidly, Madam, my subordinates don't know. Go Su promised his subordinates and promised to take the responsibility, but what? Zhao Feng ground her teeth, her face dark and terrifying, brimming with murderous intent. If you can't even handle something this small, how could you ever manage anything else? Spare your life, madam. Qin Yong said in a hurry. Qin Yueqi looked at Qin Chen, who was glowing with blue light all over his body. Two clear tears rolled down from the corners of his eyes. He was overjoyed and murmured, Broken sky, do you see it? Our child awakened, and he did it. Xiao Zhan, king of Lingwu, said to Chu Weichen with a smile, Dean Chu, Tianqing College is indeed the top college in the state of Qi, and its students are still as excellent as ever. Chu Weichen smiled but replied modestly, the king of Lingwu praises me too highly. However, in his heart, he was quite happy. Qin Chen, who had once been expelled from the college, had finally lived up to expectations. Just now, Qin Chen's blood breath felt a little familiar, as if they had seen it somewhere not long ago. Xiao Zhan, Chu Weichen, and others shared this feeling but couldn't recall where. They shook their heads, thinking it was just their imagination. Qin Chen concentrated the light of his blood vessels. A blood master had already recorded his blood level. He announced loudly, Qin Chen, a junior class student, 15 years old, awakens Lei Guang's blood vessel and ranks first. When Qin Chen stepped down from the platform, Lin Tian and Zhang Ying exclaimed excitedly, Haha, Little Dust, you finally succeeded. I told you, with Little Dust's talent, how could he not awaken his blood? Lei Guang's blood, this is rare blood. Qin Fen, what do you have to say now? Qin Fen recovered from his shock and said coldly, I awakened only one of the most useless blood types. What's there to be happy about? As soon as Qin Chen spoke, he felt a chill all over when he noticed the angry stares of many students around him. The vast majority had awakened only inferior blood. Qin Chen said calmly, "Qin Chen, don't forget our previous agreement." Qin Fen's face changed, and he took a step back. "Haha, Qin Chen, don't want to default?" Zhang Ying sneered loudly. "So many people just heard the bet between you and Qin Shao, including the president and Wangdu's elites. If you refuse to pay, think about the consequences." Qin Fen's heart sank as he noticed the furious eyes of the students around him, and the gaze of Wangdu dignitaries on the high platform. If he really broke his promise, no one would respect him in Wangdu. He glared at Go Su fiercely, learning a bitter lesson in public, then cried out in shame, "I am a fool." This caused a burst of laughter around. "Ha ha ha, Qin Fen, I didn't expect you still had some self-awareness. You know you are a fool, ha ha." Lin Tian and Zhang Ying laughed. "Just you wait," Qin Fen clenched his teeth, his face red. Under the laughter of the crowd, he wanted to find a place to hide. For Wangdu's dignitaries, this was just a minor episode in the Tianqing College entrance exam. They smiled and paid little attention. After the awakening baptism came the martial arts examination competition. There were 3 rounds in the martial arts exam. Strength assessment. Screening battles. Challenge arena. Thousands of students participated in the year-end exam. If they competed one by one, it would take several days. Thus, the first round, strength assessment, and the second round, screening battles, were designed to quickly select the strongest disciples for the final challenge arena. Only students who passed both strength and screening battles could participate in the final round. Soon, the martial arts test began. The first round, strength assessment. On the square, there were 20 powerful bows, each weighing 50 stones. 50 meters away, there was a row of fine steel targets. In this first round, students were required to draw a 50-stone bow and hit a steel target in the distance. Only when the arrow hit the target would it count. Soon, the first group of 20 students came to the stage. Each student's expression was serious as they picked up the thick, powerful bows, making everyone dare not underestimate them. Chapter 44. Kang. In the distance, the students aimed at the steel targets. "Drink it." A calm, dark-complexioned teenager inhaled deeply and exhaled, then pulled back the bow with a big breath. With the force of his blood-strong tendons, the bowstrings suddenly pulled taut, forming a perfect half-moon shape. Collapse. He pulled the bowstring to its limit, then suddenly released his right hand. The black iron arrow shot out like a phantom. The boy wheezed, staring as the iron arrow flew toward the target. With a loud clang, the arrow left only a dent on the steel target. He lost all strength, fell forward, and landed on the ground in front of the target. A look of disappointment crossed the young man's face. He angrily waved his fist, set down the strong bow, and walked away with a sigh. Each student only had one chance. Fail once, and you would be eliminated. Jingling. At this moment, the sound of metal clashing against metal rang across the stage. Each of the 20 students shot their iron arrows in succession, but most failed to leave the arrow in the target and were eliminated. Some could not even hit the target. Others barely held the arrow against the target, and a few could not even draw the heavy bow, let alone shoot. In the end, only 3 of the first 20 succeeded in hitting the target without their arrows falling off. One man's arrow barely stayed in the target, bending 60 degrees and almost falling off, but by chance, it remained lodged. The 3 successful students waved their fists in excitement and left the arena with satisfaction. Only 3 passed the first batch. "The first round isn't easy," someone remarked. "It goes without saying. A 50-stone bow equals the strength of 5 horses. Only students above mid-level can fully draw such a bow. Ordinary mid-level students would fail, especially with iron arrows and targets. Tianqing College truly deserves its top ranking in the kingdom. Even this simple strength assessment tests not only physical strength, but also eyesight, accuracy, and power control. Oh, it's interesting. Sitting on the stage, the dignitaries and Wangdu elites discussed the competition with great interest. Soon, the second group of students stepped onto the stage. The quality of this batch was noticeably higher than the first, and 4 students succeeded. Batch after batch, the pace was rapid, and each batch left only 3 or 4 survivors. Soon, it was Qin Fen's turn. Qin Fen coldly glanced at Qin Chen, a trace of provocation in his eyes. Full of anger, he stepped onto the stage and was the first to pick up the strong bow. With slight effort, he pulled it back to a perfect half-moon shape with ease. Then, collapse. The bowstring vibrated as the black iron arrow shot out like a flash of lightning. With a loud clang, the arrow pierced the center of the steel target, penetrated the 5-centimeter thick iron, and lodged firmly. The fine steel arrow shivered slightly from the impact. "Wow!" Exclamations erupted from the students. "So powerful! Shooting an arrow through the bullseye. Worthy of a senior class student. Qin Fen is only 1 step away from prefecture level. Such strength and accuracy are rare in advanced classes." Xiao Zhan, king of Lingwu, nodded slightly. The Qin family is indeed a formidable force in the army. Chu Weichen smiled. Qin Fen is talented, yes, but not amazing. His older brother is the real prodigy. A sigh crossed his eyes. "You mean Qin Feng, once the king's favorite?" "Exactly. I still remember, it took him only 2 years to reach the prefecture level at 14. He graduated successfully, joined the army, and made numerous military achievements. Now, who knows how he cultivates?" Xiao Zhan's eyes lit up. "That son is truly extraordinary. I remember seeing him at the palace banquet, a man ahead of his time." "Alas," Chu Weichen sighed, "it's a pity his age has passed. Otherwise, he would have completed the task your majesty assigned to me. Now, it's a headache." On the field, students whispered among themselves. Although Qin Fen had been humiliated in front of Qin Chen, his strength now shocked many. The dragon gave birth to 9 sons, all different. The Qin family has geniuses like Qin Feng and Qin Fen, but Qin Chen is the illegitimate son, this is. Although Qin Chen had awakened his blood, no one believed he could compare to Qin Fen. "Good, let him be," Zhao Feng patted the chair corner excitedly, laughing. She coldly glanced at Qin Yueqi and sneered, "What can Qin Chen do even if he awakens his blood? In the end, it's meaningless. You 3 better pray you don't fall into my hands," Qin Fen sneered as he descended from the stage, staring coldly at Qin Chen and his friends with a ferocious smile. Qin Chen ignored the provocation entirely. "Well, I doubt you'll even pass the first round of strength assessment. Let's see how long you last," Qin Fen sneered and returned to his team. "Little dust, it's our turn," Lin Tian and Zhang Ying said nervously. Qin Chen patted them on the shoulder. "Don't be nervous. With your skills, you'll pass the first round easily. Just watch the balance of the arrow. At the moment of release, aim to drive the arrow perfectly. Only then will it hit the target." "Understood." Lin Tian and Zhang Ying nodded firmly. As expected, the next batch was their turn. They inhaled deeply and stepped onto the platform. Step, straighten the back, tighten the abdomen. Following Qin Chen's guidance, they focused their vision and pulled the bow to the extreme. The true qi of mid-stage human level surged like a tidal wave. Collapse. Collapse. The arrows flew, piercing the bullseye one after another. The tails quivered slightly, but the tips remained firm and steady. It worked. They looked at each other and waved excitedly. Aren't Lin Tian and Zhang Ying junior class students? When did their strength reach mid-human level? Some students familiar with them wondered. These 2 dare to enter the next round. Interesting, very interesting, Qin Fen and a few others said, eyes gleaming with excitement and ferocity. "Little dust, we made it." Lin Tian and Zhang Ying were overjoyed and turned to Qin Chen. "Well done," Qin Chen said with a smile, thinking deeply. Lin Tian and Zhang Ying had exceptional understanding. Just now, he had given them subtle guidance, and they applied it perfectly. This kind of insight was rare. Next, it was Qin Chen's turn to take the stage. Chapter 45. Next, it was Qin Chen's turn to take the stage. Lin Tian and Zhang Ying cheered, "Little dust, come on. Let's break into the wushu competition together." Qin Chen smiled. "Who?" He stepped lightly onto the stage and stood firm among 20 others, his face calm and composed. Holding the powerful 50-stone bow in his hand, Qin Chen placed an arrow on the string. With a slight pull, he drew the bow into a perfect half-moon shape. Haha, only half a moon. Waste is waste. With that strength, he won't pass the exam at all. Hey, don't be so sure. Maybe he's doing it on purpose, afraid of facing us in the next round. Could be, hey, coward. Qin Fen and several students around him laughed and ridiculed Qin Chen openly. Li Qingfeng, standing nearby, whispered, "Wei Zhen, do you really think this is all he can do?" Wei Zhen frowned, his expression full of doubt. Qin Chen's strength is definitely higher than this, he muttered to himself. He knew very well that Qin Chen could draw the 50-stone bow fully, it was impossible that he could not. But now, could it be that he was really afraid of Qin Fen and dared not pass the first round? As doubt filled the crowd. Collapse. Qin Chen released the bowstring. The black iron arrow shot forward like lightning. Poof! To everyone's surprise, the arrow, drawn from only a half-moon, struck the bullseye. 1/3 of the arrow entered the iron target and stayed firmly lodged. Qin Chen put down his bow and returned to his team. Ah, only 1/3, and he hit the bullseye? Luck, pure luck. Half a moon and he can pass the exam? How is this possible? I pulled it into the full moon, and all my arrows fell. Qin Chen only pulled half a moon, why? I'm lucky to spit blood. This isn't fair. The students grumbled. Qin Chen had been lucky. Many could not even hold the bow fully, and their arrows fell after hitting the target. But Qin Chen, drawing only half a moon, left the arrow in the target. By contrast, many were frustrated to the point of wanting to vomit blood. Good control. Not easy, the crowd murmured. On the high stage, Xiao Zhan, king of Lingwu, narrowed his eyes, sharp light glinting from them. Not easy, President Chu Weichen remarked on one side, watching the target closely. The longer he looked, the more shocked he became. You can see it too? Xiao Zhan asked in a deep voice. Chu Weichen said with astonishment, generally, it takes the force of at least 5 horses to shoot a Tenjin iron arrow into an iron target, pulling the bow fully into a half-moon. Yet the arrow Qin Chen just shot was only 30 stones, equivalent to the force of 3 horses, and yet it penetrated the target. The rotating force of the arrow doubled its penetration. It's a rare technique. Chu Weichen frowned. With his age and cultivation, he shouldn't be able to do this. I can't believe it. Did he do this on purpose? If intentional, his control is at an extremely advanced level. Few top martial artists at prefecture level can achieve this. Interesting, more and more interesting, Xiao Zhan laughed. Your Majesty assigned me a difficult task. I worried I couldn't complete it, but now, there are surprises everywhere. Will you select him? Hard to say for now. Let's continue, Xiao Zhan replied with a smile. Nearby, King Kong chuckled, Master Liang, Qin Chen's luck is incredible. Although King Kong was also a first-class master, he could not detect the subtle clues as Xiao Zhan could. Good, Liang Yu said with a smile, but inwardly he thought bitterly, not bad, fart. Others were unaware, but he was sure, Qin Chen's shot was no luck, it was deliberate. How he did it even confused Liang Yu, but it did not affect his judgment. At this point, the most excited was undoubtedly Qin Fen. Ha ha ha. Incredible. I didn't expect Qin Chen to pass the first round. In the next round, he must face me. I want him to know regret. Qin Fen thought furiously, praying to meet Qin Chen in the next round. Qin Chen's assessment caused a small wave and then passed smoothly. The evaluation continued. Finally, it was Li Qingfeng's turn. He stepped gracefully, a faint smile at the corners of his mouth. With little effort, he drew the bow fully into a half-moon. The bow groaned under the immense force. Phew! The black iron arrow, imbued with frightening force, pierced the 5-centimeter-thick iron target. The arrow remained intact and shot out of the square, caught by a tutor behind, causing no harm to the crowd. Li Qingfeng put down his bow and stepped down under the high platform. Wow! The crowd gasped in surprise. A 5-centimeter-thick iron target had been completely pierced. Prefecture level. I heard Li Qingfeng has reached prefecture level. My God, isn't he the first in the final exam? Other students were furious. They too were competitors. Why was the gap so huge? Everyone looked at Li Qingfeng differently. Prefecture-level students could graduate directly from Tianqing College, leaving no suspense in the year-end exam. Who would be his opponent in the final arena battle? Humph, arrogant. Qin Fen, Wei Zhen, and other senior class students felt depressed watching Li Qingfeng. Everyone had been competing together, but Li Qingfeng had surpassed them, naturally stirring anger. Li Qingfeng is indeed remarkable, Xiao Zhan, king of Lingwu, nodded, smiling. 17 years old and already prefecture level, a true genius. The assessment continued. When Zhao Lingshan shot her arrow, Xiao Zhan's eyes sparkled. She did not show her full strength but still sent the arrow into the target. Yet Xiao Zhan's insight allowed him to immediately recognize her abilities. Another prefecture level, only 16 years old. Haha, incredible. Xiao Zhan laughed. King of Lingwu, this is Lord Kang's beloved daughter. She has good talent and has awakened her Sanpin-level blood, Chu Weichen said with a smile. At least some are competent. Your Majesty, he added internally, feeling reassured. Chapter 46. Finally, the first round of assessment was completed, and more than 200 students passed. Next came the screening war. Let me announce the rules of the screening war, Vice President Gu Hong said, leaping onto the stage. He continued, the screening battle is divided into 10 groups, with more than 20 people in each group. Everyone will fight in a mixed battle within the prescribed arena. Only the 3 who endure the longest will advance to the final contest. These 3 will enter the final arena and participate in the final ranking competition. In other words, the key to the screening war is endurance. Those who last until the end will enter the next round. However, in the screening war, it is strictly forbidden to gang up on a single opponent. Secondly, cheating is strictly prohibited. If a match lasts 30 breaths without a result, the opponents must be reselect to prevent unfairness. Several college tutors flew to the square and drew 10 white circles, each 10 meters in diameter. The white circle in front of you is your challenge arena for the screening battle. The college will randomly assign positions. Those whose names are called, please go to your respective circles. Circle 1, Wu Feng. Zheng Luo. Zhou Qian. The students called to their circles immediately followed their tutors. Everyone nervously glanced at the teacher reading the names, praying silently for luck. The rules of the screening war seemed simple, but they were fair. The last ones remaining in each group were guaranteed to be the strongest. Everyone hoped their group would avoid a particularly cruel opponent. Little dust. Lin Tian and Zhang Ying felt their palms sweat nervously. Relax, Qin Chen advised. With your skills, you can hold on to the next round. Even if you fail to break through, remember, for a warrior, confidence is the most important thing. Winning or losing is secondary. True growth comes from the fight itself. Lin Tian and Zhang Ying nodded. We understand. For some reason, Qin Chen's words immediately eased their tension. They clenched their fists and quietly gathered their strength. Circle 3, Li Qingfeng. Li Qingfeng was assigned to the third circle. The students there groaned. My God, Li Qingfeng is in our circle. Do we even have a chance? Zhou Qiang is here too. He's a late-peak martial artist and a second-grade blood awakener. Our group is a death trap. Li Qingfeng, however, walked into the circle with a calm expression, as if victory was already his. He instantly became the center of the circle. No one dared come within 2 meters. The assignments continued. Lin Tian was called to Circle 4. Little dust, Zhang Ying, we're past. With a confident smile, he stepped into Circle 4. Zhang Ying was assigned to Circle 5. Only Qin Chen remained. Boy, let's see if you're still so calm when you meet me, Qin Fen muttered coldly, his eyes full of resentment. But Qin Fen's wish did not come true. He was assigned to Circle 7, while Qin Chen was still under the stage. Damn it, Qin Fen muttered, furious. Don't worry, Qin Fen, one of his companions said with a grin. We'll probably end up in the same circle as Qin Chen. Then we brothers will teach that boy a good lesson, hee hee. Fine. Just remember, if you get a chance, get rid of him, Qin Fen said, eyes gleaming fiercely. What? His companions were surprised. Qin Fen, are you serious? Qin Chen is your family member. Are you really going to attack him? Humph. Not long ago, Qin Chen was expelled from our Qin family. He is no longer our son. Why should I hold back? Besides, in the year-end exam, he's shown his skills and no one dared stop him. It's strange that his skills are so low and he doesn't know his depth. He must be tested properly, Qin Fen said ferociously. Good, his companions licked their lips, excited by the prospect of attacking a former Qin family member. The next 3 groups were assigned. Haha, it's the 2 of us and Qin Chen. Qin Chen was assigned to the 8th group. At the same time, Qin Fen's 2 senior class students, Li Ping and Zhou Nan, were also assigned there. Li Ping and Zhou Nan were ecstatic. Whoosh, whoosh. As they entered Circle 8, they looked at Qin Chen with grins. Which of us should teach that Qin Chen first? Ha ha ha. Seeing all the students enter their circles, Vice President Ge Hong took a deep breath. The screening begins. Boom. 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 As Ge Hong's voice fell, the students, ready for action, attacked their opponents. Instantly, powerful true qi erupted across the square like volcanic explosions. Several students were blown out of their circles and fell from the challenge arenas. One of the most dazzling was not Li Qingfeng. In Circle 9, a dark-haired boy in a blue robe sliced through several opponents with his palm, as if his palm were a sword. The sound of impacts echoed. His terrifying spirit coalesced into a vast ocean of power, creating a vacuum around him. What? Who is this man? What a terrifying skill. This man's true qi, he must be prefecture level. I know him. That's Wang Qiming, an advanced class civilian student. He's called the Dao Maniac. He practices saber technique in the college's back mountain and even sleeps holding a knife. Unexpectedly, he has broken through to prefecture level. This year's final exam is getting interesting, the crowd murmured. On the high platform, Xiao Zhan, king of Lingwu, narrowed his eyes. This boy, interesting. Using the palm as a sword in a martial conception display. President Chu Weichen frowned. I hadn't paid attention to him before. I don't know much about the students. Still, the top 3 in this exam should be Li Qingfeng, Zhao Lingshan, and Wang Qiming. I wonder who will impress King Lingwu the most. Chapter 47. It's hard to say. Li Qingfeng is sharp, Zhao Lingshan is introverted and reserved, Wang Qiming is domineering and brave, and the accomplishments of the 3 are roughly equal. If you want to judge who is the strongest, it depends on their on-the-spot reactions and who has the better cards. However, I would pay closer attention to Wang Qiming in the future, Xiao Zhan said. Wang Qiming. Chu Weichen looked puzzled. After all, Wang Qiming was a civilian's son, and they had little information on him. Suddenly, Chu Weichen thought of Xiao Zhan's origin. He had heard that the king of Lingwu, known as the god of war in the Great Qi state, had also been a civilian in his youth. Relying on his own efforts, he had gradually become one of the top martial artists in the state. Suddenly, he understood. By the way, Qin Chen is also good, but his cultivation is a little low, Xiao Zhan added. Qin Chen. Chu Weichen almost forgot about Qin Chen and glanced at the square. By now, half of the participants had been eliminated, and the battlefield had entered a very intense stage. Circle 8. A senior class disciple stood by Qin Chen's side at the start. When the battle began, he struck at Qin Chen first. Boom! 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 The man wore a red military robe. Each of his movements generated sharp fist winds. Burning waves surged around him, roaring as they swept across nearly 10 meters. No one dared approach. Surprisingly, Qin Chen, standing in the center of the burning waves, remained still, his arms crossed over his chest like a solid shield. He effortlessly blocked the fiery attacks, as if the impact had no effect. How? Xiao Zhan and Chu Weichen were astonished. Qin Chen's true strength was far beyond what they had expected. Li Ping and Zhou Nan were equally shocked. Zhou Nan, leave Qin Chen to me, Li Ping said grimly. Li Ping, who was engaged with him, lunged at Qin Chen while yelling at the red-robed student, "Boy, step aside and leave Qin dust to me." That depends on whether you have the ability, the red-robed student snorted coldly. He abandoned Qin Chen and threw a powerful punch at Li Ping. Burning snake explodes. Boom! A fiery red fist wave surged skyward like a blazing snake, opening its ferocious jaws to bite Li Ping. "I've got this!" Li Ping roared, his light blue aura erupting fiercely. His robe lifted in the surge, and his fist struck the center of the fiery snake. A bang echoed. Li Ping's fist smashed the head of the flaming snake. The residual force swept everything around and slammed into the chest of the red-robed student. Click! The sound of breaking bone rang out. The red-robed student spat blood, flew backward, and fell heavily outside the circle. Li Ping landed in front of Qin Chen and grinned. "Boy, kneel and plead with me. Maybe I'll consider giving you a dignified death. Otherwise, I'll show you the difference between life and death." The light blue chi surrounded him like a sharp blade, sending a thrilling, fierce energy outward. Li Ping looked down on Qin Chen arrogantly, chest out, exuding supreme confidence. Qin Chen scoffed. No one in the world dared to speak to him like this. In his previous life, all who did were dead. Facing the arrogant Li Ping, Qin Chen replied with only one word, "Go away." "Boy, you're asking for death." Li Ping roared. His late-stage human-level chi erupted to its extreme. A long, piercing cry shook heaven and earth. His hands formed a green eagle, which swooped down toward Qin Chen like a furious bird of prey. The eagle flies 9 days. The force of the attack cut through the air like a sharp wind. Disciples within 10 meters instinctively retreated to avoid being affected. The overwhelming strength of the palm attack shocked everyone. Li Ping truly deserved to be an advanced class disciple, his power was extraordinary. Only Qin Chen remained calm. He watched the flying attack approach, expressionless. When the eagle-like fists were about to hit his chest, he moved with lightning speed. Basic boxing, Fu Hu Quan. Roar! A sound like a tiger's roar resounded faintly through the square. All eyes widened in astonishment. Qin Chen executed Fu Hu Quan, a basic boxing technique for Ning Pulse disciples. My God, was he courting death? Before the crowd could fully comprehend it, Qin Chen's right fist collided with Li Ping's green eagle fists. The impact exploded like fireworks, releasing a violent shockwave. The tiger-like force tore through the eagle, shattering it. Poof! Li Ping's sleeves burst, his arms cracked, and blood sprayed from multiple points like a fountain. He spat blood, his face pale and shocked, flying backward uncontrollably. How could a mere cultivation level produce this power? Qin Chen's cold smile remained. He stepped forward like a phantom, pursuing the backward flying Li Ping. You! Li Ping froze, unable to react. Qin Chen's lightning-fast kick struck him squarely in the chest like a dragon rising from a pool. Bang! Li Ping's body slammed into the square, skidding over 10 meters before stopping. He lay bloody and unconscious, unsure if he was alive. Quiet. The entire arena fell into stunned silence. Everyone stared at Qin Chen with wide eyes and open mouths. Chapter 48. In the shock, Qin Chen clapped his hands as if he had only done something trivial, then looked at Zhou Nan not far away with a sneer. Are you still the one who wanted to teach me a lesson before? Let me see what kind of strength you really have. Dare to challenge me? People glanced at Zhou Nan one by one. They all remembered that Zhou Nan had joined Li Ping to claim they would teach Qin Chen a lesson. Zhou Nan's face changed slightly. He swallowed hard, forcing himself to calm down. Do you think I'm Li Ping's lackey? If you want to test me, you've chosen the wrong person. I advise you not to misjudge yourself. Misjudge yourself? Qin Chen sneered. If you find me, it's nothing. But if I find you, you'll regret it. You really overestimate yourself. Don't talk nonsense. If you can survive one punch from me, I might spare your miserable life. Shwa! At Qin Chen's command, his figure turned into a mirage, shooting toward Zhou Nan. Roar! A deafening roar echoed across the square, like the combined roar of a dragon and tiger, shaking the sky. Qin Chen's presence descended like a tiger from the mountain, displaying an undeniable kingly majesty. Zhou Nan's face turned pale, scalp tingling. Subconsciously, he tried to retreat. No! If I retreat now, I'll be a laughingstock in Wangdu and never hold my head high again. Li Ping was defeated by that boy, maybe he didn't use his full strength. If I take him seriously, why should I fear him? Compared to defense, I'm no worse than Li Ping, Zhou Nan thought, his resolve hardening as he gave a sharp exhale. Iron-clothed skill. Zhou Nan's true qi surged to the extreme. A gray-brown light shimmered over his body, like a suit of invisible armor. This was Zhou Nan's yellow-level defensive technique at the college. Iron clothes strengthened Zhou Nan's confidence. His eyes glinted with ferocity as his fists pounded forward. Manwang Bakwen. Boom! Two terrifying fists surged forward, the air exploding as if two bombs had gone off. The force swept toward Qin Chen like a hurricane. This was also a top-tier martial arts skill of the yellow level. Manwang Bakwen symbolized the king of man descending to dominate the world. The terrifying air currents engulfed Qin Chen, as if capable of leveling mountains. Yet Qin Chen's expression did not change. His eyes scanned the incoming force. His hands morphed into claw shapes and thrust into the fist waves, splitting them apart and redirecting them to both sides. Boom! Stab la la la. The two fist waves shattered, leaving Zhou Nan stunned. His body felt empty and vulnerable. Not good. Zhou Nan's face paled as he retreated, trying to avoid Qin Chen's next strike. But Qin Chen did not give him a chance. With a slight push from his feet, he surged forward, appearing directly in front of Zhou Nan. Without hesitation, he threw a punch. Basic boxing, Taizu long fist. The plain strike swept through the space. Before Zhou Nan could react, Qin Chen's right fist collided with his ironclad defense. Bang! The iron clothes, though condensed by true qi, were fragile against such force. They shattered instantly, sending shockwaves through Zhou Nan's body. Qin Chen's fist didn't slow, roaring like a dragon and tiger as it slammed into Zhou Nan's chest. I'll teach you a lesson. Zhou Nan roared, refusing to dodge. He charged, fists encircled, eyes wide with madness, determined to injure Qin Chen in return. This was a fight to the death, a clash of fury and pride. Ridiculous. A trace of sneer appeared in Qin Chen's eyes as his right fist erupted violently. Bang! Bang! The square resounded with the sound of cracking bones. Zhou Nan's chest sank an inch, blood gushed, and he was hurled backward like a broken kite. His desperate strike still fell a foot short of Qin Chen's head. Do you want to fight at this speed? Too slow. Qin Chen's attack shadowed Zhou Nan, delivering a crushing kick to his back. No! Zhou Nan roared, panic surging through him. Only one thought filled his mind: why had he provoked the devil Qin Chen? Why hadn't he fled at the start? Poof! The next moment, Qin Chen's force struck Zhou Nan's back. His body shot into the air like a ragdoll before crashing to the ground with a heavy bang. He hit the side of Li Ping and fainted. Who? Qin Chen exhaled calmly. At his mid-stage human-level cultivation, he could easily dominate Wei Zhen, who was at the late peak. Now, with his breakthrough to the late-stage human level, how could ordinary late-stage opponents like Li Ping and Zhou Nan contend? If not for the year-end exam, Qin Chen would have utterly defeated them both. Wow! All students in the number 8 circle had retreated in horror, staring at Qin Chen as if he were a monster. Even the tutors were stunned. Li Ping and Zhou Nan, are they dead? Someone whispered. Not good. 2 tutors hurried over to Li Ping and Zhou Nan, helping them up and stabilizing their breathing. Relief washed over them. Though bloodied and battered, Li Ping and Zhou Nan were not in life-threatening danger. They were taken away by the Star College tutors for treatment. The square erupted in chatter. The 2 advanced class disciples weren't his match. When did Qin Chen become this powerful? If I remember correctly, just over a month ago, Qin Chen was still on the college fighting stage. He was seriously injured by Wei Zhen from the junior class, almost died. How could his cultivation improve so rapidly in just over a month? Hiss! Qin Chen is terrifying. His awakened blood was already extraordinary. I didn't expect now. Tut tut, seems no one in the college dares to provoke him recklessly. All the students were shocked. Normally, they wouldn't be so amazed, but Qin Chen, who had nearly been expelled and couldn't even awaken his blood before, had now become a completely different powerhouse. Chapter 49. Dust Sun. Below the square, Qin Yueqi was full of tears and excitement. Paw! Zhao Feng pinched the corner of the chair beside her into pieces, her teeth clenched, and she trembled with rage. Qin Chen, how can you be such a waste? Qin Fen was also startled by the scene in circle number 8. He roared, staring at Qin Chen with a ferocious expression, eyes shooting out a terrible cold light. Qin Fen, it seems your dog has failed to fulfill your wish, Qin Chen sneered. Qin Chen, although you are arrogant now, you'd better pray that you don't fall into my hands, or I will make you understand the difference between life and death. Qin Fen was so enraged that he roared and punched. The student who had been fighting him was blown away and vomited blood. Haha, interesting. No wonder Wei really values him. In the 3rd circle, Li Qingfeng glanced lightly at Qin Chen and sneered at the corners of his mouth. Bang! Before anyone could react, a student closest to him was knocked out of the circle and fell to the ground, dazed, not knowing how he had been eliminated. With Qin Chen's presence, the entire battlefield suddenly erupted into ferocity. Boom! Boom! Roars resounded continuously, and true qi swept the field like fireworks, magnificent and dazzling. In Circle 8, everyone stayed far from Qin Chen, no one daring to provoke him. Haha, this Qin Chen is truly not simple. It's nothing to defeat Li Ping and Zhou Nan. What's remarkable is that he used Fu Hu Quan and Taizu Changquan, the most basic boxing techniques on Tianwu mainland, yet he overcame the Manwang Bakwen and Kanjing Fist of the yellow level. This shows his understanding of martial arts has reached an incredible level. The future is worth looking forward to. Xiao Zhan and Chu Weichen, king of Lingwu, said with a smile. At this time, the situation on the field gradually became clear. 3 students from circles 1, 3, 6, 9, and 10 had already been selected. Next, 3 students from the other circles were chosen. In the 4th circle, although Lin Tian persisted until the end, his cultivation was insufficient. He was eliminated at the last moment and did not qualify for the 3rd round of the competition. In the end, only Circle 5 remained. There were no particularly strong or weak players in Circle 5, so the competition was fiercest here. At this point, 6 people remained, clashing in pairs, the battle inseparable. Zhang Ying was among them, fighting a senior class student at the late stage of the human level. By now, Zhang Ying was nearly exhausted, her steps fragile, and she could have been defeated at any moment if her opponent had not been slightly injured. Even so, Zhang Ying was in a crisis everywhere, on the verge of collapse. At this moment, another group of players had finished selecting winners. Only 5 players remained on the field. "All right, stop." Gu Hong raised his voice. "You 5 don't have to continue. All of you will enter the next round." The crowd was stunned. Gu Hong explained, "In the third round, 32 players will enter the challenge arena. They will draw lots in pairs. Winners will enter the next round. There will be 5 battles, and first place will be determined." It suddenly occurred to the crowd that 32 players, in groups, needed to choose 5 to complete the number. Luck had favored them. Many people looked at the 5th group with envy, especially seeing that Zhang Ying's accomplishments were only at the mid-stage human level. They were depressed, almost feeling like vomiting blood. In this second round, advanced class students at the late human level were eliminated. For a mid-level student like Zhang Ying to break into the last round was sheer luck. "Now, you have half an hour to rest, heal, and prepare for the next round of challenges," Gu Hong said, returning to the rostrum. "Less dust, I'm in the third round." Zhang Ying came to Qin Chen, disbelief and excitement written all over her face. "Congratulations, Zhang Ying," Lin Tian said with a smile. "Luck." "I'm just lucky," Zhang Ying said, scratching the back of her head. "Maybe it's the same for you." "It's not luck," Qin Chen said, smiling. "Zhang Ying, Lin Tian, remember, sometimes, luck is a kind of strength. Those who truly reach the top of the mainland aren't people with bad luck." Lin Tian and Zhang Ying were stunned, both deep in thought. Around the square, discussions erupted. "Who do you think will win the next round?" "Haha, if you ask me, either Li Qingfeng or Wang Qiming. And Zhao Lingshan is strong too. Didn't expect that she unconsciously broke through to the prefecture level." "I also support Princess Lingshan, hee." A group of brainless fools. "Princess Lingshan is strong, but she's a girl. How can she compare with Li Qingfeng, the little marquis? Who says women can't compete with men? Isn't your mother a woman?" "Say that again, boy." "Well, if you say it 10 times, I doubt you could handle it. I'll see you at the end of the college entrance exam. I'll see you then." Who's afraid of whom? In pursuit of first prize, many students argued heatedly. Most students were optimistic about Li Qingfeng, mostly girls, showing flower-like admiration. Some backed Zhao Lingshan, mostly boys. Zhao Lingshan, one of the 4 beauties of Qi State, was naturally very popular. There were also those who supported Wang Qiming, though most were civilian children. These 3 were the undisputed top candidates. On the square, some even placed bets. Bet on Li Qingfeng, 1:3. Bet on Zhao Lingshan, 1.5. Bet on Wang Qiming, 1.7. Qin Chen was also listed, with odds of 10. Although Qin Chen displayed amazing strength and shocked everyone, he had not yet broken through to the prefecture level. Many thought he could make the top 10, but first place was nearly impossible. Yet even so, some on the field were not happy. It was Zhao Feng. "Qin Chen is cunning. I didn't expect him to hide his strength until leaving the Qin family. I underestimated him before." Zhao Feng clenched his teeth, eyes filled with murderous intent. He turned to Qin Yong and said, "In this third-round arena competition, no matter what method Go Su uses, I will make sure Qin Chen faces Sheng Fener and let Fener tear that boy apart. If Go Su can't do it, tell him that no one can take the Qin family's money." Zhao Feng's expression was twisted, cold as a snake. Chapter 50. "Yes, ma'am." Qin Yong retreated quietly. When the time came, Gu Hong stood up and said loudly, "The final round of the year-end final exam of Tianqing College has officially started. The rules are the same as before. It is strictly forbidden to deliberately harm or kill anyone. Violators will be severely punished. With that, Gu Hong looked at some of the tutors on the square. A tutor immediately stepped forward and said, "The first round of competition will begin now." He put his hand into a wooden box containing wooden cards engraved with the names of the students. He pulled out 2 cards at random and announced loudly, "The first game is Guangxing vs. Li Feng." Whoosh! Whoosh! At once, 2 students sprang to the center of the square. One wielded a knife while the other used palm techniques. Under the command of the instructor, they quickly formed a group, and the fight was fierce. There were no restrictions on weapon use in the competition. The knife's technique forced the other student to retreat continuously, but he did not show weakness. As he fell back, he searched for opportunities, his palms rolling like waves to protect himself. Both were at the late stage of the human level, neither giving an inch. They quickly exchanged 60 or 70 moves. Cape knife technique. Corpse palm. Neither wanted to yield, each displaying unique skills. Knife light and palm wind collided with a fierce roar. Bang! The knife's light slightly overpowered the palm, leaving a mark on the opponent's chest robe and drawing blood. Li Feng, unwilling to fail, resisted, but Zhuo Guangxing struck him in the back, cutting his chest and sending him flying backward. A mouthful of blood spurted out, and he could not rise for some time. Zhuo Guangxing. With the tutor's announcement, the first group's results were clear. Soon, the second group came on stage. The player this round was Qin Chen, who was very unlucky to face Li Qingfeng, the popular favorite to win the championship. "Give up." Li Qingfeng came to the stage and said faintly, a calm breeze seeming to follow him. His eyes did not even glance at Qin Chen. "Li Qingfeng, you are strong, but I, Qin Chen, also want to experience it." Qin Chen was angered by the other's attitude and roared. His body turned into a storm as he rushed toward Li Qingfeng. "Jin Gang is angry." Crash! The air erupted violently. Qin Shaoqing's hands felt like iron balls, and his body surged forward like a mountain peak. Bang! In the next instant, he was thrown back to the ground. The sound of cracking bones rang out. Qin Shaoqing fell, dazed, hands twisted, mouth spewing blood. Li Qingfeng wins. As the instructor announced the result, Li Qingfeng lightly jumped and returned to the stage, having never seen Qin Shaoqing during the entire process. Qin Shaoqing was really seeking death. He didn't admit defeat against Li Qingfeng. Although both are advanced class students, the gap between them is far too big. Ordinary advanced class students cannot block Li Qingfeng's moves. The crowd murmured as the instructor drew the next round of players. One game after another proceeded quickly. The heat of the competition intensified. Following Qin Shaoqing's example, a player faced Wang Qiming and immediately conceded. No one mocked him. Wang Qiming was one of the 3 masters who had broken through the initial stage of the prefecture level. Even late-stage human-level students could not challenge him. Ordinary students simply could not compete. The 8th round. The next game, Xiong Tao vs. Qin Chen. Upon hearing his name, Qin Chen's expression remained indifferent as he stepped onto the stage. Xiong Tao's face darkened. He had just entered the advanced class this year. Although his cultivation was at the late human level, he was not an old man level student. Confident against most peers, he immediately felt pressure facing Qin Chen. "Qin Chen, don't think you're great just because you beat Li Ping and Zhou Nan. Everyone in the advanced class has different skills and strength." Xiong Tao snorted coldly as he stepped onto the stage. "Is that enough talking? Then let's start." Qin Chen saw that the other party's words were an attempt to bolster his own confidence. He straightened his posture, his true qi surging outward. The strike was plain but precise, deceptively simple. "Haha, he dares to look down on me. That's perfect." Xiong Tao's face lit with delight. His true qi surged to its peak as he struck with a fist. The overlord carries the tripod. Boom! As if thunder struck on a clear day, the air in front of him exploded violently. "Look down on me. Go down." Xiong Tao, born with extraordinary power, had 15 horsepower at the late-stage human level. He seized the moment to belittle Qin Chen, trying to blow him off the arena. Poof! When their fists collided, Xiong Tao's expression froze in shock. His pupils constricted. A tremendous force surged through his body, his arm creaked and groaned. In the next instant, his body flew backward, a mouthful of blood spilling from his mouth. The audience was stunned. They expected a prolonged fight, not a single move determining victory. Qin Yueqi's face reflected surprise and disbelief at Qin Chen's overwhelming strength. Zhao Feng and Qi Wang scowled, their faces livid. At the bottom, Qin Fen snorted coldly, "Let him be arrogant for now. When he meets me below, he'll regret surviving to this round." Qin Chen's performance astonished many, but it was not entirely unexpected. After all, he had already displayed the power to defeat Li Ping and Zhou Nan. Haha, Master Liang, Qin Chen is truly remarkable. A month ago, he was only a martial artist at the beginning of the human level. I didn't expect that in just 1 month he would reach the late human level and develop such formidable martial arts skills. I think he will break into the top 10 in this exam. King Kong, aware that Liang Yu highly valued Qin Chen, smiled and said so. Liang Yu shook her head and looked at King Kong silently. Top 10. She was underestimating Qin Chen. For some reason, Liang Yu felt firmly that Li Qingfeng and other prefecture-level students might not be his match. Next, the games continued. Originally, Zhao Lingshan's match drew the most attention, but it was disappointing that the opponent admitted defeat without contesting, leaving spectators frustrated. In the blink of an eye, 13 rounds had passed. In round 13, Qin Fen faces Zhang Ying. Zhang Ying's face changed suddenly. How could it be him? Lin Tian's face also fell in shock.